And although that was a perfect bill, I think it's going to do a lot, quite a lot, to close the historic deficit that we have always had relative to other states with regard to infrastructure. You know, I say it a lot, we are a resource-rich, infrastructure-poor state. We have less road miles in Connecticut, and we're almost 120 times bigger than that state. And in so many different areas, whether it's permitting, whether it's the build out of our federal highway system in the 1950s, we just haven't been able to take advantage of those opportunities. So this infrastructure bill, the hard infrastructure bill focused on roads, ports, bridges, broadband, and the ferry system, I think has the potential to significantly benefit our state over the next 5 years, provide significant economic opportunities and small business opportunities for all Alaskans. You know, as I mentioned, the ferry system, almost $1 billion over 5 years. I definitely want to recognize Senator Murkowski's hard work on that aspect of the infrastructure bill. And a really important one that I know everybody in the state recognizes, particularly after this pandemic, broadband. We do one of the best of any states in the country in the infrastructure bill as it relates to broadband, because we set the formula up in the bill to focus on states with truly unserved communities. Now, unfortunately, Alaska has a lot of those. So we're hoping to close that broadband internet connectivity gap that exists in so many parts of our state. I think we have an enormous opportunity to do that. And just think what the benefits can be, not just to small businesses like so many of you represent for our state, but healthcare, education for all Alaskans. You can be in the smallest village. If you have broadband connectivity or internet connectivity, it creates a level playing field. I think we learned that during the pandemic. So I'm very excited about that aspect of the infrastructure bill. Senator Murkowski, Congressman Young, and I actually testified in front of the Juneau legislature, state legislature, just last week. We'll probably do that again. We did it in the House. We'll probably be doing that again in the state Senate here soon. But the key message I had was, A, we got to work together. All Alaskans, feds, state, local, tribes, to really take advantage of this opportunity on infrastructure. B, the challenges that we got to be aware of. One is on getting projects permitted. Now, one element of the bill that I actually really like is significant permitting reform. This is an issue I care deeply, deeply about. It was an issue I worked closely with President Trump and the Trump administration on. The Trump administration put forward an executive order that in many ways was modeled after my Rebuild America Now Act, very big overhaul of NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act. That was rescinded, unfortunately, by President Biden on day one of his administration. But we were able to get in the infrastructure bill a lot of that permitting reform that makes timelines more certain, more efficient, and things that you could count on with the federal government. So stay tuned on that. I'm hoping that that permitting aspect of the bill that streamlines our permitting system will work for some of these projects. I get a little bit nervous, though, when I talk about those 21 executive orders and actions shutting down Alaska. So that's one key aspect. We've got to get these resources out to the communities, to the projects, to enhance our economic opportunities. The second one is there is going to be a lot of work, a lot of activity from this infrastructure bill. I know it's a huge challenge right now coming out of the pandemic with regard to the workforce. We want to make sure that the significant economic activity that comes from this infrastructure bill, that the work goes to Alaskans, goes to our workers, goes to your employees, goes to all of you. So we're not importing people from the lower 48. So I know these are big concerns of all of yours. They are of mine as well. Let me just end with one final note. The tourism sector, thank all of you. I know we have so many in that sector attending the Southeast Conference. You guys were also, really took it on the chin, let's face it, during the pandemic. hung tough. Know that your congressional delegation is working on these issues daily, whether it's passing bills last year to make sure we had cruise ship passengers finally, or working with the CDC, some of the other executive branch agencies to try to make sure that tourism in Alaska is promoted, not discriminated against. You know, the CDC is releasing new guidance actually today on their cruise ship guidance. We have been working with them, with HHS, with the Commerce Department here in DC, with the White House, saying you need to help promote tourism in Alaska, not undermine it. We'll see what happens. The CDC, to be quite honest, is somewhat unreliable, somewhat unpredictable, but we're hoping that some of the worst case scenarios, what they're planning on doing, particularly as it relates to cruise ships, aren't going to materialize. We'll know more tomorrow. And I think that that's going to be really important. So have a great conference. Thanks again for all you've done, not just over the last 2 years, which have been tough, but for the many, many years that you have really been a key element, not just of the economy in Southeast, but really throughout the whole state. Keep up the great work and know that your delegation and my office are here to help. Our door is always open. We want to make sure we hear from all of the good ideas that come out of this conference and work with you to try to implement them.
Well, Robert made a mistake giving the sales guy the microphone, but thank you, Robert. I'll promise to do one thing. One of my mentors, Mr. Bill McKay, taught me was Bill was predecessor to Alaska Airlines and loved the state of Alaska. I think many of you in the audience know. Bill always said, Habberstad, be brilliant, be brief, and be gone. And I know you can do 2 of those. So I'll let you choose which 2 I'm doing today. But over the last 18 months, 2 years, folks, I mean, the one certainty in our state and in our nation has been uncertainty, for goodness sakes. And the thing that makes me proud and the thing that makes me excited and wakes me up every day is that, you know, Alaskans and our industries, they're resilient. And there's much to be optimistic for. I mean, we looked yesterday and we heard from our good friends in the mining industry, and Deanna talked about how the miners are resilient and how their the mineral prices are strong. And so there's much opportunity there. And if you look north towards Red Dog and the Nana District, Northwest Arctic Borough, Red Dog's expanding their mine up there. There are lots of mining opportunities across our great state, and the mining industry is doing it right. And they're driving more value for the state of Alaska. If you look to oil prices, now, I wake up every morning and I'm giddy that oil prices are high because the state coffers are going to be full. And then I get slapped in the face that, well, we burn a lot of oil at Alaska Airlines. And in fact, it's about 20 to 30% of what we do. So, you know, it's a mixed blessing for me when the price of oil goes up. But that's a good thing because oil and the revenues that come from it make more stability in the state of Alaska. Look at timber. Timber's on the comeback from a guy that grew up in Ketchikan in the 80s. Was a product of the timber industry and the pulp mill. And I grew up flying float planes to places like Lab Bay, and I worked for Jerry Scudero. We'd fly up to Angoon to bring the longshoremen from Kootznohu down to Chomley. I'm happy to see the resiliency in the timber industry. And Amy and I just recently bought a new end table and a coffee table from Ketchikan. A buddy of mine built it. It's a beautiful red cedar slab. Some of the work they're doing with instruments, with the wood in that area, and the timber and unique niche products is amazing. That's awesome. And that's exciting to see. The fishing industry, our prices are coming back. That's great. There's just a lot of optimism in the industry. Tourism, which we're going to talk about shortly, is fantastic as well. There's a great opportunity coming down the pipe for us. Alaska Airlines is excited about that. This year, 2022, marks 90 years of service from Alaska Airlines in the state of Alaska. Thank you. This year is the 10th anniversary of Club 49. Alaskans have saved over $200 million in Club 49 benefits over those 10 years, from bag fees to Travel Now certificates to the weekly fare sales, and now for 8 for Less. That's the only sales pitch I'll have today, I promise. Yeah. Scott Habberstad's, no, never mind. And lastly, tourism. I can introduce my friends here. I think I've known everybody here for at least 10 years and some more. I'm not going to give you their bios. Like Robert said, you can zap them online. But I am going to tell you something a little special about them that you may not know. And I'm not going to roast them, I promise. So we're going to start with the first speaker. And the first speaker is going to be Renee Limoge Reeve. And beyond having a historic, fantastic last name in Reeve, Revolution Airways, Renee has been committed to the state of Alaska since I've known her. She started with the Alliance when I first met her in Anchorage. She went from the Alliance to Senator Sullivan's office and then to her position with CLIA today. Renee has the tenacity and drive to get stuff done, and a lot of people in this room do. But what Renee's unique ability is to have the tenacity to get stuff done and have fun along the way and have everybody with her have fun along the way. So if Renee is involved in a project, I strongly encourage you to be involved in that project because it's going to get done and it's going to be fun. So that's my piece on Renee. Next, I'm going to go to Carol. Carol Fraser, I've known Carol for a long time. She's been involved in the tourism industry and hospitality industry for her entire 40 years of her life. One thing you may not know about Carol is Carol is a huge advocate for bringing the next generation of Alaska business leaders along. I mean, she's worked tirelessly with AIDEA and other organizations to elevate the youth to ensure that we have the next generation of leaders. And I would look to Robert and I would look to the business people in this audience, and I also look to the municipalities to look around you and strongly encourage you to think about bringing young people in your community to this conference so they understand what's going on and where we need to go. Because that's really where we need to be to ensure that what you're doing, the good work you're doing, goes in perpetuity. But Carol's a tireless advocate to raise the next generation up, to get them involved, to ensure that Alaska tomorrow is what we want it to be. So Carol, thank you for what you do. Next is Mickey. I don't think I've known Mickey quite 10 years. But the one thing about Mickey is Mickey has this brilliant mind and he's incredibly creative and he comes up with these BHAG ideas. And I'll look at him and say, there's not a chance in Hades you're going to get that accomplished. But the reality is he does it. And if you look at what Huna Totem has done with their infrastructure out there and recent announcements that they've made that I think will grow their footprint in not only Southeast Alaska, the Pacific Northwest, but probably eventually up in Anchorage. And I hope we're going to hear a little more about that. But it's pretty cool what they're doing out in Huna Totem. And lastly, and not least, Liz. I mean, Liz has been with the Juneau CVB for 10 years now. And if you haven't worked with or on a CVB, and I've had the pleasure of working for Patty Mackey in the CVB in Ketchikan, CVB life is like dog years. Every year is about 7 years. And you're managing local community expectations and relationships with those that want independent travel, those that don't want independent travel, those that want cruise travel, funding, everything else. Liz has done an amazing job. And I think she's either the second or the third longest tenure CVB director in the state behind Patty down in Ketchikan and maybe Julie Soppy in Anchorage. I'm not sure where they are, but I mean, to make it through that long and to bring cool things to Juneau like Iron Man and other things that are coming down the pipe, good on you. And with that, that's the last I'm going to say, I promise. Renee's going to go first. It's going to be followed by Carol and then Mickey, and then we'll close it out. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott, and good morning. Robert, thank you so much for another wonderful Southeast Conference. It's so nice to be in this room with friends, old and new. I've only been on this job for 8 months, and I'm looking around the room and seeing all these faces that I've met because of this job, and it's really nice. It's also really nice to see a Dan Sullivan video and not worry about whether there's going to be a glitch. I also really resent being on this panel with Carol's hair, but then I remember she's cleaning toilets sometimes because we don't have any employees. So I'm good. For those of you who don't know anything about CLIA or much about CLIA Alaska, we represent 17 member cruise lines that bring about 99% of the visitors to Alaska, cruise visitors to Alaska each summer. Our ships range from 175 passengers to about 4,600. Currently, Alaska represents approximately 5% of the market. And while that sounds really small, we remain a really top-rated and popular destination. And getting back to business is what we're all here to talk about. And it doesn't matter what industry we're in, we're all focused on that. And we're trying to figure out how to do it safely and effectively. And the cruise industry is no different. We know last year was a partial season, and we know that with the visitors we brought, they were welcome, they were appreciated, but we still felt the impacts, certainly in Southeast, of the low numbers and a shortened season. The good news is the vast majority of the North American fleet is already ramped up and in service, or will be very soon. We were at 80% of our global capacity by the end of 2021, and we expect to be about 95% by July of this year. US home ports from New York to Seattle have welcomed ships back, and things are going well, and they're happy to have those ships sailing again, just like all of you are going to be happy, hopefully happy to see them in your communities again. But we still face challenges. We're all aware of them. In July, Canada announced that they would be lifting their restrictions on cruise travel, which provided us a level of comfort that there would be a 2022 season, and that still stands. However, we're not there. We're in frequent talks with the Canadian government. We have good relationships with Transport Canada and with the Public Health Agency of Canada, PHAC, which, as Katie said, is a terrible acronym. But we're in frequent conversations with them. We haven't gotten to the point where we are moving ahead yet. And while those talks continue, I don't have to tell anyone in this room that the Alaska delegation does a heavy lift beyond, they punch outside their class every time. And they did last summer, and they're in that mode again. They're trying to make sure that we have a backup if things with Canada don't go well. So both Senator Murkowski and Congressman Young have introduced long-term fixes to the issue that we face with Canada, and Senator Murkowski is currently working on legislation that would extend the PVSA waiver that we received last year that allowed us to bypass Canada. We can never say enough how much we appreciate what the delegation has done for us, and we appreciate what they're trying to do this year. But let me be clear, we really want Canada open. Our cross Gulf and approximately 45% of Southeast cruises rely on Canada. And while this is Southeast Conference, you know that cross Gulfs don't just feed Southeast, they also feed South Central. If we don't have cross Gulf voyages this year, that will be the third year in a row without cruise ships in South Central Alaska. That's a huge impact for not just Anchorage and the Kenai Peninsula, but also the interior. Those are the ships that bring the people to Denali. Many of you probably know the Denali Borough, 80% of their revenue comes from bed taxes, largely from the cruise industry. That's huge. If you're in municipal government, 80% of your budget going away because we don't have cruise ships, it's just going to continue to really, really hurt. Those voyages are approximately 21 ships, 140 voyages, and 450,000 passengers. So it's real. The other challenge we face, and that has been mentioned throughout this event, is employment. While CLIA Alaska is 2 people, not a hard group to employ, all of our partners are looking for people. And we know that that's a huge impact on them. If visitor experience is bad, it reflects on Alaska. We've spoken with Mayor Kremada. You know, he's very aware of, and we've discussed what happens if you can't fill positions and if people come. If you go to Hawaii and you stay at a beautiful resort and the service is bad, you're going to tell your friends and family. And we don't want that for Alaska. So we're all facing that challenge of how do we find good employees and how do we make sure that we have a successful season. So what I'd like to end on is positive stuff. Cruisers love to cruise. And I had no idea how much cruisers love to cruise until I took this job. And I didn't know how brand loyal they are. I mean, there's all these things that you learn, but cruisers love to cruise and they want to be back on cruise ships. We're ready. The industry is ready. The visitors are ready. We have had very low incidence of COVID on cruise ships. And when we have had them, the fact is the severe cases are extremely rare. We're proud of the season we had last year. CLIA member lines sailed to communities across this state with little to no impact on the communities and no burden to the healthcare systems. And we're committed to that level of success again this year. We have the policies and procedures in place. They're working. We don't anticipate those changing. And we're going to have agreements with the local communities again to make sure that we're doing things well and that the partnerships are still there. So thank you. And whoever's next is next.
Pretty tough to go after Renee because she's so much smarter than I am. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today and see all of your faces, or your half face instead of your full face on Zoom. You're all attractive, so Zoom was nice, but I'd rather see a half a face and get a hug from someone like Jan, who I haven't seen in probably a year and a half. So I've always loved Southeast Conference. I think it's a great organization, and the conference itself twice a year is great. And thank you so much for staying at our hotel in Haines in September. We really appreciate that. My company has 3 hotels in Southeast, one in Haines, one in Juneau, and one in Sitka. And we love Southeast Alaska. We spent a lot of money and time on our infrastructure here, and we plan to do all we can to help promote Southeast and to continue to hopefully have our hotels thrive here too. I was almost late this morning, so I was Googling how to successfully turn yoga pants into business attire, because I'm in a lot of pain right now with how tight these pants are, because the stress of COVID, I didn't handle that very healthily. For me, 2022 is a big year. It's my 30th anniversary in the tourism industry. Yay! Thank you, thank you. And you might love, you might tolerate, you might hate the tourism industry. I am passionately in love with the tourism industry. It's probably why I've never had a successful relationship with a man, but I love it. And I honestly think I love it because I don't think it's an industry. We're referred to as, one of the drivers of Alaska's industry: mining, tourism, oil and gas, fishing, timber. But I don't think it's an industry. I really, in my heart, believe it's not. I think it's how we live. And tourism is also a culture, and tourism promotes culture. And think of how incredibly different communities have promoted their culture: New Zealand, Hawaii, Australia. And look at how we have been promoting the culture of Alaska's original people. Just over the last few years, it's increased so much. Tourism is also a driver for peace. And when you travel and learn about everyone else's religion, how they live, how they act, how they feed their families, you learn that we need to be a more peaceful kind of people. And that's really, really important. And tourism is the way we celebrate our lives. We love to celebrate. We go on our first date in a swanky restaurant, and I guarantee you that restaurant would not be open year round without the help of tourism. It might not even be open at all. And then we climb to the top of a mountain and get that perfect engagement picture. But you couldn't get up to the top of that mountain unless those paths have been cleared for tourists earlier. And then we celebrate weddings and birthdays and bar mitzvahs and New Year's Eve in swanky hotels across Alaska. And those hotels would not be open if there wasn't a really robust tourism group behind them. People spend their whole lives saving to come to Alaska, their whole life. I check people in all the time at our front desk, and they're so excited to be here. And they tell us that all the time. We spent our whole life saving for this moment. They're so, so happy. One of my favorite things in the world to do, but one of the things I hate the worst, is opening a hotel. It's super, super hard. But opening day is amazing. And the first guest that checks into our hotels is so much fun. We always have balloons and flowers, and they walk in, they're tired, they're haggard, they're hungry, they haven't showered. And they see this huge party for them, and they're like, what? Did they lose my luggage? Why are you happy? And then we hear the stories that they've saved their whole lives to come to Alaska. And people travel 10,000s of miles to come to Alaska just to have some Copper River salmon, or to have a big king crab leg, because they've never had one before, and they remember that forever. And why I love the travel industry is because my absolute favorite vacation I've ever taken was in the Sea of Cortez with Uncruise. And I think Dan Blanchard, the owner of Uncruise, is right there. And that was an incredible vacation because the food was great. The transportation was incredible. The boat was fantastic. But one day we were going to go gray whale watching. I'm like, cool. I love whales. Let's go. So we get in the bus, go over to the dock, and we get in this little dinghy that's about as long as this table, about 18 inches deep. And I'm like, oh, with whales, huh? So we're just going to see the whales clear out there, which is cool. No, there were gray whales all around us. There were gray whales going underneath us. And then all of a sudden one came up just before it went underneath us, sprayed whale snot all over us. And it was fantastic. And then the next day they said, hey, want to go snorkeling? I'm like, yeah, I'll go snorkeling. We went snorkeling with baby sea lions. And any of you who fish in Southeast Alaska hate sea lions because they take our salmon off the rod. But I dove down to the bottom and I had one dive with me. I twirled around, it twirled around. It followed me all over. It stayed just like this for what felt like 5 minutes. It was absolutely phenomenal. And I've been married twice. I don't even really remember being at those ceremonies, but I remember, for reals, I will never forget whale snot and swimming with a baby sea lion. I'll never forget those 2 days for the rest of my life. And I hope that maybe that's my last thought on my deathbed because it changed my life. That's what tourism does. So we can't talk about getting back to business unless we talk a little bit about the past. And 2019 was a banner year for tourism. Everybody had money in their pockets. Christmas was great. Big bonuses, life was good. Alaska got about 2 million travelers to the state. And then 2020 was supposed to even beat 2019. And I remember it like it was yesterday. I called my boss and I was bragging about how great I am. And I was juggling 400 tour groups and thinking how big my bonus was going to be this year and really excited about it. That was February. And then March hit and fear set in. And I decided that I was going to keep track. So I kept track of every cancellation we got for a month, which was a really great way to live your life. And in 4 days, we had canceled over $1 million in business. It was just devastating. It was just shocking. But that wasn't enough. So I decided to keep track of all the COVID cases around the world. And so when I woke up every morning, I got online and I tracked Utah because my mom lives there, and Arizona because my son lives there. And then I tracked what was on fire. New York was out of control. I had to track them. And then India went nuts, tracked India. So I had this spreadsheet of like 40 different locations around the world that I was tracking the COVID cases every day and the deaths. It was a little depressing. And but I just had to keep track because it was so unknown. And when you go from your best year ever to nothing was just so incomprehensible that keeping track was something I could hold on to. But there was a really incredible bright spot in 2020, and that was Alaskans. And Alaskans did what they do best during a crisis, is they come together and take care of each other. And my business partner and I were deciding how we were going to get through COVID and which hotels we were going to have to close, or how we were going to, take one hotel's money and give it to another, anyway, not to go bankrupt or to lose our hotel chains. And then we got a call from Kensington Mine and from Hecla Greens Creek Mine. And they all said, hey, we got to quarantine our employees before they go in the mine. And so we're an Alaskan owned and operated hotel chain, and we really feel like we have to give and should and want to give back to Alaskans. So we gave them a $49 rate in the 49th state, and we helped them. We paid our bills, we kept our employees employed, and then we helped them, because it was out of their pocket too, to quarantine for 2 weeks before going into the mine. And then the oil industry called and said, hey, can we do this in Anchorage too? And the oil industry filled our hotels in Anchorage for almost 2 years. And we did have hotels. Sitka and Haines specifically had no one staying in there for quite a while, 0% occupancy. But we didn't close them because the thought of losing employees and trying to attract them again was just too difficult. But Alaskans showed up for us. And then that summer we realized, holy cow, no one's traveling to Alaska. You couldn't get in a car, a bus, a train, an airplane because it was too dangerous. So no one traveled. So we partnered with Scott at Alaska Airlines and with the Alaska Travel Industry Association with their Show Up for Alaska campaign. And we did a little $99 rate and just crossed our fingers and said, oh man, I hope Alaskans travel because we're not going to be able to make it on our $49 rate. And they did. And Alaska showed up to the tune of $2 million for us that year, which was unheard of for Alaskans traveling in the summer. So if COVID wasn't enough, Haines had a horrific landslide in 2020. 2020 just couldn't get worse, you would think. They suffered a devastating landslide and it killed 2 beautiful residents and damaged so much community in Haines. And I remember I got the call that morning from my general manager. She's telling me about a landslide and I couldn't quite figure it out. And then she just went on and told me more and more about it. And there's missing people and devastation. She goes, well, what rate do I do? I'm like, why would you give a rate? Well, people want to book rooms. I said, I don't care. Just get them a bed. It doesn't matter what rate. And I don't even know how many free rooms we gave out to Red Cross or to locals, but that's what Alaskans do in a crisis. And one of the residents who died that day was Janae Larson, and she was a kindergarten teacher in Haines. And her mother, actually, I didn't even know it was her mother. She reached out to me and said, would Aspen Hotels give a donation to a playground that they're developing? And it's called Janae's Playground. And I'm going back and forth with her with my marketing hat on going, oh, is there sponsorship? Will I get a plaque? Will I get signage? And she said, this is just for the playground. I said, absolutely. And so we wrote a pretty hefty check. And when I got this beautiful box, thank you card and gifts inside, she said, I am so appreciative of what you've done. And I will always miss my daughter and this playground will live on in her name. And I had no idea it was her mom at that time. So they are still looking to raise some money for Janae's Playground. And you can go to any First National Bank in Southeast Alaska and donate some dollars for Janae's Playground if you can. So real quickly, I know I talk way too much. 2021 was a fantastic year. We broke all our records for 2019. I finally got that big paycheck. My boss loved me. Life was good. But when I look back at the numbers, the only records we didn't break was June, July, and August. And the independent travelers did come and Alaskans traveled and the corporate market was back. But without a healthy cruise industry, Southeast Alaska will not thrive. And we really saw that in 2021. In 2022, we do want to get back to business, desperately want to get back to business because we have to. It's a great phrase, full of hope and light at the end of the tunnel, but we have no idea if we can get back to business yet. It's February 9th. We don't know if Canada is going to be open. We don't know if CDC is going to play nice. We don't know if the supply chain crisis is going to end. And the supply chain crisis is massive. You can't get sheets and towels and lamps and pillows for your hotel because they're all stuck on a barge somewhere. And my daughter is opening a new hotel in Anchorage, and they have delayed their opening date for 2 months because they don't know where their furniture is. And the biggest issue for 2022 that we're really afraid about is the lack of employees. And on a given day, we'll have 5 interviews, 4 will not show up. We'll hire 1, she won't show up for the opening day. And that's even for senior leadership positions. Last year, as everybody makes fun of me, cleaning toilets and bathrooms, that's a real thing. And I'm way too old to continue that road that I've been on for the past year. But what our company has done to try and attract more talent is I've hired an HR director, and all she does is recruit. I've hired 2 new general managers. They don't have their own hotel. They just travel all over the state at our 8 hotels and fill in constantly. We just launched a new 401k program with a 6% match. And then there's wages. We used to pay $11, $12 an hour, and we are now paying $17 to $19 an hour. And so just those 4 things, our company is now taking $1 million off the bottom line to put into attracting talent. And, you know, what I should do is raise my rates, like, I don't know, a downtown hotel in Juneau. But we don't do that because we think we have a responsibility as Alaskan owned and operated chain to take care of Alaskans. And so we don't do that, but it's tough. It is tough to operate a business right now. And as I said, I believe in my heart that tourism is not an industry. It's a way we live. It's a way all of us in this room live. And I hope that you remember when you're walking down the street, maybe in a year, when things do hopefully get back to business, when tourists are in your way or they take your favorite seat at the restaurant, that it's our way of life. And that's how we have to survive, is through a healthy tourism industry. So I'll leave you with my favorite travel quote by John Muir, who loved Alaska. He said, "Of all the paths you take in life, make sure some of them are dirt." Thank you.
Good morning. How's everyone this morning? That's a tough act to follow down there, I'm just saying. My name is Mickey Richardson, and it's a real honor to be here today. I'm sitting in for our CEO, Russell Dick, but it's also an honor to represent our 1,550 Alaska Native shareholders this morning. So tough act to follow, but I think you made some very key points about if we look back at where we were in 2019. So, you know, at Huna Totem, we were very focused and very excited coming out of 2019. It was a big year for us. And I thought this morning I'd give you a little bit of insight into our organization, mainly because Russell's not here, so he can't stop me. But I thought that I would take us back to our award-winning sea trade, which was really monumental for our organization, but it was also monumental, I think, for the state, and has paid dividends ever since. But I thought I would just take you on the inside of the moment that we actually, in 2020, won the award. I don't know if we can get audio. Oh, great. So I'll talk you through it. So basically, we were up against two ports, and we were very excited to be up against Dover, England, and St. Peter's, Russia. And this is the first time that Alaska has ever been recognized by Sea Trade in the industry for a Global Port of the Year award. And so here we are in the moment as they're announcing the award live from Sea Trade Virtual in 2020. And you can see the announcer there. Anyone want to guess what he picked? I wish we had audio for that. I really do. I'll share it with you all online afterwards. But I think the thing to note here is that, as Carol was saying, if you go back to 2019, we were up against some very serious challenges at Icy Strait Point and Huna Totem. And I commend our board, and I see Anthony Lindoff there in the back, for staying true to our vision as we work through our challenges. It was not easy. If you look at 2019 coming into 2020, we were looking at doubling capacity. We had opened Wilderness Landing, which is our second port experience at Icy Strait Point. We invested tens of millions of dollars to make that happen. You can see also our new whale watching boat here sitting at the dock. We'd purchased 8 boats out of Alaska up in Homer. We were really geared up for the expansion of Icy Strait Point. We are very, very focused on sustainable tourism. In building the new port, it looked like we were going to have to move a lot of people as we had guests coming to both docks, separated by half a mile. The system would have required us to add over 100 buses to be able to handle the traffic. That's not sustainable for our community. It would not have been good for Huna. And so we invested tens of millions of dollars more to put in Alaska's first high-speed gondola system. So I can tell you from 2020, going to Huna and going to Icy Strait Point, it was almost a little sad, because we were there looking at all this infrastructure and investment and not the guests and the energy that they bring to Huna. So it was very, very tough. But as I said, for us at Icy Strait Point and our board, it was really important to stay true to the mission. And that's really what happened at Icy Strait Point. Obviously, there were some tough decisions and tough moments along the way. But one of the things that we had been working on kind of in the background was what we call the Alaska Native Tourism Corridor. And we had looked at how guests come to the state. And I would say without the pandemic, we really would have not moved that vision forward, because we would have been so focused on the job at hand to welcome all those new guests and to run the new facility. And because of that time, it allowed us to really pause and take a look back at this model. And I'll tell you another little insight is that we often go down to Miami and meet with our cruise partners. And unlike when we're here in Alaska, we don't stay in hotels. And I know it sounds maybe a little bit creepy, but we usually get a house, and it allows us to have these meetings, and then we come back and have this additional time to really reflect on what was said and what was happening. And Gloria, our CFO, was out with Tyler, our head of operations for Icy Strait Point. They were actually getting some groceries, and Russell and I were sitting at the table having some salsa and chips and Corona. And I said to Russell, I said, through the pandemic, the one thing that we've heard is two things: scientific and uncertainty. I said, so we really should look at how do we become more scientific in what we do. And I said, maybe we should stop looking at revenue. And for those of you who are in the profit sector, that's really probably something you don't normally say, right? Let's not look at revenue. And I explained to Russell, I think that we as Alaska should start looking at what we refer to internally now as an influence model, which is what are our touch points of our guests. If you look at this bottom line here at Icy Strait Point, whenever you look at the travel sector, usually you can say a guest is going to spend so much, and there's that ceiling, whether it's in cruise, whether it's in tour products and particular locations. But the one thing we do know is if we engage guests early on in the experience, I can kind of boil it down to happy guests spend more money, educated guests spend more money, they're more engaged in the process. So we started looking at our Alaska Native Corridor, and also where are our touch points with the guests. And I built this simple model to share with you today, but I think everyone should look at this whether it's in tourism or other businesses, to say, where are our touch points and how can we move things to influence our customers. And not only influence our customers, but also look at touch points where we have engagement. So we have engagement across in travel, we have engagement across the sector. They travel across our state, and they start in Seattle. So we just, and as I said, I just created some simple math here. For example, cruise industry in our world holds a lot of the influence, right? So where's our partnerships there? Then we look at places like Seattle. Seattle has hotels. That's the start of the journey. We move into Anchorage also for our cross golf. It's just vital, though. That's a very vital sector, as was pointed out earlier, for the industry. So we give them a little bit higher scores, and you can work these numbers out, and then we can look at holistically and start drilling down. Like you can drill down to social media. How are we influencing? Who's talking to our guests? So we started looking at this influence score, and that really led us to start looking across the entire state. And as we looked at the Alaska Native Corridor, we are reaching now in the neighborhood of around 500,000 visitors to the state. We also have our Alaska Native Voices product, which represents our culture starting in Seattle on many voyages and also reflected into Glacier Bay. They're there and doing the cultural interpretation for all the ships going to Glacier Bay. So we had quite a bit of touch points, but then we started looking around the state and saying, where else are we focused on cultural tourism around the state, and who else is involved? So we're very, very excited to announce last Thursday our joint venture, a 50-50 joint venture with Doyon Unlimited, which is Don and I, which is a joint venture that's focused on expanding tourism, specifically cultural tourism within the state. We announced that last Thursday. You might have seen it in the press. As part of that, that joint venture was formed and finalized on January 21st. And then on the 1st of this month, we closed and finalized a deal to purchase 80% of Alaska Coach Company. So we're very, very excited about that. Dennis and his team over at Alaska Coach Company really reflects Alaska well. They're a great brand. Their management team is just fantastic. And also very important to us is they have their Pacific Coast Company, Coach Company, which starts in Seattle. They're the face of Alaska for so many visitors that are coming to our state. They walk out off the plane and onto a essentially Alaska Independent Coach bus, and over to the ship they go. And we really believe that's the start of the journey into the Alaska Native Corridor. We also see Alaska Coach, here in Juneau. They have a base here. They have a base in Skagway. They're very well represented, locally owned and operated. And they're also the face for many guests when they step off the ship and get on tours. So we're very, very excited about that. But really that decision came from, as I said, going back to the influence model. And then also during this process with Doy Unlimited, we commissioned a study with McKinley Research Group. And really what we were looking at is not just opportunity in the state, but we were also looking at pinch points. So there are places throughout the state that are just beautiful. There needs to be some economic development there. How do we do that? So we commissioned the study, and we really came out really of 3 key areas that we're focused on, which is transportation, obviously with Alaska Coach, Independent Coach Company. That's the first one. And then second was lodging. Carol, we're going to be leaning on you a little bit. So we really want to help solve some of those issues. And then also we looked at tour products, because there's just really lots of opportunity around the state. And how do we develop new products that take people to authentic Alaska experiences, and also leaning on our corporate values around our culture and also sustainability. At Icy Strait Point, with the expansion, we now employ over 265 people during the season. We've been at 80+% Alaska and local native hire year over year. Last year, because of the pinch with employment, we were over 90. I think we were actually around 96% of local hire. So if you lived in Huna and you were between middle school and retirement, you were at Icy Strait Point. And our committee was very, very excited. I see Dennis out there as well. And Dennis and team worked very diligently to make sure we were the first community to have the health protocols in place, and we were ready to roll. We're very excited. And we just really feel like as we look forward into the future, that there's opportunity across the entire state of Alaska to create jobs and a sustainable future with tourism. And I'll end today with, we're very excited too. We haven't actually really officially announced this. We had Alaska's first high-speed gondola system commissioned with the transporter gondola that moves guests between our 2 port areas, that half-a-mile distance. But go big, right? Go big in Alaska. So we said, why do 1? Why not do 2? And so we put a gondola, for many of you know our product at the top of the mountain, Zip Rider. We used to take buses up there by the dozens. It's a high volume product. It sails out every day, regardless of the ship. Had people from basically like my daughter, we had to put rocks in her pockets to make it go down, to people well over 100 years. It's a very, very attractive product. So, but now we think it's even better. We added a gondola system that goes up to the top of the mountain at just shy of 1,600 feet, has spectacular views of Glacier Bay and the mountain ranges, Juneau Icefield from the top. And also we opened up on another 196 acres of natural beauty of Alaska at the top of the mountain, and allows guests to go find their own peace and their own view to take home with them. And as of a week before last, just 2 weeks ago, the gondola is actually finished to the top of the mountain, is commissioned and running. So I'd really encourage you to come. I know that those have not been there. Icy Strait Point is really a gem for the state of Alaska, and we continue to hope that that vision can move forward with Huna Totem. And you'll have to go for the ride. The drop over towers 11 up there at the top and 12 are epic, to the point that the team from Austria flew over to take the first ride. So it's pretty impressive. So thank you so much again, Scott, for having us. It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay, and I guess go back. And let me know when I'm up. I'm Liz Perry. I'm president and CEO of Travel Juneau. We are the destination marketing organization for the capital city, otherwise known as your local Convention and Visitors Bureau. The DMO world is wide and varied, and Scott is not wrong in saying that in some cases every year feels like 7. It just depends on the year. And I think we can all agree that these have been really challenging times for us. but we are really a value for the entire community. And it's a shared community because our goal is to help drive economic benefit to all of, to the communities that we serve. This is our particular mission. We focus on independent travelers. We focus on meetings and conventions, and we are getting into group travel as well. And by group travel, I mean those affinity groups, for example, that travel around together, whether there are knitters groups that travel, there are people who love romance novels, and they travel together. So finding these affinity groups, runners, all sorts of adventure groups, that's part of what we do. We focus on them. And also we want to recognize that we provide a lot of visitor services to our cruise passengers. One thing that we know is that about 1 in 5 cruise passengers who arrive in Alaska intend to come back as an independent visitor within a market cycle. So that is a pool of potential visitors that we bring in independently. We want to make sure that they're getting a great experience, that they're getting the information that they need, and just really enjoy the town. So what we do then is promote an entire destination. And inside of that, we're able to amplify the marketing that our partners are doing, our industry partners, whether they're retailers, excursion operators, restaurateurs, whatever they're doing. We want to make sure that they're getting the highest level of exposure for our visitors as possible. There have been a lot of changes in how we do that. And you remember, back in the days where you get these kind of coffee table sized books, of visitor guides and so on, and you see these beautiful print ads in magazines and so forth. We still do a little bit of that at Travel Juneau, but we have really made a shift to digital marketing because that's trackable. Any magazine can say, oh, we've got 1.5 million subscribers, but you're not sure how many of those people actually saw your ad. You're not sure how many people actually saw that article, for example. When we use digital, we can track all of that. We know how many people opened up an article and read it. We know how many people looked at an ad, clicked through, and went to our website. So we have very intentionally made this change over time. We're also engaging a whole lot more in social media across all platforms, which means we need digital content in terms of video and other kinds, and lots of imagery, because we're in the inspiration business. We want to inspire people all across the world to come and visit our destination. And what we're doing is true of your CDBs all up and down the Inside Passage. I also want to have a shout out to the Southeast Alaska Tourism Council, which is made up of the Convention and Visitors Bureaus like Visit Ketchikan, Visit Sitka, Travel Juneau, Visit Haines, Visit Skagway. All are part of this really big push to get people interested in visiting the Inside Passage and visiting those communities. So we work very cooperatively. One thing that I learned early when I joined this industry is that we have a term called co-opetition. So we all cooperate, we collaborate, even though we may be, on the outside in competition with one another. Here's some of the things that we faced, and I'm sure your communities faced this as well. Just the sheer number of canceled meetings and events. We know that, for example, a meeting of maybe 120 people who are staying over 3 or 4 days can have significant economic impact for the community. So you've got the loss of the venue, you've got the loss of that extra spending, the ground transportation, all of it. So yeah, we lost millions of dollars worth of convention meeting business over the last 3 years. We also found that travelers really needed information. They were confused, and they are looking for sources of information that are reliable and are accurate and are up to date. So the CVBs have taken it upon themselves to be the place where travelers can really go and get that information. And this is true also of the Alaska Travel Industry Association. We've all worked together to make sure we're getting the right information to travelers at the right time with the understanding that things may be different community to community. We also were working with our own partners who had a lot of concern about how to restart their business. How do I get these mandates in place? What do I do to keep my guests safe, keep my staff safe, and so on. So these were all challenges that we faced pretty early on. So to address those, one of the things that came through with the CARES funding that we did was the Juneau CARES project and program. So this had both an inward facing component for Juneau and an outward facing component for our visitors. And this was funded through a grant through the City and Borough of Juneau. We got it launched and it still has legs. What we wanted to do was provide, again, accurate information about travelers could expect when they came to Juneau regarding masking, regarding who was open, who was not, and generally what they could expect. The other thing is we worked with the Alaska Travel Industry Association, ATIA, and I worked on a panel with them to develop some templates that our partners could go in and use to develop their own protocols. So they could get their own rules in place, and again, with safety in mind for their staff and so on. And finally, we were able to secure a state grant just this last year, a couple of state grants to help roll out the message in our fiscal fourth quarter, which would have started, April and run through June. And then we were able to amplify that through the summer to roll out Alaska as a COVID conscious place, a safe place for visitors to come to. So we did a lot of digital marketing, a lot of what we call over the top marketing. So when you're streaming and you get that ad that you can't get past, you can't get past, yeah, we're responsible for that. But we wanted people to know that we were open for business and that we were being as safe as we possibly could be. This is a screenshot from the Juneau CARES website. This is a microsite off the traveljuneau.com site. We keep this up weekly, and if anything ever changes with CBJ about where they are in their alert level, we get that information as quickly as we can and make sure that that is up to date. We were using this to show who was open, who was not open, where people could go for other information. We had links to the CDC and other information sites, and we kept this up on a regular basis. Again, it still has legs. We still have lots of visitors visiting this site on a regular basis. This is what one of the pages looks like. What we did was make a little graphic using CBJ's mitigation measures that are in place at any given time. And again, when those change and we get that information through the EOC, then we update that accordingly. But people love visuals, and I think it really helps visitors understand what's going on in a particular community. This is a place where any business really can go to the Alaska Travel Industry Association and download templates for this, for their plans to keep people safe. And it covers pretty much all sectors: transportation, hotel, restaurants, and tour operators. So you can go in, you don't have to try to do this on your own. There are templates made up for you that are available at any time. For 2021, much like Carol was talking about as well, we saw unusually high occupancy rates. People really we've got this pent up demand for travel, and we know that this is true nationwide. So what we were seeing overall was that anybody who was open was really as busy as they wanted to be. Our B&Bs, said, I had to take a week or so off. I was so slammed. And what we really found was that our fishing lodges that are located inside Southeast, for which Juneau is a hub, so we're talking Elfin Cove, down on Admiralty, Favorite Bay, they booked up by the end of May, and they had to push guests out to 2022. People are wanting to get out and really, they want to get away from cities. They want real experiences. They want to get outdoors. Our operators were really busy, and we served with the traffic that we did get from the cruise industry and from small ship cruises and our just FIT that were in town. We had over 11,000 visitors, which is just about 10% of what we would normally have seen in a regular cruise ship season. come in for visitor information at our information center at the cruise ship terminal. That's what CST stands for. So if you go down to the Gold Belt Tram, we've got our visitor information center, and we kept that one open with some limited hours and with some volunteers, and we were able to give people on the spot information right there. Oh, sorry. There we go. This was just downloaded. I got this Tuesday through Longwoods. This is one of their wave surveys that they've been doing really over the last year or so, trying to gauge traveler sentiment. And what I want to really draw your attention to is that COVID is here for pretty much for the long haul. We're pretty sure. Travelers that are looking out over the next 6 to 8 months, you can see, a very high percentage of them recognize that COVID may impact their travel plans. They're expecting that, they're planning for that. So it's something we need to keep in mind as we plan for visitors to our communities, that there's still a high to medium level of worry there. That said, the 22 season, we're expecting to hit just about what we did in 21 for FIT and our lodging, with the understanding that the B&Bs will be really full. So we are also getting our meeting planners back in the fold. Meeting planners are starting to look at new places to have their events. So whatever protocols are in place in our communities, that drives those decisions. So we're getting them re-engaged. Business travel is just now starting to pick up a little bit. We know also that staffing, like we've been talking about for the last couple of days, is going to remain an issue for us. Staff housing is a big issue. So we, as you know, many of our communities have seasonal staff that come in. Where are we going to put them? If we can get them hired, where are they going to live? And then this last little piece is something that I think has us nervous, because it does relate to that staffing issue, is that traveler expectations for service are really pretty high. This came from a little bit previous survey that was about maybe 3 weeks old, but these numbers have been holding. We know that visitors are looking for information. So they're going to CVBs, and CVBs are becoming really reliable places for that information. And we know that travelers are going to those places to get that. So this just kind of gives you a little snapshot of what kind of information that they're looking for. And this will be something, again, that we are going to be keeping up on a regular basis. And finally, here's our service levels. Despite the fact that every place in the world, and especially in the United States, we've been experiencing staffing issues in hospitality, travelers want the same level of service that they got pre-COVID, if not better service. So managing traveler expectations is going to be high on our list of things to really roll out in terms of our traveler communications over this next, I think it's going to be a market cycle. It's because we are, again, dealing with these issues that are ongoing, and managing those expectations so that we can retain staff is going to be a huge deal. Finally, shameless plug for Ironman Alaska, happening in Juneau next August. This is a huge opportunity for every community in Southeast Alaska to have these athletes come in once they are post-race. And we've had them for a while, so we're perfectly willing to shunt them off to you guys. So I invite you to kind of take a look at what you might be able to provide for those folks. And it's a well-heeled group, and they are looking forward to experiencing everything that Southeast has to offer. And I'm done. Thanks.
All right. And with that, let's hear it. I'd like to apologize for landing this panel late. We were supposed to be into the gate 4 minutes ago, but if we follow DOT guidelines, we're still on time. With that, I think what you can hear is there is much opportunity in Alaska and Southeast Alaska this summer. We see it at Alaska Airlines. The neat thing is next year we're adding 2 more nonstop flights. Or this summer we're adding 2 more nonstop flights, Juneau to Seattle. So Juneau will have 5 this summer. Ketchikan's getting an additional nonstop to Seattle, and Sitka will also get an additional nonstop to Seattle. And we haven't forgot about our friends in Wrangell and Petersburg. We've had an aircraft restriction in both those communities that we can only operate at 700. The reason behind that is not that the airports can't support it. The airports can support our 800, but we're being a good neighbor to our friends at Temsco. The 800s there in Petersburg, we have to power them up and do a little more thrust when we turn around. And doing so, little helicopters don't seem to like that thrust as we go by. So we are taking a tug from Juneau, sending it down to Petersburg. So we'll be able to run an 800 in there during peak times like 4th of July when everybody's coming home for their reunions and so on and so forth. So we're excited about that. There is much opportunity. If you look in the back there and you want to experience some of that snot that Carol was talking about, Captain Dan has taken reservations. And if you're going to do that, you might as well take advantage of taking 10% off your next Alaska Airlines flight. There's a bunch of cards back there. And I don't want to be the one to slow down the congressman for all Alaska. So I'm going to turn it over to Robert so we can get going. I believe all the panelists are going to be here. If you have questions for them, don't hesitate. Thank you very much.
Okay. So the only thing more amazing than the amazing products are the awesome people here. So thank you all again. We're going to use the Congressman's video address as our segue into our next speaker.
Hello, this is Congressman Dept.
Nope. That's just a preview. So let's wait for it. So two things, good news and bad news. Lunch is ready. And when you eat it, you don't have to wear a mask. When we come back down, we're done eating. We did so good yesterday. We got to tighten up a little bit, okay? CBJ, our hall host, and our next panel are depending on us to be masked up to create that bubble for them. So they've agreed to come down in person. So that's, I've been asked to remind you. And so you are reminded. So let's get through the lunch line. We'll hear from the congressman. And then we're going to hear from AIDEA, who's then going to introduce our new Commissioner of Commerce. We're excited to have one of our very own there at the helm. And AIDEA is also our lunch sponsor. So one more round of applause, please, for our sponsors, our speakers, and the great morning we've had so far. All right.
Hello, this is Congressman Don Young, and I want to thank the Southeast Conference for inviting me to speak with you today. I'd like to be there in person as you.
And it's programs like, I'm not talking anymore now, forget it. No way. One of the reasons that brought me to AIDEA was this program. And I believe AIDEA is at times really defined by the large projects that we've gotten involved in or are being involved in at this point or going to be involved in. But it's the, boots on the ground, the grassroots programs that have a real day-to-day impact that I see tangible results from. And the loan participation program is one of those programs, and it's a very large program for the organization. The reason why it's been so impactful is that it really is set up to establish a financial market that doesn't exist in Alaska, that exists pretty much everywhere else in the lower 48. And that's the role of a REIT or a commercial lender that partners up with the private financial sector. Well, when COVID hit, because of the concentration of industries, specifically in tourism, there was, gosh, it was tough. And we've heard about that on panel after panel about how tough COVID has been and continues to be on the state. And it's always a reminder that these weren't self-inflicted wounds on these businesses. These were businesses that were doing very well, that had, an unfair curveball thrown at them. Well, we as the authority and the Economic Development Authority of Alaska, because of our statutes, because of our regulations, we have the ability to be patient. We have the ability to go in and work with these borrowers to get them to see to the other side of a very difficult environment. We were at one point over half of our loan participation portfolio, which currently sits at 450 million, was under modification, which that meant needed some sort of financial relief because COVID impacted their businesses to the point where it was becoming difficult to service their debt. We stepped in, and I believe that was just under 88, 89 different loans, right, Alan? Stepped in, provided patient financial modifications, and allowed these companies to work through their situations in order to see the other side to where they could start participating back in the recovery. Today, I believe we have less than 6 of those loans that are now on modification, and we've worked through each and every one of them that way that the business owners and the underlying the communities that they represent were not affected, if anything, minorly affected. So this is really one of the driving programs that when I looked at migrating from the private sector, a 20-year history or career managing multi-billion-dollar portfolios in direct lending, what I wanted to do with the rest of my career, this is one of the programs that was really the driving factor for me to come up to AIDEA and establish a root and a presence in Alaska.
One of the very first communities that he engaged with was Haynes, was going over,
Yep.
really meeting with a lot of people, and you took your family.
I took my family, yeah. So the first trip outside of Anchorage, I actually took the scariest plane trip in my entire life down to Haynes. And I've come a little bit more comfortable with that, but I'm, Mayor Doug, I love you, but I'm going to have to really build up a lot more, confidence to continue to come down there. But Haynes, just real quickly, Haynes is really near and dear to my heart prior to me coming up here. In fact, the first day I started at AIDEA was the first time my foot set ground in the state. But my dad was in Haynes when he was 41 years old, and he was part of the production crew for the movie White Fang. And when he came back, all he could tell me was how great the community was, how receptive it was. And unfortunately, we were planning on coming back with him. He passed much too soon in his life, but that never stopped, the passion and the desire to be up here and to be, a part of what my dad saw. And quite frankly, my grandmother and grandfather saw, because they're University of Alaska Fairbanks graduates, and they also got engaged up here. So I have this weird roundabout connection to Alaska. I was always going to be here, guys. So you're just going to have to deal with me. So, but with that, we're going to continue pushing forward on all the programs that benefit Alaska and our underlying mission. But I also want to make sure everybody's aware that the loan participation program, the AK ships program, the programs that affect everyday Main Street, that's what brought me here. And that's what you see as the tangible effect on a day-to-day basis.
So you're seeing a little bit of the heart behind the operation, right? What we're focusing on. And hopefully with the modifications that we put in place with the loan participation program, we're able to retain some of those jobs that Melanie was highlighting, right? That the reductions that happen in your communities, but keep some people here and be able to then build from that. We're working with parties like Huna Totem on the development of their dock and future developments. We're talking with parties right now in all of your communities about different commercial industrial sector focused opportunities to really grow that and continue to retain jobs, grow the jobs. That is our mission. That is our focus. If we could just go to the next slide. So I do want to take a little bit of discussion here about what we are critically focused on. This is a strategic initiative really that's broadly across the state, which is really the focus on strategic and critical minerals. Now, we have a situation where through executive order, the president has identified the fact that we really need to be defining domestic supply chains for these critical and strategic minerals, which is the correct way to focus on it. We need to be able to resource our own support for our military or our growing tech-focused economy. But in large part, those are all sourced either from China or from other areas that we were importing. Doesn't need to be the case. We have abundant resources here within the state of Alaska on 35 of the 37 defined strategic and critical minerals. So when it comes down to it, you're talking about large levels of zinc. Red Dog Mine, which AIDEA helped facilitate with the DeLong Mountain Transportation System, is the second largest supplier globally of zinc. Zinc is used broadly. Powdered zinc is used in manufacturing of everything on a high technology basis. The Ambler Mining District, which we're focusing on to ultimately get access to, is abundant in these resources and represents 4 to 5 of these Red Dog mine levels That's 3,900 potential job opportunities in the operation of those mines. But these are, as Deanna highlighted, these are really well-paying jobs. These are family supporting jobs. You know that already from the mining development that's occurring here in the Southeast. So this is not just 3,900, opportunities for Alaskans. And as you know, it's Alaskans that are working in these mines. This is not people from the lower 48 coming to do this. This is families that are attached with it. So, multiply that by 4. And that's what we're adding ultimately to the state of Alaska by getting access to that mining district. You have the same ongoing opportunity in the Southeast. The Bocan mine is one of the largest deposits that the U.S. has for rare earths. And so it has that same opportunity of defining access. The roadless rule, interesting enough, addresses or limits some issues on access to that mine and development. Federal permitting is a big issue ultimately in getting access in that mine development. The legislature has defined about 165 million in bonding, excuse me, for AIDEA to support development of the Bocan mine. So we're really looking at UCOR, who has the federal leases for that, to really go through and initiate that permitting process. And hopefully we're able to, with enough attention from the federal government side, but also with the state support, to be able to define this and grow that mine for the supply that it really can deliver for the U.S. and in full accommodation of the president's executive order on that. So this is why we really raise it. It's critical. It's in every region of the state of Alaska, but particularly because you know the mining interest, you know how to get it done responsibly. It really impacts and supports the Southeast. So ultimately, we really want to highlight, again, we're open for business. We're looking to engage with your communities. We're looking to really understand what those critical drivers are for retaining and growing your employment base and the economic development opportunities that you're defining there. So please do get in touch with myself, get in touch with Morgan, and let us know really what you're looking to focus on. So at this point, I think we want to make an introduction for someone special to the Southeast. So I have the opportunity to introduce Julie Sande. I don't think I need to introduce her. I think everyone is very familiar with her. She's a lifelong Alaskan embedded within the Southeast community. She's, runs the full gamut ultimately in looking at the role of Commissioner of Commerce. She's had public service for years with the Pioneer Home, being the executive director in Ketchikan. She is an entrepreneur in the Ketchikan community and broadly within the Southeast. So she understands the issues of small business as you're running the slalom right now of COVID impact and federal funding or opportunities that's there, recovery ultimately on the tourism sector within the Southeast. So she has full experience on that side, but she also looks at the macro level. And we've seen that within AIDEA. She sits on our board at AIDEA. She also sits on the board at the Alaska Energy Authority. So she gets the macro levels that are impacting the state. So ultimately, I'm very proud to be able to introduce our board member and Commissioner of Commerce, Julie Sande.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Alan, can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Thanks very much, Alan. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the remarks both you and Morgan were able to share. I've been so proud to be associated with AIDEA and all of the work that your guys' teams have been doing. So I just really appreciate that. And I appreciate being able to say hello. I'm sorry it's virtual, but say hello to the industry leaders both from Southeast and also from across the state. As most of you know, I was, as Alan said, I was named the Commissioner of Commerce just a few weeks ago. It's sort of difficult at times to imagine all of the things that have happened over that 3-week period of time. It's been a lot. Hitting the ground running is maybe an understatement. My first day of work was also the first day of the session. So you can imagine not having a political background, it was new information for me. I feel like I'm at the point in my position now where I at least know where the bathrooms are in the Capitol. So nobody has to walk me to the bathroom anymore, but I don't necessarily know all the acronyms. So maybe I'll feel like I actually belong when I start speaking in acronyms like everyone else. But for the moment, I still have lots of sticky notes all over my bathroom mirror, helping me along the road. But I'm excited. There's a lot of opportunities right now in Alaska. And I'm just excited to roll up my sleeves and work alongside the team at the Department of Commerce. I think just for brief history, if you don't know me, then I grew up in logging camps in Southeast Alaska. So rural issues, remote stuff is really near and dear to my heart. I was a logging camp kid until moved to town in middle school, and was volunteering at the Pioneer Home. We laugh about how I use the term volunteering because it was really by force. My little tiny Korean mom was very feisty and there wasn't a lot of volunteer about it. I was going to go serve the elders before I could go play with my friends. And I'm so grateful for that experience. Those elders and the pioneers really shaped me and helped raise me. I ended up going into a career in social work. Just my aspirations were really only to work alongside the team at the Pioneer Home. And I had hoped to retire as a social worker at the Pioneer Home. But over time, moved into a leadership role there and also served on the governing board at the hospital here. So healthcare has primarily been my focus in terms of my professional career. But parallel to that, our family owned and operates lots of small businesses in Southeast. And so between those two perspectives, I think I have a pretty good view of both the needs and the challenges of the public sector as well as the private sector. So I'm taking all of that and then also my a few years of experience at AIDEA and AIA, and hopefully all of those things will serve me well as I work with the Department of Commerce and their teams. I had an opportunity at AIDEA to work with Commissioner Anderson, and really her and Alan and their teams did a marvelous job. So many of you won't ever know about the details and what they went through to get that AK Cares money out as fast as they did. And with as much that was, changing, it seemed like it was changing as fast as they were rolling it out. But, I have so much respect for Commissioner Anderson and the work that she and her team did. So for me, it's just an honor to work with the team and then also to just serve Alaskans. I don't know that you'll ever find somebody more passionate about Alaska, maybe Bernie Carl, but other than that, I can say every day my intent is to just wake up and do the best I can and make decisions based on what I think is going to be the right thing for Alaskans and for the generations to come. So that's a little bit about me. But for those of you that don't know about commerce, and I've been learning as fast as I can. But so there's 6 core divisions with the Department of Commerce. And among those are administrative services, banking and security. We've got community and regional affairs. We've got insurance, and then corporations and licensing. That's I'm hearing a lot about that right now. And as we move forward, I think there's going to be opportunities to address some of the challenges. We've heard a lot from folks out in the communities and with the businesses about the challenges there. So I've been working with the teams. But in addition to those 6 core divisions, we also have our corporate agencies. AIDEA and AEA are 2 of those. So Curtis at AEA, Alan at AIDEA. But in addition to that, we've got folks with the railroad, the Seafood Marketing Institute. So I'm oil and gas. And so I'm working on establishing relationships with all of those. But just so for the folks in the crowd that don't know much about the department, we've got those 6 core services or divisions, and then we also just have the 8 corporate relationships or agencies that we've got relationships with. So I was hoping today, really briefly, I can talk a little bit about, I think, what I've been hearing from the majority of the feedback that I've been getting is in relation to some of the programs, the grant funds. So if I could spend a little bit of time just talking and updating you guys on where we are with that, I think that some of it's good news. So the first one is the grants to nonprofits to offset the revenue loss. So that was at $20 million, and we were able to partner with the Alaska Community Foundation. They've been wonderful partners for our department, and they've been helping us with that. So right now that round 2 of the application period is still open, and that closes on February 16th, and that's for nonprofits. And again, so many of you guys know, as industry leaders, the nonprofits are really the heart of our communities. And I think business owners like us, we're often hit to help support those nonprofits. And I'm so grateful for all of the support the local businesses provide in the communities. But at the same time, these grants are really going to be game changers for them in their ability to continue to carry out their mission. So I love that. This is one of the things I'm really loving about the position so far. So that the second round of the grant funding closes February 16th. And we hope, so far 99 awards have been made, but and I think that's about $10.8 million so far has been out the door, and we're going to complete the second round. So I'm excited about that. The next one is the AK ARPA relief program. And again, one of my sticky notes is it's the American Rescue Plan Act. God bless me and all of my sticky notes with my acronyms. But anyway, so the ARPA funds, so some of the challenges, and this is probably the thing that I've heard most about since I've been in the position. So that $90 million was really intended to benefit small businesses, tourism-related businesses that were impacted terribly by the pandemic. And I appreciate having the opportunity to be able to evaluate the program and figure out if we didn't hit the intended target, why didn't we hit the intended target? And then what can we do about that moving forward? So I'm happy to say that there's going to be a second round. And in that second round, we've revised the program so that instead of looking at net loss, we're going to be looking at gross annual revenue loss for that for the period of time. And so I'm hoping that in doing so, we'll be able to get the remaining grant funds out the door. We also are very aware of how sensitive the timing is on this, that the businesses need the relief, and they need the relief before the season. And so folks need to place orders now. And I also just want to say, your legislators have done a marvelous job of representing the concerns and the interests of their constituents. They've relayed that to us and our team, and we've also evaluated the information that we've gathered from feedback about folks that were denied. So with all of that, we are announcing that we are going to move forward with the second round, and that we're working with our contractor now. So I don't have a time frame, but I know that it's going to be soon, and that we're going to have that 30-day application period, and then the funds won't be allocated until after all the applications come in. We're able to evaluate that and then make grant awards based on that. So look for announcements on that. But today I'm just happy to say that we've revised the program, and that also there is going to be a round 2. The other one was our grants to local governments. So that's also been really exciting. Very much aware of how the revenue loss to communities has really impacted the communities, and really been wanting to make sure we can get those funds out the door as quickly as possible. So the communities have been, the awards have been made, the communities have been made aware of that. And I think at this point, we're just waiting for the signed agreements between the communities to come back before the funds actually get out the door. But just really heard the feedback about wanting to make sure that the funds were awarded in a way that was fair, in terms of, some communities were impacted in a much greater way than other communities were. So, especially as we looked at communities like Huna and like Saxman, we wanted to make sure that we fairly represented the loss that those communities actually suffered, and made the awards based on that. So So those are kind of exciting announcements from our department, and I think gives you guys an idea of what I've been working on in terms of our priorities. But other things, so we've got mariculture, I think everybody knows is something that is pretty near and dear to our family. And there's been a lot of really great opportunities in mariculture and opportunities moving forward that I'm really excited about. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But thankfully, our governor has been a great champion of mariculture. I think back to times, when, God bless Julie Decker and some of the folks from her team, I'd watch some of the testimony and it was like they'd say mariculture and there would be these blank stares, right? And now it's so interesting as I meet individual legislators and folks at the Capitol, everybody's talking about mariculture. And so that's really fun for me to see. And I love that. But so as the governor's budget includes the $25 million for economic recovery, mariculture incentive, and also grant program. And then there's the $5 million in the GO bond bill for the Craig Mariculture Infrastructure Project, which I know Southeast Conference is very excited about. There's also the AIDEA statewide planning grant allocation, and then the Exxon Valdez Oil Spill Trustee Council. So, all of those opportunities in the mariculture world and pretty exciting. I'm just grateful to see kind of a push for the industry in a sense that, there's a lot of excitement about it now. And I'm happy to see that and happy to see the industry moving forward. I think it's going to be great for the state. So the other thing that's been and I'm totally honest about this, don't know a lot about broadband, but I'm getting to know it. And I now at least can tell you what a LEO satellite is, but that's about as far as my knowledge and expertise goes. But so we're happy to announce that the office of the Alaska Office of Broadband will be out of the Department of Commerce. And for me, as I've learned more about it, it gets me really excited because rural and remote is near and dear to my heart. And I have always recognized, the ability to be connected. Those 250 teeny tiny communities need the ability to be connected to the rest of the state, both for education and healthcare. But also, one of the things that I keep thinking about as I think about the ways to help move our economy forward in the state is the challenge of workforce development. It's critical now, and I'm concerned about what it's going to look like a year from now. So where I think that there are opportunities to take advantage of and provide access to folks out in the remote and rural communities who have a lot to add and would be able to really help us out in terms of workforce, I'm excited about the possibilities that broadband will help bring to us. So the announcement, I guess, is just that broadband is going to be through our department. We're going to be working to stand up that office, and then there's going to be more information to come on that. Let's see. The other things that I wanted to just touch on briefly is, so we were notified in January that the state of Alaska has $30.7 million coming from the $50 million of the seafood processors grant. So that's very exciting for Alaska. That's going to be, it's the seafood processors. This I do not have a sticky on, so I'm never going to learn this acronym, so don't quiz me on this one, but it's the Seafood Processors Pandemic Response and Safety Grant from the USDA. So that funding is going to be granted to seafood processors, including at-sea processors, to reimburse for the expenses, preparing for and preventing exposure during the pandemic. So those applications are that is likely going to happen in the spring, but we were just notified in January about that funding. So that's really exciting. Just a couple more things. So the other thing that the team's working on is contracting with the University of Alaska for economic development and statewide comprehensive economic development plan. So we're calling that SEDS. And in case you want to quiz me on that one, I got that one. But so that is going to be, right now we're in the process of just gathering the folks in the industry, reaching out to them. We want to make sure that we have good, both regional input, but also industry input. It's hard though, because, you know, if you really think about that and you try to get folks from every region and every industry fairly represented, that becomes a pretty unwieldy group. So what we're trying to do is limit that, the scope of that a little bit, and then hopefully those folks will be able to reach out regionally to really gather the information they need to come up and provide us with really good data and feedback over as we develop the plan for the next 5 years. And then, you know, unsung heroes, but the economic development team and the revolving loan programs that they're offering, commercial charter fisheries, fisheries enhancement, mariculture, microloans. Those are really just boots on the ground kind of folks. And I appreciate so much the work that the teams have been doing, and also the recipients of those or consumers of those loan programs. They're all really fascinating to learn about. And it just makes me feel really honored. I think as I think about all the things, all the programs, all the people across the state that our team gets to work with and helps and gets to help, just helping to move our economy forward and build stronger communities. I can say I haven't come up with great work-life balance yet. As I've gotten into this role, I'm going to work on eating and sleeping. Those are like my next things that I'm going to try to figure out how to add back into my day. But for as hard as I'm working, I can tell you I am working alongside folks that are putting in way more hours than I am, much smarter than I am. And so not ever spending much time in Juneau, not spending a ton of time in terms of government or politics and policy. It's just been really inspiring for me, and such an honor to feel like there are, on both sides of the aisle, there are Alaskans working so hard on behalf of Alaska. And it just makes me really proud to say that I'm a part of that team. And I'm just looking forward to rolling up my sleeves and digging in and seeing where I can help. And just, I guess as a final thought, in terms of my vision and the thoughts that I have for moving forward or how I plan to lead the department, so far, you know, I give the example of what we did at the Pioneer Home when we had competing interests for limited resources, which is kind of the name of the game. But when that would happen and we couldn't come up with the right decision, we just boil it down to what was best for the elder. And I feel very much like this with this team. We make every decision based on what we think is best for Alaskans. How can we best serve Alaska? And so that's been the philosophy of my leadership style, and that's how I'm planning to lead the department moving forward. I'm just grateful for the team and grateful to be working alongside the governor's administration, who's been very supportive about do what you think is right for Alaskans. And so that I'm just really excited. Anyway, thanks you guys. I appreciate the opportunity to get a chance to say hi. I'm sorry I'm not there in person.
We are so excited to have you as our Commissioner of Economic Development, Commerce there. And, you know, the governor's strong support for mariculture just thrills us to death. And to have a commissioner we don't have to explain it to is even better. It's a bonus. So we're really glad that you could beam in and chat with us today. And we look forward to working with you as your tenure goes. And don't hesitate to call on us. We enjoy a good, strong relationship with your department already, and anything we can do on any level is we're here to be a partner. So
Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Bye, you guys.
all right, take care. Thanks. All right. Well, and again, thank you to Alan and Morgan, AIDEA, for sponsoring our lunch, for the resources they bring throughout the year to our communities and our projects and economic development in the state. So please, one more time, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
So we
honestly,
have
for your time.
Representative. What was that? What? Oh, I'm doing a mic drop. Okay. I was like, okay, well, you know, I'm pretty much ready for anything. But we're also ready for Representative Ortiz, who is here, because he values Southeast Conference more than closing special remarks and citations. And thank you for ducking out. They've adjourned. His colleagues are coming. Most of them, a couple of them getting pulled in different directions. The Speaker's office just called and said that she would be delayed at best. Hang on just one moment. Paula, hold that thought. Robert. You know what MARF stands for? You maintain absolute rigid flexibility. So Speaker Stutes really wants to be here. She cannot come at 1, but she's going to try to come at the end of the day and at least stop by, say hi, maybe have some remarks at that time. So yeah, and your colleagues, I think most of them are trying to make it down here. A couple of them may not. We may grill you. But speaking of legislative, where's Nils at? I saw him getting lunch here. There he is. Nothing like being instant in season and out of season. So as Rep. Ortiz is kind of getting settled in there, I want to ask Nils to talk about a joint venture that Southeast Conference, the other ARDers are working on with some of the municipal leaders across, well, the coastal, the sea. You know where the sea is, right? Okay, the sea can be a capital C as in caucus or coastal, or it can be SEA, but what is the sea belts?
I thought you were going to announce our free healthcare initiative, but
That's
next week, right? Hi, everybody. Nils Andreas, I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Municipal League. Thanks, Robert, for this opportunity in between bites. Last August, our members met up in Fairbanks, fairly far away from the sea. But one of the priorities that came out of that meeting was the need for greater attention to our coastal communities. And out of that conversation at the Alaska Conference of Mayors at the November annual conference, we hosted a session, something like a Seabelt Coalition or a Coastal Communities Caucus, where all the coastal communities could come together, their mayors, elected officials, et cetera, to talk about what's common across regions, but specific to coastal communities. And we've had a series of conversations since then, and I'm really excited to see the growth and attention that mayors are putting into this effort. It will complement, and it's in partnership with the ARDers, but with Southeast Conference involved as well. We're really just thrilled to be paying special attention to coastal communities, to port and harbor infrastructure, to water and wastewater issues, to supply chain, fisheries, and a number, and travel and tourism. So expect more from that. Some of you are already participating in that, but we're looking forward to a renewed focus in that sphere. With that, I will see some of you next week at our legislative conference, the 16th through the 18th. Otherwise, I'll turn it back to Robert. Thanks.
All right, perfect timing. Thanks, Nils. And the partnership that we have, really appreciate that, because we have to overlap on economic development issues, but we have distinct missions and we work really well together. So without any further ado, appreciate the fact that Representative Kreiss-Tomkins and Representative Ortiz could make it down. And between the two of them, they know everything that's happening in the House anyway, and they can bring their perspective. So we're just gonna ask you to open up with some initial remarks. What's going on? What are we looking for? What concerns you the most? And then we would love to just kind of get your perspective on a number of issues and questions, and we'll spend until the 2 o'clock hour, as if you both are comfortable to still with that hour long. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Robert, very much. I'm excited. I'm excited to be here. It's very much an honor and a privilege to be able to come before Southeast Conference and to give you an update as to what's going on in the legislature. I look out into the audience here and I see a lot of lot of acquaintances, a lot of friends, a lot of community members from the district that I represent. And I kind of view it as my job to make sure that I'm here and available. It's an opportunity for me to communicate with constituents, to communicate with leaders throughout Southeast Alaska. And so again, I'm honored and privileged to be here. And I'm gonna just jump right in, and then I'm sure we'll hear a more polished version of the way things are from my colleague here to my right, who's got more experience than I do in the legislature. So in any case, let's because this conference is primarily about economic development, economic opportunities in our region, I'll jump right in from that vantage point. In the area of timber, you know, I'm excited. There's a bill that's being put before, I think it's going to hit House Finance here in the near future. House Bill 98 is aimed to make small timber sales in Alaska more efficient, and it's supported by the timber industry and the Resource Development Council for Alaska. And we'll hear about that bill in House Finance later this week. I was prepped by folks from AIDEA this today on that particular bill, and you know, I can't see any reason why I wouldn't be supportive of that. You know, I come from a district that historically was much more supported by you know, the economy was much more supported by the timber industry in years past, but hopefully we can maybe not ever reemerge that level where we were back when we had the pulp mill, but hopefully we can continue to make progress on making timber a viable part of our economy in the future. And I'd be certainly supportive of that. In the area of the AMHS, so the Alaska Marine Highway System, I know that you were updated by Randy Herrero yesterday, Chief of Staff for the Governor. I serve on this as the Sub-Finance Committee Chair for the Department of Transportation and Public Facilities. We just spent 2 meetings evaluating the governor's requested budget for the AMHS. Last year, the legislature was able to fund the system for 18 months, largely with federal dollars. This allowed the system to have the stability of knowing what their budget would be through the end of 2022, the calendar year, as opposed to the end of the fiscal year in June, giving 6 more months of budget security. So that was a good thing. You know, in my discussions with the management of AMHS, you know, it's been clear to me through my communication with constituents that the system needs some reliability. It needs to return to a system where people can make a reservation and they know that that reservation will be held and will be, you know, backed up with actual service. And, you know, we've gotten frankly away from that. And largely, I think, because of declines in economic support for the system, but also obviously has become more unreliable as it's aged over time. And so I'm excited about the resurgence or hope for the Marine Highway System, largely based on the federal infrastructure bill and the work of Senator Markowski on that. And of course, the rest of the delegation supported that infrastructure bill and voted in favor of that. But, you know, when I was looking at the future of the Marine Highway System 2 or 3 years ago, it was looking pretty darn bleak with the budget that was introduced by the governor, by Governor Dunleavy at that time. And so seeing where we are today in comparison to where we were several years ago and looking at the Marine Highway System, I'm very, very optimistic. And it's important. You know, I hear time and time again about, you know, the importance of the Marine Highway System in a variety of areas in the way that we do things in Southeast Alaska. So I'm really excited about, much more excited about the future of the Marine Highway System than I was 2 or 3 years ago. So during yesterday's subcommittee meeting on the topic of returning to Prince Rupert, I was assured by, the committee was assured by Deputy Commissioner Rob Carpenter that the AMHS system is on track to resume service to Prince Rupert on May 1st. And, you know, the only foreseeable hiccup in that, according to Mr. Carpenter, was COVID. And, you know, if there would be another resurgence of that, or if the Canadians, you know, were looking again at potentially closing the border to traffic and those kinds of things. But absent that, is looking positive for actually being able to get back to Prince Rupert as of May 1st. I want to talk a little bit about the budget. That's the main thing that we do in the legislature. That's our main focus of our activity. And of course, I serve on the Finance Committee, and so that's really where our focus is. And one of the things that, you know, that I'd like to make clear is that in the caucus that I'm a part of, and that Representative Kreiss-Tomkins is a part of, we're really about fiscal responsibility. That's kind of where we draw the line in terms of our one unifying factor in our caucus is the need to make sure that as we move forward into the future, that we're doing everything we can to ensure the growth of the permanent fund, and that the permanent fund, as we've seen, you know, things move forward into the future, has just become so much more important, not just for the dividend, although that remains an important aspect of the permanent fund, but also for funding of state agencies, state operations, and providing the best hope that we can move forward into the future, having sustainable services being provided by our state government that we all rely on, and that we can do so without having to inject significant taxes on the people of Alaska. And so in order to do that, we need to make sure then that the permanent fund is never drawn on greater than what's called the POMV rule of 5% rule, that's now in statute, and that in doing so, you can never ensure, but you can better prepare, or you can better try to ensure anyway, that the permanent fund itself continues to grow, and the value of that 5% draw grows with it as the overall value of the fund increases. So we're committed to that, or to the 5% POMV rule, and mainly in the name of fiscal responsibility and ensuring the future that, you know, not only will we have services there provided by our government, that our roads will continue to get plowed, paved, that Fish and Game will be managed to their rules of following the Constitution, maximum sustainable yield, and all those kinds of things, but that we also will continue to have dividends in the future for future generations, rather than just the immediate folks that, you know, we're all a part of and all could benefit from a large dividend right now, which is what the governor's calling for. But that's not, you know, in the best interest of the future from our vantage point in the caucus that I represent. So school bond debt reimbursement, that's a big item that, you know, that I'm personally in support of. I think it's an important part of how we can help local communities, local municipalities keep their own taxes low, or not have to raise their taxes. If we can be supportive of school bond debt reimbursement so that districts can get support for the constructions of facilities in their districts, then they are less likely to need to call for local increases in property taxes and things like that. All right, tourist industry. Excited about that. You know, I had a discussion with Patty Mackey not that long ago. She's the Ketchikan Visitors Bureau director, has been for quite some time. And it does seem like, again, with the caveat of COVID and what might happen with COVID in the future, it does sound like this upcoming season is going to be a much better year than the year previous. And of course, a lot better than 2 years ago. So I'm really excited about that. You know, one of the things that I was able to do in the interim was I was able to tour the Ward Cove development project and their new dock that they have out there, the Ward Cove group, and impressive facility. And it's just avenue for us in Ketchikan to be able to disperse our tourist community, the amount of people that come into town into a more diverse area, and the facility that they have out there is awesome. And the amount of investment that they made was significant in order to do that. But now we're hoping that not only the Ward Cove Group, but the tourist industry in general in Southeast Alaska, gets to see, reap the rewards of some of those investments that have been made, and we can see a resurgence of the tourist industry. So after that, hey, just to give you an update on mariculture, we've heard a lot about it already. We know that the governor is in large support of the mariculture industry. I have a bill that's now gonna, it was approaching the finish line for a number of years in the past, but I think we're gonna actually get it done this year, House Bill 41, which I'm really excited about. It's gonna hit the Senate floor here in the very near future. I think the votes are gonna be there to support that. And then it's just dependent on the governor's signature of that bill. But his support of mariculture in general, I'm sure will largely indicate that he will be supportive of that particular bill as well. And that speaks, of course, to the importance of the fishing industry overall, and the need to, to find ways to grow our economy. And if we can give a jump start to mariculture, maybe we can increase that $6 billion a year industry to a $7 billion industry. And that would be really, really exciting, and new jobs, new opportunities, and markets for products in mariculture that just will never go away. People always are going to need to eat, and the markets are going to be there for those products. And so it's now's the time where we can move forward in that. So with that, I've talked a lot, and I'm going to have to give it up to my colleague over here, Jonathan Kreiss-Tomkins, who has been, a great person to work with, a great person to collaborate with on a number of things over the years. And as again, even though he's a lot younger than I am, he was in the legislature before me. And so, I always look to him as my experienced statesman from Southeast Alaska who can help guide me when I might become a little bit confused on issues. So with that, Jonathan Kreiss-Tomkins.
Thank you, Representative Ortiz, who was actually Mr. Ortiz when I was in high school for cross country. I think Dan covered the waterfront. I'll just add 3 additional points in terms of what the legislative lay of the land looks like a little bit. On the ferry system, I think there are, I guess, a couple of causes for optimism, but it's all in a relative sense. And this is the worst it's ever been, arguably, since the 60s and when the ferry system was instituted. And so the bar is almost could not be lower, short of the ships just getting sunk by torpedoes at dock or something. So I think there are, some causes for hope, but I think sort of constant vigilance is needed, even with infrastructure money on the horizon. I think I would also add that there's a ferry operations board now that some people are aware of. We basically rewrote that bill in my committee last year, and is now signed into law, and the board was recently appointed. However, I will be the first to say, and I said this on the House floor when it passed, and I said it in committee when we were writing that bill, I think that's maybe 1/10 of what is needed in terms of a governance shift and improvement for the ferry system. And ultimately having political management, even via an advisory board, and let us note, this is really an advisory board we're talking about, does not suffice and will not basically secure the future of the ferry system. So I remain a strong supporter of a public corporation model for the ferry system with independent governance that can make decisions for the long term for the benefit of coastal Alaska. And that will require legislation. I might be a little bit more motivated and eager to see that move forward than other stakeholders, although I do think in the long run, it's going to be a win and not an if that we have a public corporation. And just to analogize that a little bit, a public corporation, meaning a board of directors that have ideally long terms so that there's continuity and longitudinality in governance. And it's a model similar to the Alaska Railroad, which has been very beneficial to that public corporation, or I guess you could even say to the University of Alaska, the Board of Regents, which are removed from the day-to-day and year-to-year political processes that otherwise would affect the governance of that system. So that's the first of the 3 points I was going to add. The second is just earlier today, there was a bill introduced from 2 venerable legislators from the Mat-Su Valley, Republicans David Eastman and Chris Kirka, to move the capital from Juneau. So let us not forget that that is alive and well, and frankly, it probably never will go away. And there are real advantages to having the gavels and having the power in the House of Representatives. And that bill was referred to 4 committees, which is what happens when you have a Speaker of the House from Kodiak, Alaska. And a couple of those committees, one of those committees happens to be chaired by a legislator from Sitka, and another of those committees happens to be chaired by a legislator from Juneau. So who has the gavels and who has the power matters, especially in matters like where the capital in the state of Alaska is. And just keep in mind, in future years, this will be back, and it really matters who has the gavels. And the third issue I wanted to flag, and Representative Ortiz, I think, highlighted this really well, which is the permanent fund remains and will continue to remain a major issue. And this is probably, just speaking for myself, the most important issue for the future of Alaska in my mind. And I think a long-term conservative approach to management of our biggest asset, our source of intergenerational wealth, the permanent fund, absolutely must be paramount and forefront in all our decisions. And if that means a small draw, less than 5%, I'm all for it. And the permanent fund will be under great political duress this session. It barely escaped last year. There were a couple of nail biter 10-9 votes in the Senate or 21-19 votes in the House. It is really close. And I remain, I think, more concerned than most of my colleagues in the majority that that line will not always be held, and the permanent fund will be overdrawn and overspent in future years. And the only solution, the only long-term solution to protecting the permanent fund are future generations, and not spending it down and squandering that wealth for short-term political expediency, is a constitutional amendment that protects the entirety of the permanent fund. And just as a bit of a primer, a lot of us think the permanent fund is a constitutionally protected account. And in fact, about 2/3 of it or 3/5 of it, depending on the markets, is. But that remainder is not constitutionally protected. It is available to simple majority appropriation, 21 votes in the House and 11 in the Senate. And at any moment, billions upon billions, tens of billions upon tens of billions can be liquidated with a simple majority appropriation by the 2 chambers in the legislature. And that is a very real risk. I think it will become more real or as real in future years. And the only way to really close the door and protect the permanent fund permanently is a constitutional amendment. And unfortunately, I think we are a ways away from having that kind of political alignment that we can broker a compromise that would protect that asset, our biggest asset in Alaska. But I think it's just important we all sort of keep that in mind, because it's a tremendously important issue for the long term in the state. And with that, I'll pass it off to my colleague from Juneau, Representative Story.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, there, I just didn't click it up high enough. Thank you. And sorry to be late this morning. As you know, the House floor was going on, and I sit in the front row. So unlike these two who are in the back row, they could slip out, but it wouldn't have been very good for me to slip out. So Representative Andy Story, I'm really honored to be a rep from our capital city here in Juneau, homeland of the Occoquan. I'm so glad we meet in this hall. I am so glad we are the capital and that this group is so supportive of Juneau. And so thank you for that. I love that we have the Alaska Committee, who really is helping build our campus here in Juneau. They put a lot of investments. They've sold the assembly building practically given this assembly building to the legislature. So we can, we're looking, there's a committee to put legislative housing in there, possibly expand rooms. There's a whole bunch of ideas. It's at the idea stage, and we're fortunate that Rep. Hannan sits on our legislative council, and she is sort of overseeing those plans. So that's really good. I wanted to also say that budget is the big thing that we work on. And of course, we have a lot of federal money coming through infrastructure projects and through COVID relief. And I know tourism, we were hit harder than any other region in losing tourism dollars. And in the relief package, and I, excuse me, House Finance member down there, if things have changed, the governor was looking to use those monies a little bit differently, some of our relief monies. Last year, we put it into small grants to businesses, and I am hoping and he's using a little bit for operational dollars, and I am hoping we will be really looking at that and putting it into some more grants, because a lot of people still are struggling in different ways, and I think we need to be really aware of how we can invest in people and get us through this COVID recovery, which I view as one of the important things, a state government propping up our residents moving forward in our businesses. I also wanted to say that jobs for Alaskans is just critical. As you know, I sit on a lot of committees where we are short of state office workers and delivering services to people in many different areas. I was just at House Education, which I co-chair with Representative Drummond this morning, and Senator Begich has a bill that he's gotten through the Senate. It's on the House side. I believe it'll be very well received, and that is investing in training. It's got some federal dollars, 2.5 million that can be put out in grants to people who want to retool their skills, who have a certain amount, have some credits maybe never finished, or they want to go back and get a certification in like a mining field, or the Professional Truck Driving Institute, where they can apply for these funds. And I think that's a really smart use of our money, because we're going to need workers, and that's really critically important. I also have a bill hearing this afternoon increasing the pure pupil based student allocation. We've flat funded our schools for the last 6 years. They've lost a lot of ground with inflation. The fixed costs have gone up. You know, your fuel, you know, your health insurance costs, property insurance costs, just basically fixed costs. And so while we're saying we're fully funding schools, we've been flat funding them and increased costs. So it's eroding the support to the kids in the classroom. And so I think that's really important. I would say that our coalition education is a priority. It's a quality of life issue all the way from when you're little to as adults. And so I believe that's important. I had to speak on thanking people here who supported the mariculture bill that we finally got passed last year, expediting the lease renewal process, which really reduces business uncertainty to the growers. And it also lessens the workload on the Department of Natural Resources staff. And I'm pleased to say I just had an update from them, and they've really gone through a lot of the backups that they've had in their leases that were waiting for approval. So that's a really big positive. And they also have the area of appeals now that they can focus on. There was a huge backlog and people getting their appeals heard. And so they have assigned us a couple of specific people to work on that and work on that issue. So I see that as a really big positive. I know we've been talking for a long time, and I really want to hear what your concerns are and questions. And so it's an honor to serve with these two gentlemen. I learn a lot from them, and we are very grateful to be a part of coastal representatives just coming together to support the quality of life here. It's so important to all of us. So thank you for inviting us.
All right, well, thank you. Okay. We know you're hard at work. How much longer do you have to go? When's adjournment?
What's adjournment? That's the good.
That's a concept, right? It's a concept. You have live mics there. So we will take questions from the floor. Mr. Co-Chair, less than $6 million for state support for marine highway system?
Clarify, if you
Is
would,
that what's in the
Robert.
proposed budget for the state of Alaska's fiscal support for the ferry system this year?
Well,
from the
the main proposal being put forward by the administration for the Marine Highway System is to continue to use federal dollars to support both operations and the fleet, or, you know, capital projects that can address the fleet's issues that they have. So the actual GF, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the actual US or the actual Alaska contribution is down in that neighborhood that you're talking about.
Which actually is zero, because I believe the 6 million is DGF.
Right.
Which, and those monies are, would the state funds be swept to the stabilization fund? So there's something there, or are they just being consumed and ignored and not supported?
Yes and no.
Yeah.
The governor last year did sweep the marine vessel Marine Vessel Maintenance Fund, I believe it's called. He swept that, and I believe there was around $21 million in that particular fund, and that's my understanding. That's the main fund that we use to do maintenance and to do bigger projects than just maintenance as well. He did sweep that, and we were unable to accomplish last year the reverse sweep for the first time, I think, in recent history. And so in that sense, yeah, very concerning. However, again, I think that we are maybe skeptically comfortable with the proposal being put forward. You know, that in fact, these infrastructure dollars are going to be coming to the state of Alaska for the specific purposes of both operations and ferry overhaul, new ferries, those kinds of things. You know, I believe that take the AMHS management on their word that they're going to move forward with the replacement of the Tusty. I know that the governor was in Kodiak to announce that probably about a month ago now. And so, you know, I guess my comments earlier might have sounded like I was really happy about what's happening with Marine Highway System. I'm not really happy, but at the same time, it just looks a heck of a lot better than 3 years ago. So that's all I'll say to that.
Sure. Well, one of the resolutions that the body is taking a look at, which are listed on the QR code, which was on most tables, but here it is. Yep. Here, one of the resolutions, if it's passed, will be sent to you asking for a very strategic use of those funds so that more goes towards investment for the future fleet rather than consumption for the past model of aging, broken system.
We are absolutely on the same page on that issue.
We look forward to working with you on that, Mr. George.
Thank you, Robert. My name is Richard George. I'm from Angoon. I want to put in a word for the land allotment that was designated for veterans in Southeast. Land, as you know, is getting pretty well picked over, and a lot of our veterans have gone on. Nonetheless, Angoon for a period of time had the highest per capita veterans leave home. And I know Huna and Cake had large numbers as well. So we deserve that recognition. You know, I don't want it to drag on so long that I'm not going to be here to see it. But the thing is, we'd like to know that you'll pick up the ball and do what you can for us. And I really appreciate your time and effort. Thank you.
I could speak to that briefly. The issue at hand is federal, as I understand it, and the congressional delegation is working to move it forward. Though I know that this is where I don't fully trust my memory, but I think the legislature's passed statements or resolutions in support of that action on the federal level, which is what we try to do when there's a matter that is of Alaska's and Alaskans' interest. So yeah, watching it closely, hoping it comes to resolution sooner rather than later, and appreciate you highlighting it.
I'm Maxine Thompson. I'm mayor of Angoon. We just had my seat was still not even warm when we had a water crisis. And we also had really freezing temperatures throughout Southeast. And what happened with that is seaplanes rarely house the mail to the ferry. So twice within a short period, they had to do that. Now, the problem for our community is we don't have any scheduled services. If the planes can't go, and at the time, we were not having ferry service. Now, the problem that creates, it's a life or death problem, because we had prescriptions in that mail backed up. And we had more people being taken on emergency basis to our small clinic. And we don't have backup prescriptions in the clinic as a policy. And I understand why. But you need to understand that the ferry needs are not just for an individual to go and come into town and hit Costco. It's a life or death. It's a lifeline. We've said that several times. It's our roads. So the ferry system, in my opinion, is the only road that brings money to the table. So we have to keep that in mind always. So thank you very much. Representative Ortiz, I've seen you several times at the MTAB meetings. Thank you for your continued interest.
Mr. John Erickson from Yakutat.
Yes, thank you, representatives, for coming. A special thank yous to Kreiss-Tomkins. He finally wised up and made his district much better by gerrymandering, I don't know how, Yakutat into his district. I guess the two subjects I wanted to bring up are, one, I'm concerned that the municipal harbor grant wasn't in the governor's budget, and we've been saving our pennies and getting ready for that for 40 years, and finally decided to go out, and it's not in the budget, so that's kind of scares us. And then I hope that you support getting PFAS. That's all.
Yeah, I can just say for all of us, and I think this is true, the Southeast Senators as well, the matching harbor grant program is longstanding priority. It's tough because I think, just as a refresher, the legislature will pass the budget, and the governor, the most powerful constitutional executive of the 50 states, as the Alaska governor, has line item veto authority, and there's a 3/4 override threshold, which is the highest in the nation. So effectively, line item vetoes are made at will with no chance of recourse. And that's just worth all of us just being aware of. That's how things work in Alaska. And so I would think there's a good chance that there will be harbor monies in the budget that comes out of the legislature, or at least the House can say that much. Whether it survives the veto pen, and again, the veto pen is, for all intents and purposes, the final word on the matter, is a question that we don't have the answer to, but someone on the third floor could speak to that. And then on PFAS, I know that's an issue of increasing legislative attention, including both policy and financially. And Gustavus, Yakutat, other communities very much noted, and appreciate you raising it.
Thank you. Next question from Deborah Hayden at Grow Ketchikan.
Hi. I'm wondering about the possible outcomes for the Angela Rodell investigation, whether it would result in restoration of her to that position or some other outcome that you're aiming at by continuing the investigation, whether it results in some sort of legislation. What do you see as the end game here?
Thank you for the question, Deborah. You know, I'm an alternate on the LB&A committee, and as such, I attended the meetings where the decisions were made to investigate what took place in relationship to Angela Rodell's removal from her position, and I'm very much supportive of that step. It certainly brought a lot of concern when that announcement was made. And with that said, I really can't speak, I don't think, to you know, where the end game might be. Right now, we are in the investigative period. We have hired, the legislature has hired outside counsel, nonpartisan counsel, just basically counsel to look into what took place. They do have subpoena power, and so they can put folks on oath and ask them to come before their interview and try to determine what actually took place, and you know where the ultimate responsibility lies with the decision that was made. I have never, I shouldn't say never, I haven't heard it ever, you know, articulated that the end game could actually result in putting Ms. Rodell back into her former position. I don't know that there's hope for that. I can't say that there's, you know, absolutely no hope for that, but I've never heard it been said that the end game would be, as much as a number of people in the legislature might support that, I don't necessarily know that we would have the authority to actually implement her or to ask to require that she be put back in her position. But you know, that's all I know about it so far.
I just had two comments on that. I mean, the first is the Permanent Fund Corporation trustee structure currently exists. Although politically, this has never really been true up until now, the Permanent Fund Corporation CEO effectively serves at the pleasure of the governor by proxy of the trustees who are from the governor's cabinet. So the governor effectively controls the board of trustees of the Permanent Fund Corporation. Up until basically now, governors have always had a hands-off, very sort of fiduciary, apolitical approach to the Permanent Fund Corporation. After all, their job is to make money, maximize return. You know, there's not any of the sort of messiness of day-to-day politics really involved in the Permanent Fund Corporation, at least theoretically. And so there's just been sort of calm and peace over in Permanent Fund Corporation world, including on the board of trustees and including with the CEO. Arguably, that has changed in this instance. So as far as restoration of Mr. Rodell, I think that's basically unlikely, going on impossible, because I think it's highly unlikely that this governor would choose to reverse course through his cabinet and commissioners who sit on the corporation board of trustees. The second comment I would offer is that the structure of the Permanent Fund Corporation board of trustees is a matter of state law and the legislature writes law. And there's a bill that I'm hearing in my committee tomorrow that will rewrite how the Permanent Fund board of trustees structure exists. And so there will definitely be legislative consideration of what that looks like. I'm not sure the proposal at hand necessarily will be one that will get support of both bodies, but I think there's at least some interest in revisiting the matter. I personally would like to see, kind of like the ferry system, a more apolitical governance model where people at the Permanent Fund Corporation can just focus on maximizing returns and building wealth for Alaska and Alaskans, just like you want the people running the ferry system not to be, you know, political operators. You want them to be people who care about running a ferry system really well, year after year, decade after decade. And you don't want them changing every time a governor changes. And I think the last thing we want, and I think there is a parallel here, is that the management and governance of the Permanent Fund Corporation start to look like the management and governance of the ferry system. Because of what that would look like would be a disaster for the long-term future of the state. So I think you want apolitical governance, and hopefully we can affect some reforms to that end.
I just wanted to add a quick thought. I sit on the State Affairs Committee that Rep. Kreiss-Tomkins chairs. And it's interesting how the makeup of the corporation board would be. It makes it much more non-political, which is a good thing. But I also think that we really know that the people at the Permanent Fund Corporation board who do the investment and they're working hard, and that has not been disrupted. And so those good returns, as much as we can with the stock market, are really being overseen well. And so I just wanted to reassure people about that.
Thank you. And we're quick. We have time for two more final questions.
Hi, I'm Jody Mitchell from Inside Passage Electric Cooperative. I hope my colleagues here aren't tired of hearing me talk about energy, but you guys are our prime audience. I just want to thank you all for your support of the Renewable Energy Fund in the past and going forward. As you all know, we built 2 hydros with money from the Renewable Energy Fund. Infrastructure dollars, unfortunately, don't include funding for new hydro construction, although the delegation is well aware and they're trying to find a way to change things and make more flexibility for the state when those dollars come in. So I just hope that you guys will keep an eye on that and try to make sure you can help us. There's money for other technologies that, but obviously here in Southeast in our rainforest, it just doesn't make sense to be putting in solar and wind projects. So the other thing is that the Renewable Energy Fund itself, there's the 15 million that's in the governor's budget. But the problem is right now there's a $2 million cap per project. Well, you can't build a hydro with $2 million, especially if there's no federal dollars to match it. And the executive director this morning told us that that's a statutory thing, that you guys decide that. And also in the past, they have limited the amount of Southeast share because they think that we all have cheap energy down here when we all know that's not true. There are definitely people who have cheap energy in Southeast, and some of the cheapest energy is in Southeast, but also some of the most expensive energy is in Southeast. So anyway, whatever you guys can do to help us to change that, to reduce costs and rates for our consumers through Renewable Energy Fund dollars, 15 million, we could spend that on there and still need more than that. So, but that project is farther along than it ever has been. And then we're close to shovel ready. And then Water Supply Creek for Huna, the second project for Huna is close to shovel ready as well. So we are going to be in a holding pattern unless we can get some grant funding to keep going forward. So whatever you guys can do to help with that, I really would appreciate it. Goodness, Cheesh.
I think that we also heard that Representative Edgman might be working on a reauthorization bill for the Renewable Energy Fund, and that might give us an opportunity to take a look at the structure of that a little bit, and we'll be happy to provide input. So for our final question.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Snooks. I work with small businesses through Spruce Root. But on top of that, I'm a mom of 2 young children under the age of 5, and I'm also a board member for one of the daycares here in town. I think that one of the hashtags of this conference could be workforce development. What we've been silent on is the fact that many parents have struggled to pay for or care for their young children throughout the pandemic. Pre-pandemic, this was a major issue in Southeast Alaska. For those of you who have young children in daycare, you may be aware of the fact that it's more expensive to send your young children to daycare than it is for them to get a university degree from the University of Southeast Alaska. We have huge demand in Southeast Alaska for daycare centers. So why aren't there more of them open? Why isn't my office filled with people wanting to open daycare centers? Because the numbers don't work. I've looked at those budgets, and I can tell you that the only way that they sometimes get close to making a little bit of a profit is when they pay their employees $12 an hour. And when they don't provide healthcare benefits, 401ks, or any of the things that so many of us in this room have the opportunity to have. What are you working on? What innovative solutions can we create for our young children and our young families to help them have the care that they need? Thank you.
And if you could use your response to also give me final thoughts, you could do a summation and respond to that if you would like.
Well, I think they're looking to me, but that's because I'm the woman up here on the thing. And I know all you men in the room care very much about this issue too. And I thank you for bringing it up. One of the things that our office has been working hard on is just getting the federal relief dollars to out there to the providers who have been desperately waiting for that. And it is absolutely a workforce development issue. We've been trying, and I appreciate Thread gave a conference a few weeks ago, and they brought in some legislators from other states looking at what they have done to try and move the needle on this issue. And it's stayed with I didn't want to be discouraged after that. I thought Thread did a great job. It just took methodical planning over a long period of time to get people together on this. And we don't have a long period of time. I want to give kudos to Kensington, who I believe has done a partnership with one of the local daycare centers, their industry, to reserve some spots for their families and give some dollars to help with their employees be able to work. And I think we're going to be needing to look for partnerships. We're going to be needing to look what we can do at the state level to try and change things. And it's a huge conversation. I would think Southeast Conference should have a task force on it if you don't already, because it is going to make such a difference to having, it's part of the piece for the workforce too. Thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, thank you. I would really concur with Rep. Story's comments, and also worth noting, co-chair of the Education Committee and Department of Education Early Development. And I mean, maybe there's cause for hearings about proposals out there that Labor and Commerce Committee as well that could talk about solutions. To be honest, I don't know what the solutions are. And I don't think any, at least so far as I'm aware, have been surfaced to the legislature. And it's really, as I think many of you know, a two-way street. And basically, we want to be sort of vehicles and a medium for solutions that get proposed. And I've definitely heard of it as a problem and a lot of one-time money with American Rescue Plan and so on and so forth. But like, what are the structural and sustainable solutions? And I just don't know. And the economics of it are admittedly daunting, as you highlighted. So thank you for surfacing it. And I think just consider, I'm sure all of our offices, open door in terms of what could be done. I do know what the one thing I have heard on the solution side is that licensure is a bureaucratic nightmare at times. And that is something both in the executive and the legislative that can be worked on. I know I've worked on it a little bit in one-off instances with individual businesses toiling with licensure. But I have to think there are bigger picture structural solutions. No, just really appreciate the opportunity of the forum. I want to be mindful of the time, given we've got 1 minute till time. So I'll pass it to Rep. Ortiz, Captain of Brevity.
Yeah. Gee, thanks. I also just want to echo Jonathan Kreiss-Tomkins' previous comments. What we do here is so dependent on, and our success in what we do is so dependent on you folks communicating issues like we just heard, significant issues, and also not just communicating those issues, but communicating potential solutions, ideas. We're only successful as how well we do a job of communicating with the people that we represent. And so, thank you for the opportunity for this chance to communicate. Really, really do appreciate it. And yeah, with that, I'll pass it on to Representative Storr.
And you were the final word, sir. So we thank you. We know you rushed down here. You've been hard at it all day, all session, and you're going back for a lot more of it. But thank you for being available and to engaging with us on these issues, and let us know how we can support the causes that are going through your committees as we try to bring this session up on time and under budget. All right, thank you. So next, if I could invite the transportation panel to come on up. We're going to, we got a treat. We've got a couple folks that you've heard from before, and you've got a couple folks that you've not heard from before. And they're all have got good information to share with you. So looking forward to tomorrow's transportation symposium, which you'll get a little bit of a taste for. They're here. I know. Yeah, just anywhere on down there. Okay. As soon as our panel is seated and as soon as you are seated, we'll kick things off. So thank you for that. Okay. All right. We got our panel up front here, and we've got you all topping off your beverage receptacles. All right. We're still right on time, and lots of good information and engagement. Thank you all. So as you can see, our panel here, we have the 4 up front, and we've got 1 virtually beaming in from Cordova. Welcome, Clay. And we're going to kick things off with our new transportation commissioner, who I had the pleasure of meeting just recently in person. And he hails from Fairbanks, but from all accounts, the rumor mill says he's a go-getter. And so we've got some go-getting to do, and we're looking forward to working with him, and appreciate you being here and get a chance to meet the region. So we've got representatives from Ketchikan all the way up to Yakutat and other stakeholders from beyond that even. So you've got the region here, and each. Do you want to, you can either come to the podium or you can stay there, or whichever. We have a clicker here if you have slides. And then we're going to start off with the commissioner, and then we will go to the IFA, hear from, let's take it one at a time. So please welcome our new Transportation Commissioner, Ryan Anderson. Oh, sorry, here.
Okay, I'll get this worked out here. Well, first of all, thank you. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak to all of you today. I'm pretty new to Southeast Conference. I have so a little bit about me, I guess. I'll go into that first. The last 20 years of my career, I've been working out of Fairbanks in the northern regions of Alaska, which, we have a really big geography up there, working from Barrow to Nome to we do run the pipeline corridor all the way down to Valdez and Cordova. And so I've had opportunities to work in those areas, primarily, planning, design, construction, and then maintenance and operations as regional director over the past 5 years. when I graduated school out of UAF, I spent some time, my first 3 years out of school, I worked down here. I lived in Juneau and I worked at the Greens Creek mine underground. And that was a great experience. I really came to appreciate the importance of that sector and what that can provide. And so I've really, thought a lot about transportation. And one thing I've come to learn working all over the state, especially, you work up in the northern regions where they have so many unique modes of transportation, whether, the reliance on aviation, the road systems, but also the ice roads and the river networks and the importance of the barging and the fuel supplies and all those types of things. And when I entered this realm, and start this commissioner gig, which opens up to a whole bigger geographic area, there's just so many neat modes of transportation and unique modes of transportation to Alaska that I just feel like, with the marine highway system, it's another one of those critical, unique modes that we've got to care for, that we got to really think hard about and make sure we're making good decisions going forward. So really trying to learn about that right now. In my first, I think it was my first week of as commissioner, and I'm a commissioner designee. I have to get through the confirmation process. But my first week, I went down to Ketchikan and I spent some time down there at the headquarters with the guys and gals running that operation and really trying to start getting a good handle on these things. So that's kind of the story, I guess, in terms of where I'm coming from. And as we go forward, I have a lot of experience on the highways and aviation side that I hope is useful as well on the marine highways piece of it too. But I'm here to learn and I'm open to new ideas, and I really want to, make sure we're listening, especially to groups like this. I think this is a great opportunity for us. In terms of, DOT overall and where our focus needs to be over the next few years, at least that I've been hearing from people and really trying to think things through. One of our first big focus areas is going to be people. Alaskans can't rely on DOT unless our DOT employees, we have a good, strong, resilient workforce. And there's a lot of challenges there right now with everything that's going on in the world, hiring people, the vacancies across the board. We're seeing challenges when it comes to, the marine highway system, but also across the board when it comes to equipment operators, electricians and plumbers and all those people that keep up on our facilities, and then also mechanics and those folks. So really trying to tackle those recruitment, retention challenges and really keeping our workforce strong. That's going to be a big deal for us to make sure we have a good, resilient organization. We've had a few challenges over the past, few months that I think we did a pretty good job on. We had the storm events, up north and all the snow, and here in Juneau, I've been down here enough over the past couple months to experience some of the weather down here too, and it's been a pretty wild winter. So that's I think we're doing a pretty good job responding to those events, and we're trying some new things when we do that to make sure we're resourcing and we're being real flexible. And so that's been a big part of it. And then I'm pretty happy that we got the Taslina running. We had some real challenges serving the communities, and it just seemed that, that a big focus for us right now is reliable service to the communities, and we got to keep that front and center. And so whatever we can do on that front, I think we got to keep really looking at. The infrastructure, that's another big focus for DOT, right? We have this big infrastructure bill coming up. I hope I'm not setting off alarms here. But we're really going to be working to make sure with these decisions, these decisions on how we invest our infrastructure funds, we're making the right decisions and we're able to deliver the projects that are a result of those decisions at the right times. So you're going to see us really doing more for outreach on that front. We put out a survey, I think it was right when the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act came out, just a general survey. We threw it on our website. We put out some social media inquiries, and we got over 2,000 responses where people told us, hey, we have a lot of needs. These are where they're at. We're going to do more of that. And so you're going to see a second phase of that survey, which is going to be more of a map where people can actually point and say, hey, here's my problem. This is what needs to be fixed. And so we're really trying to get that general feel from Alaskans. And then we're also going to be reaching out, through our planning processes and the legislative processes to make sure we're on the right track. So as we move forward investing these funds, people look at these projects and say, hey, that makes sense. That's a really important thing for us as a department to do. And then another a really important focus for us is going to be partnerships. We really, there's a lot of resources in this state that aren't DOT. And as we get into these big infrastructure investments and the funds are coming in, we're going to be looking for resources to help us, figure out how to invest that funds and basically go out and do some of this work. So when we get into some of these things with discretionary grants or even, executing some of these programs like electric vehicles, we're going to be looking to other agencies, other groups that want to partner with us that we can, count on to say, hey, can you help us go do this? And then let's go do this. So more of those types of things and look into local governments and partnerships with local governments on so we can help on the planning levels. The local governments have more stake in decision making or more input in the decision making on transportation that DOT is working in. So those are some big picture things we're going to be focused on. In general, just a kind of a status on how DOT, the summer, and kind of our focus here over the next year. On the highways, the aviation side, we have a strong program for the summer for construction. You're going to see a lot of construction work. I think it's around right now we're estimating about $100 million in contractor payments. And so we have projects, Sitka, Ketchikan, all over the area here, the Haynes Highway and some projects out in Skagway. So that's we're going to continue on that track with some good construction projects, keeping our highways and our airports in good shape. And then of course with marine highways, our mantra right now is staying the course to reliability. And that's something we heard quite a bit. Besides the trip, my first trip down to Ketchikan, we did another trip where we just had the groups. We had both the shore side and then the folks on the vessels, just to have an open conversation with, hey, how are we doing? What are folks thinking? And the one thing we heard consistently across the board from our staff was, we got to be better about reliability. And there were a lot of good reasons for that. One is the service to the communities, but the other one is maintaining that workforce. It's hard to maintain a workforce if they can't count on having a job all year round. And so I think there's a lot of good there that we really need to think about and make sure we're doing our part to keep those ships running. So you'll see a big focus on that. And then we have a lot of exciting things going on. We have the testing and replacement vessel, the investment. So we're going to get that's rolling forward. We're getting the Hubbard, that one's the crew quarters are getting installed, so we can have that flexibility to run that ship when we get, all in a lot more locations. That would have been a great thing to have this past year when we got in this bind with the ships laid up. So that's a positive. Prince Rupert, we're on track for a May 1 to get Prince Rupert going back again. There's some unknowns there with COVID and Canada that we'll all have to make sure we're doing okay. And then the forward funding, so we can have reservations through an entire summer and we don't have to wait on our budget to be able to make reservations for the second half of the summer. That's a big positive that we're moving forward with too, as a common practice in the future. So a lot of good things. And I'll just leave you with this one really important piece of this Marine Highways puzzle is this Alaska Marine Highway Operations Board. And we're really looking to that board, for recommendations. It's a board that's going to be set up to really have an opportunity to look into the marine highway system and tackle some of these things like the short-term and the long-term planning and, the things that are going on right now, the current events. So that's going to be something, as a commissioner, I'm going to be listening to that board. The recommendations actually go straight to the legislature and the governor. So really going to put some energy there. And I know I've heard a lot about, some thoughts on some of the past boards and the DOT listen or not. My intent is to listen. So that's, and then hopefully we find some really good things to execute from that effort too as well. So with that, I think I'll call that good. Again, I appreciate being here and I appreciate this group. I've done a little research and it's a pretty neat group and I'm glad to be here. So I'll leave with that. Thanks. Thank you.
So next, no stranger to Southeast Conference, Ron Curtis with IFA. Ron? Good slides for.
Good afternoon, everyone. So plan on talking a little bit about current state, what's been going on in the last few years, some of our challenges and opportunities, and then a little bit of a celebration and looking forward to the future. And by the way, I really need to up my game on my PowerPoint skills because looking at some of the PowerPoints this last couple days, I'm seriously deficient. All right. Oh, thank you. All right. So jump into a little bit of numbers. By the numbers, 2019, we had a great year. Just about 44,200. I didn't do that. Okay. Okay, so 44,200 passengers, and basically we operated at 79% of fare box. And you know, after 2019, we all know what happened. 2020 happened, right? No need to kick a dead horse. So I don't even want to talk about it. So we'll move to 2021. 2021 saw pretty good. All right, here we go. Oh, come on. I'm impatient, if anyone knows me personally. So 2021, we had a pretty strong rebound. It was very encouraging for us. So I like to say we had a pretty nice return to almost normal. And so that looked like 38,671 passengers. And we had a 71% fare box recovery rate. And you'll find out why it was only 70% here in a minute. So 2022 is really looking strong with pre-bookings, kind of in our business. For our ferry, I mean, you got to think of us as a bus, okay? We're a bus from Ketchikan to Prince of Wales Island and back. Pre-bookings aren't usually very strong, but we do have some pretty strong pre-bookings this year. A lot of that's driven by, I do have conversations with the 4 biggest lodge owners on the island, and they are all already, well, all but one are completely booked for this coming fishing season. And the one that's not booked has, I believe, salmon fishing spots that are open for like the last week of June and the 3rd week of September. So anyone that's from here, you get why they're open. And then some things of encouragement also is just the increase in mariculture. So to give you an idea, the IFA 2019, we transported 2.1 million pounds of, I'm going to call it mariculture, but basically fish, eggs on kelp, and oysters off of Prince of Wales Island. Last year, 2021, we transported 2.4 million pounds of those same goods. With the mariculture stuff going on in Craig and the kelp farm that Markos is working on and others, only anticipate more in that area. So move on to some of our risks. So fuel costs are just killing me. So 2021 over 2020, 86% increase in fuel costs. I mean, y'all like the high oil price for, the permanent fund, but it bites us. So and that's the impact on the fare box for last year. So, and then, common theme, while being fully staffed right now, currently, over half of my staff is within 5 years of retirement, having a hard time attracting youth. And we've had a hard time retaining people. I mean, we've gone through periods of time where we don't have enough staff. Not unlike Carol, I enjoyed hearing the story earlier today how she had clean toilets in her hotel. right? I don't like doing night watch, but if you don't have enough people and you're the man up, or snow removal at the terminal, yeah, I've had to jump in and do it. And by the way, the night watchman is the person to make sure the toilets are clean for the next day. So I sympathize with you, Carol. So now to move on to a little bit of fun, okay? So we're actually celebrating 20 years of service. January 13th, 2022. We actually had our 20th, the anniversary of our 20th, the 20th anniversary of our inaugural sailing. Thank you. And, I'm just a custodian of what some great men did, right? Some 20 years, actually more than 20, 30 years ago when the planning cycle started, a bunch of ragtag individuals from a bunch of coastal, southeast, middle and nowhere communities came together and put something together that was special. So this was January 13th, 2022. This is home port in Hollis. This is the morning of the 20th anniversary voyage. You can see it was a nice snowy start to the morning, so hence a lot of people didn't show up. But anyway, it was a beautiful day. So when we arrived in Ketchikan, we actually hosted a banquet in honor of our founders, our champions, our communities, and our employees. And many of our founders were not able to make it. Actually, many are deceased. I acknowledged the founders that day. The founders are men like the late Kent Miller. He was actually the brainchild behind the IFA. And then the cast of C.L. Cheshire, Jim Bent, Alt Horst, Dennis Watson, Tom Briggs, Len Lawrence, Steve Silver, our own Senator Stevens, and our own Representative Don Young. These are the people that we recognize as the founders, the people that formed. These guys took a dream, saw a problem, found a solution to fix it, and then actually put rubber to road and made it happen, or should I say put keel to water and made it happen. So it just an amazing job, as I touched on before. Many of our champions are in the room, and Southeast Conference being one of them, and our legislators, as well as, and many of the communities that supported and helped us put this together are also in the room. So the IFA thanks you. And there's just some photos taken on the day. We had a small award ceremony. There were proclamations. Craig proclaimed January 13th as IFA Day in Craig. Ketchikan Gateway Borough, Rodney Dial did the same. In Ketchikan, we had the mayors of Thorn Bay, Heidelberg, several of the towns represented. So it was really it was a good time. And then, not most importantly, people that make it happen, right? My employees. So I have 4 employees that are 20-year vets. 2 of the people in this picture, 2 on the top, Brian Edwards and Barbie Armstrong, they were on the boat on the initial sailing. So they actually were on the crew that went down to Anacortes, Washington to pick up the boat even before we went on our first run. So these 2 individuals, Brian Edwards, interesting story. He was a deckhand on the boat that day. And on January 13th, 2022, he was the captain that sailed that boat on the 20th anniversary. So Barbie Armstrong was the deckhand. In honorable mention of 20-year vets, got Captain Scott Crane on the left and our operations manager and former Captain Rich Rogers on the right. This is just a group picture of the crew that joined the ceremony that day. Most of them not in uniform. The guys that were working that day, for the most part, except for the captain and the engineer, are not pictured because they're doing their duties. But we invited all the employees to sail out with us that day. The other thing in celebration, I forgot to mention, just to celebrate our communities because they were so supportive of us. That week of our 20th anniversary, we actually, we did free ferry for anyone that wanted to ride the IFA that week. So it was just a small token, a way to thank the communities for their support over the years. So. And we need to get back to business, right? And for 20 more years. And that's really all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. So we've heard from the commissioner, we've heard from the IFA, our operators, and pleased to introduce Clay Koplin, who's the mayor of Cordova. He's been a longtime champion for marine transportation, fellow MTAB board member, colleague on many levels, and has a really articulate grasp on the community's needs for reliable, dependable marine service. So Clay, glad you could join us today, and the virtual floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. How's my sound coming through?
Perfect. Awesome.
Okay, great. I think I heard perfect. Thank you, Commissioner. It was gratifying to hear your comments and enthusiasm. Welcome aboard. Cordova, like many communities served by the Marine Highway System, is an off-road community. And I just want to talk a little bit about the futurescape and I guess a vision for what the Marine Highway System could be. In so many ways, Alaskans have been innovators in aviation, particularly, but also with rocket launch facilities and now some innovation, aerospace, aviation innovation center in Anchorage. And then with our highways, it's interesting that where we have such a huge maritime economy and have and actually a lot of innovation in a lot of sectors of our maritime industries, we've kind of struggled with the Marine Highway System over the years for various reasons. So kind of want to look forward a little bit as we have some opportunities through infrastructure package and new technologies to maybe some opportunities that lie in front of us and how we can start kind of retooling the Marine Highway System as well with a new board, advisory board in hand, and again some strong support. As was mentioned in the previous presentation on IFA, the Marine Highway System in a way can be a business incubator. And so many of you may be aware that Cordova had, when we had some of the drastic cuts here a couple of years ago, we took the longest single gap in service, almost a full year. And it was just incredibly detrimental to our small businesses who had still held at least a part of their business model in partnership with the Marine Highway System to get over to Anchorage to connect to the road system in Whittier and do business there and transact on a personal shopping and professional services basis, but also clear up to industrial scale where our local seafood processors would haul fish and products back and forth and support their large processing plant in Anchorage in the case of Cop River Seafoods. I like to remind that Whittier Tunnel was a very successful addition of a highway segment that just dramatically reduced the runtime from Homer and Seward around into Prince William Sound communities, and it really resulted in some dramatic savings. And so we do have examples of where partnering with highways and marine highways can have good outcomes. So some interesting things in the last 2 or 3 years. Edison Schwest is a shipbuilding firm and have the oil spill the oil spill response and oil tanker escort services here in Prince William Sound. And they built a brand new fleet to support those services. And I had the opportunity to visit their training and control center. And it's astounding how they've developed the technology on board those vessels. And just for a little more background, personal background, I manage the electric utility here in Cordova, and we operate diesel generators. So we suffer the same pain of diesel fuel cost component of our electric rates, and also the high cost of labor to operate and maintain expensive and long life infrastructure. So we've had a lot of the same struggles as Marine Highway System with an intensive fuel cost driven and employment driven model. But the thing that's really benefited Cordova is the ability, or the electric utility, is the ability to have local employees that live here, and they become very, very familiar with the equipment in the ecosystem and the terrain, and have adopted a process of continuous improvement to just get the maximum efficiency out of our diesel generators as we transition to renewable energy and in our hydroelectric plants, and a highly automated system that helps optimize not only the renewables, but also minimizes the diesel fuel use when we're operating the diesels. So I think some of those opportunities are available in our vessels as well. A boater is really nothing more than a floating microgrid with onboard power and kind of a closed system, just like a small grid. And Edison Schwest, I was astounded. They had almost 3,000 data control points on their vessel. They had cameras throughout. They had high-tech engine monitoring that kept very good track of all the operating parameters, but could also predict failures long before they happened, could constantly monitor fuel efficiencies or declining fuel efficiencies. It just started giving them some new tools to operate and maintain the vessels. It was interesting to hop from camera view to camera view and literally all over the world and see these vessels sailing in different regions. They're onboard systems where they can build geographic fences and then use their onboard GPS to automatically override, a course to steer it off of a reef, for example, in the case of escorting vessels, or to avoid collisions and so forth. So a lot of interesting tools in data management, onboard automation systems. And then I think in a way we can couple some of these new technologies. As far as maritime power, it was great to see the vendors down out of Juneau that are operating electric vehicles or electric boats, 100% electric boats. And it's great for a slow vessel model. But the hybrid systems that are being deployed in marine highway or ferry systems around the world is an opportunity to pair battery energy storage with diesel generators to drastically improve their efficiency, and maybe sometimes even run in an all-electric mode. And we've done that here on our electric grid, deployed a battery energy storage system that can help dampen the fluctuations in the system, and that's improving the efficiency of our diesel generators as well. So as we look at some of those technologies, I think we have an opportunity in a way to kind of go back to the future a little bit and say, well, now we have a new toolkit. How can we look backwards to some of those things that have worked well in the past and kind of marry the two and try to chart a course for the future? So some of these kind of low cost and high value programs, like the cooperative marketing that helps in the regional planning, where you bring together several communities on a route and they collaborate amongst themselves to come up with optimal routes and that help drive the revenues and help avoid kind of light or empty runs. Designing and locating vessels that are specifically for some of these routes so that the boat can be placed there and stationed there. And the crews can become very familiar with the boat, whether it's the mechanics. Now they can participate or even mostly do the rebuilds and the onboard maintenance and services, so you don't have to farm as much of that out. But there's also just an embedment in the community where if once a vessel is sited locally and is reliably going to stay there, crews can move to the region or the communities, and they become kind of, they start working with their friends and neighbors, and they aren't just kind of flying into a system. So having, again, we understand it's Alaska and there can be weather disruptions, but if we can get back to that kind of 3-year schedule where businesses can start looking out in advance and say, hey, you know, maybe come on the marine highway system instead of a plane, because they have that confidence in the schedules and so forth. And again, those customer service tools, instead of the heavy manual processes, using apps and technology to notify customers if there may be a delay and so forth, and having a way to manage those systems more and connect them in more of an enterprise system where if a vessel's delayed, then the passenger system can connect to that and notify customers. So again, data management, a huge tool and a resource. The state's done a great job of starting to deploy those in other departments and on the marine highway system. And the more that we double down on those tools and provide a great customer experience and reliable service while reducing our fuel use and right sizing the system, I think we've got a great future in front of us. Again, as we have growing maritime industries and new opportunities for this transportation mode to be kind of a business incubator if we can rely on it. The end story here in Prince William Sound is that we worked with the administration. We've had fantastic service over the last year and a half. Our population is up 2% over the last, or I'm sorry, 7% over the last 2 years. Very rapid growth in maritime and aquaculture and mariculture industries. Much of that due, I feel, because of the reliability of a marine highway system and ability to get goods in and out. So thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to chime in.
Thanks, Clay. If we get done before 3, we will circle back for some questions. So if you can hang in there, we'll include you on that part. But talk about purpose-built boats and high fuel costs. If only there was a way to change the dynamics of marine transportation. And before we get into the next speaker, I want to just do an acknowledgement of Mayor Cremata and the municipality of Skagway's leadership on really putting this topic forward before it's time. So now that we don't have to play catch up so much, we've got a head start on the next generation of what could be the fleet for Alaska. And so we're just pleased to shoulder alongside that and continue that on. We've had discussions with the Department of Transportation and at state and the federal level. So we're really pleased to see what might move forward. And so we've asked Judy, who comes from, I forget, where do you come from? If only we had heard from her this week, we would probably know what state she came from. But she's been working with Ron, IFA. She's been working with the municipality of Skagway, and Lord knows what else she's been up to, because not much grass grows under her feet, even if she got a broken leg or two. She's been hard at it, and we appreciate that. And so with no further ado, Judy, tell us what you've been up to.
Howdy. So my name's Judy DuBose, and I am the North American Sales Manager for the Ferry Division of Thrustmaster of Texas. And in a second, when it gets queued up, I'm going to show you a video on Thrustmaster. But until then, while I'm from Texas, this is my 4th trip to Alaska within 12 months. So please don't think that I don't approve and appreciate Alaska, to the point where Mayor Cremata has told me that I am an adopted Skagwayian. Okay. And he close. So I'm going to make him an adopted Texan the minute he comes down to go fishing. However, Alaska and Texas have a lot in common. You all had a terrible, terrible landslide. We had Hurricane Harvey. And through both of those national tragedies, both of us got national attention, and both of us took care of our own. And so I feel like, while I am not an Alaskan, I share a camaraderie and love of country and love of my state and love of what I do that I want to share with you. So this is Thrustmaster, and as soon as it's queued up and ready. But I could make a joke or two about us maybe not being the largest landmass, but having the biggest city. Okay, this is our Thrustmaster plant, and there you go.
For over 35 years, we've continued to lead the way for innovation in advanced marine propulsion. We design, fabricate, paint, machine, assemble, and test at the largest thruster manufacturing facility in the world. We're a vertically integrated company ready to provide a solution to any commercial or government marine propulsion opportunity. We're your partners. We are Thrustmaster. Thrustmaster has a passion for delivering the highest quality products, and we achieve this by controlling each step of the process in-house at our 300,000 square foot state-of-the-art headquarters in Houston, Texas. It all begins with sales and design. Thrustmaster prides itself on the personal focus we give each customer through our knowledgeable sales and applications engineering, who work closely with our customers to ensure the best propulsion solution is selected for their project. Our products are designed by our in-house engineering team, consisting of PhD and MSc engineers with specialized experience in all facets of propulsion engineering. Our manufacturing plant houses every step in the production process, from the receiving of raw materials to the shipping of finished products, and ISO 9001-2015 certified. Our fabrication shop contains CNC-controlled machines for cutting, bending, and rolling, and a highly trained team of fabricators certified by all major marine classification societies. Corrosion protection is performed in our fully climate-controlled paint booth, capable of handling equipment up to 30 feet wide and 75 feet long by a team of NACE-certified painters and inspectors. Machining is handled in our climate-controlled machine shop, equipped with CNC mills, lathes, and machining centers, big enough to handle the largest thruster components. Our highly trained team of programmers, machinists, and inspectors have the experience required to machine high-tolerance components. All critical machine dimensions are verified on our Zeiss gantry coordinate measuring machine. Our climate-controlled assembly shop has vast natural lighting and is kept clean and well-organized to facilitate efficient, high-quality work. Control panels, electrical cabinets, and interconnecting harnesses are built in-house. Assembly cells are grouped by process and arranged to reduce the movement of technicians and material. Smaller components are delivered to these cells on visually controlled material carts to prevent the risk of foreign objects being mistakenly left in an assembly. In-process inspection is performed throughout the assembly process. Rigorous post-assembly testing and factory acceptance testing is performed on all of our thrusters to ensure proper performance prior to delivery. After your product has been delivered, our worldwide customer service team is ready to assist you with installation, commissioning, and servicing of your thruster. We maintain a wide range of spare parts inventory in our factory's 25,500 square foot climate-controlled warehouse, as well as our other domestic and international service centers. At Thrustmaster, we're more than just a manufacturer and designer of marine propulsion systems. We're your business partner. We're committed to delivering the highest quality products at fair prices through continuous manufacturing improvement and product innovation. We're your partner. We're committed to quality. We stand behind our products. We are Thrustmaster.
So that's who I represent throughout the entire United States and North America. So that's not who I represent. Y'all can stop that one. I gave up a body like that when I was in the Army. So Alaska and Texas share a couple other things in common. We both share a border with a foreign country and both have challenges, it sounds like, although I think ours get on the news a whole lot more than y'all's. But Robert asked me to talk to you about what Thrustmaster is working on as it relates to Southeast Conference. There's a few things. Politically, Thrustmaster has allowed me to become active in the Passenger Vessel Association. And I know that there are some members of the PVA that are in this room, Uncruise Adventure, Alaska Marine Highway, to name a couple. Passenger Vessel Association is a nationwide organization and has affiliates in Canada and in Italy and other locations. And they have a legislative committee that takes language to the House and to the Senate to support the maritime industry. One of the things we worked tirelessly on was the Infrastructure Act. And I'm not sure if Robert realizes this. I know my friends in Skagway do, But I went to Washington DC and briefed 19 different senators on why they needed to pass the Senate side of the House for the infrastructure bill. And I did that because Senator Murkowski kind of put out the call that she needed help throughout different states. And I called on both of our Texas representatives as well as 17 others. And 2 weeks later, it went through. So I like to think that the passenger vessels and Thrustmaster had a little bit to do with it. And in that bill becomes a lot of the language for the ferry business that you in Alaska are pursuing. And we are honored to be a part of what Southeast Conference is doing to support that. We are helping Skagway with their planning process, along with Elliott Bay Design Group, who is here. John Reeves, wave your hand. John also is with Elliott Bay Design Group, Business Development Director, and he works with Uncruise Adventures. He has a contract with Alaska Marine Highway, as well as numerous other locations within Alaska. And so we are working with Skagway on their planning process. We are working with Inner Island at looking at ways to potentially rebuild one of their ferries and keep it cost effective, showing that they can save money versus any kind of loss and not changing their Coast Guard affiliation and or criteriums. We are working with Gloston Naval Architects on the repower of the Tustamina. We are working with Elliott Bay again with Kelp Blue, who is in your mariculture, agriculture, marine systems, on the potential of 5 vessels for them throughout the world for the farming of kelp. We are also working with any of the other municipalities that are interested in potential ferries, and they're talking to us about what's going on. We hold the patent in the United States for an all-electric ferry system, and we're very proud of that. And along with everything else that Thrustmaster is up to, we have started a new barge company where we manufacture barges, and it's called Floatmaster. And Mr. Ward has a copy of the brochure, or at least his son does. And so we are diversifying. We're doing a lot of different things. We are thrilled with being a part of Southeast Conference and having this be our second conference to attend. And we are also looking forward to helping all of you achieve your maritime and transportation goals, because we are Thrustmaster.
Thank you, Judy. And I think you're going to be a regular fixture here, we hope. And so we're looking forward to seeing how this plays out down the road in the future. So last but not least, because he's not really last, this is kind of going to be a teaser for what's going to happen tomorrow as well. But I'm really privileged to introduce to you a national treasure. Okay, that's way too much. That's way too much. Okay, you know Bruce. Okay, well then you know it's true. You know, one thing, you know, public service is it's not easy gig sometimes, and it's a rare and enjoyable find to find someone engaged that doesn't just do their job, that goes so far out of their way to make sure that needs are met, bases are covered. And this started back 2 years ago, pretty much when the pandemic started. Bruce started reaching out to the maritime industry in the Northwest, especially in Alaska. It was every week. Pretty much he had a working group, AML, Samson, Southeast Conference, and others in the maritime industry were there. And he was constantly looking for how he could bring the federal resources in to help us get through. And now, as we're embracing our theme of getting back to business, he's brought a team with him that's going to be with us tomorrow to help share some of the resources of how we can enable our maritime industry and infrastructure to take that next step. So Bruce, thank you for making the trip here, and give us a little intro to you, what you're up to, why you're here, and what we're going to find out tomorrow.
Well, first of all, thank you. And I like how Robert strategically put me at the end of the session, because I have 2 speeds. I give you a thimble or I give you a fire hose. And Robert was very wise in giving me the thimble time slot. Back to the gentleman from Alaska Airlines that said brief, brilliant, and gone. I've been accused of the same, I've used the same joke many times and he wasted it, so I can't use it at this discussion. But having said that, one of the things that I have been observing, I'm the Pacific Northwest Gateway Director. I'm in Seattle. And over the past couple of years, as I've been talking to Robert, I keep coming back to this idea that Southeast Alaska is a maritime community. I don't care how you say it. Miss Sassy over here, I don't know your name. The lady with the gray hair next to you, she was yelling at me this for lunch earlier today, Miss Sassy. It was accurate in saying, Southeast Alaska is port communities on the edge of the frontier. That's what this region is. You cannot decouple the maritime economy from this area. In fact, what is the logo of this association? The only icon that's prominently displayed on this table is one of your ferries. So if I was to give Robert $1, and based on your comments, the ferry system is really the lifeblood. But from my perspective at MARAD, that's not the only lifeblood. It's the barges, it's the cruising, it's the fishing. And the maritime domain touches so many things, your ferry service. And to sit there and say, we at the federal government have programs that are available to help your communities be more successful in promoting their maritime activity. For instance, my two colleagues over there, when they get through engaging in the Blackberry prayer and look up, I'll introduce them to you. Tim and Travis, would you stand up, please? I'm sorry, what? Oh, you don't have a Blackberry anymore. But the gentleman in the back that commented about not having a Blackberry is responsible for America's Marine Highway Program. Now, the irony of that is I have been working really hard to promote that program here in Alaska, but America's Marine Highway has a very similar acronym to the state program. And I've been struggling to get people to see that this is a program that's available. It has a lot of benefits, but everybody here is ferry or marine highway, and it's been a showstopper just because of the name. So we've been working on really trying to address that. Travis is responsible for Port Infrastructure and Development Grant Program, and both of those gentlemen are here. They'll be speaking tomorrow. So if you have any questions regarding merit grants, the education, the outreach, I'll be happy to have that with you in more detail. I'll be happy to share stuff. Robert knows I'm really bad about blasting out like endless emails. I did one yesterday and I'll do one probably on Monday. But we have a tremendous amount of infrastructure money coming out. It will be spent somewhere. It is a competitive grant process. It takes time. You may have to apply several times, and there's a review process. We try to make sure you are educated in your grant application, because we want to see, for the discretionary grants, good projects that can be completed within 3 to 5 years. So we want to make sure that you have the right information to put together a good, reliable application. We have a port toolkit that you can work through. We have a marine highway toolkit. We have webinars. USDOT has a routes program. We even have the cabinet, the Committee on Maritime Transportation has a resource on 64-page resource of all the federal funds available to the diversity of maritime needs. So we really want to make sure, myself, Tim, Travis, we have other people coming tomorrow to talk about transportation. We want to make sure that your communities are aware of the opportunities that are affordable to you, and then make sure that you can leverage, back to your idea of collaboration. I learned a long time ago, I can give Robert $1. I mean, not that I will. Here. I'm gonna give Robert $1. Everybody saw that? But if Robert got $1 from everyone in here, suddenly he can actually go buy a beer. And so that's why I find it interesting. We're now moving in the area where we have to think collaborative. We have to think about extending our resources. The idea of one agency, one group being the responsibility without partnership, those are gone. We have to really think through how do we do that. In fact, I was looking at this. Sorry, I got my rant, Robert. Damn it. Look at this thing. What's the first one in the upper right-hand corner is transportation. What's the one right after that? Fund the ferry system. What's the second one after that? A regional transportation network. And earlier this week, I was talking to Barrow, and they're talking about the same thing. Alaskans are really looking at how do we connect our communities for economic prosperity? How do we keep the children here, the jobs here? So the age of one agency being responsible for everything is gone. And that's why I've been working with Robert and making sure you need these resources available to help you. So I'll get off my soapbox. I do 2 matinees on Saturday. And we'll go through all this again tomorrow. So yes, Robert, this is a taste. Thank you.
So, and speaking about tomorrow as well, I think everyone that's been here for at least one other Southeast Conference meeting has met and knows John Bowling. John in the back. So John is a recently retired city administrator in Craig, and the recent hire of Southeast Conference as transportation planner. We're so thrilled to have him as part of the team here, and his focus has been to work with each of the communities and tribes to get ready for this day tomorrow and make sure that you have outlined plans, at least to provide direction for accessing some of these programs so our time tomorrow can be meaningful. We've got a very robust schedule. We've got a lot of participation from the state. So thank you, Commissioner, for you and your staff's participation. Do you want to mention the staff that you have here today so they can be identified?
I guess this works.
See if they're paying attention to you.
Yeah, appreciate that. Let's see if everyone could stand up. I know in the very back, we have Catherine Keith. She's our change management director, and she's putting a lot of energy into the marine highway system. Andy Mills is our legislative liaison. We have Sam Dupovich. She's our communications, well, our public information officer for the region here, which super important. And I think we have Eric Taylor back there. Is that everyone's got their masks on, so it always can be fun. And did I get everybody? Is there anybody else? I think that's our DOT crew.
Great. And so we're really pleased that we're going to have a really good session tomorrow from the state. John's going to have some information, but then we go into the session that has the federal resources, and we've got folks from a number of different agencies, including a tribal coordinator from FHWA. So we want to cover all the bases and make sure that you have the information you need to move the communities forward. So we're very pleased to add that component to our week this week, and I want to thank everyone that's part of this panel today. We're going to take a break, which is sponsored by of
Texas.
there you go. All right, please thank our panel one more time. And we'll take a break.
Tomorrow you're putting on a few sessions, or?
Yeah, the whole session tomorrow. There's
Let me know what time you pick the plan, and I can give you a tour when I'll come over and give you a tour while yeah, next time you're catching me. So, we're in court, get in 11 o'clock in the morning, just go reload again at about 2:30. So
Okay, little time window there.
yeah, get 11 to 2:30, and yeah, we can stretch it a little. And that's when we did the banquet. Basically.
I'll get it back tomorrow.
hey, there's a king cake for you. You started eating over there.
That's how we do leverage for a $1 piece of cake.
They do. Oh, good.
Anyway, no, like I said, I've been working a lot with your staff over the years and hoping for that's. Oh, you look recognized.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
So that don't need to be electric.
Yeah, well, I warmed them up for you, so if it goes well, it's because I put you in a good spot.
It'll be fun.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, we're in the home stretch. We got just a couple more panels and maybe the speaker making a presentation or an appearance as well. I'm looking for our board chair, committee chair, Markos Scheer. He's out there nursing a beverage. He's going to facilitate this panel. We're really glad to have all of them up here. You know, fisheries is a critical part of our southeast and state economy. I was going to try to make a living at fisheries, but I just couldn't live off the net income. Okay, at least one person got it. All right, thank you. With that, I'll go take my seat and turn this over to Mark Scheer.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you all again for continuing this. Thanks, Thrustmaster, for sponsoring the last break. Really appreciate that. And we're coming into the home stretch here. But you know, we're going to finish strong on something that's near and dear to my heart. So this first section here is an update on fisheries throughout the state of Alaska and in Southeast. With us, we have some really terrific guests. Commissioner Douglas Vincent-Lang is here from the Department of Fish and Game. Jeremy Woodrow, the Executive Director of the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute, and Chris Burrows, the President of the Pacific Seafood Processors Association. And, you know, I have been involved in the seafood industry since 1985. So I guess that's 37 years in one way or another, when I started making boxes in the upstairs of the Silver Lining Seafoods plant in Ketchikan when I was 16. So this is something that's really near and dear to my heart. So you know, I think that probably the best way to do this is so it doesn't become too complicated for me, is to just work our way through the list and start with Commissioner Vincent-Lang. I want to give everyone a big welcoming welcome Commissioner Lang to talk about what's developing in the industry, and hopefully at the end of this we'll have time for some Q&A of some follow-up issues as well. So thank you, Commissioner Vincent-Lang.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you for the opportunity to visit with you this afternoon. I know the focus is fisheries, but there are other things happening in Southeast Alaska that my department's involved with, so I'll touch on those a little bit throughout the talk too. But let me begin with COVID. I think we're all can agree we're tired of living with this disease. It's becoming more of a reality every day that we're going to need to learn to live with this disease and find a way to get on with our lives. Early on, COVID really threatened fisheries across our state. Early in this pandemic, Alaska really had a fundamental choice to make. Were we going to let the disease close our fisheries, or we're going to find a way to fish by mitigating the potential impacts of the disease? Alaska, I got to tell you, the governor and ADF&G stood up ready. We decided to fish. I'm proud of the way fishermen, processors, communities, healthcare workers, the department staff worked together to find a path forward that allowed our fisheries statewide to operate. Thank you all for your efforts. Without you, this could not have happened. It kept our economy afloat during a really difficult time. Please take the time to thank department staff. They put in place all the required research and management infrastructure in a real great time of uncertainty to ensure we could have fisheries across our state. And I want to note that all of our area offices remained open. This is in stark contrast to other entities whose offices still remain closed today. Yes, COVID is still out there, but I'm confident that we'll be able to conduct our fisheries into the future, taking what we've learned from the last 2 years and moving forward. Yes, there's going to be new variants, but I'm confident that we're going to be able to tackle it with the knowledge we've gained. Let me also talk a little bit about mariculture. The governor and the department support the development of a viable maricultural industry. We are dedicating resources to grow this industry, both fiscally and through personnel. Sam Rabung, our Commercial Fisheries Division, worked closely with the Mariculture Task Force, continuing his efforts to grow this industry. And he's shown a willingness and expressed a willingness from me to continue those efforts in that front. As part of our efforts, we worked to ensure that we could obtain reasonable permits for maricultural operations that occur around marine mammals. This was a very good step forward because at first you had to have a mile around to haul out. We got it down to something more reasonable that fits both maricultural operators and also actually conserves marine mammals. Again, we see this industry as a new and growing foundation of the economy of Southeast Alaska and other areas of the state statewide. We're also aware of the growing issues associated with bycatch. The governor has established a bycatch task force to examine this issue and make recommendations on the topic of this controversial topic. This task force has met once already and has another meeting scheduled for Friday. I encourage anyone interested in this topic to get engaged with this task force. There's going to be subcommittees formed to evaluate all the different fisheries that have bycatch and ways that we can address this controversial issue moving forward. We're also actively engaged in the management of Southeast Alaska fisheries that are under the jurisdiction of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. Last year, we brought in over $11 million in federal funding to ensure we had the necessary research and management to fulfill our obligations under this treaty. We also brought in over $4 million to mitigate the impacts of reduced harvest that were negotiated under the previous treaty. And we have a citizen group of people that are involved with fisheries in Southeast Alaska that's making the decisions on how best to spend that mitigation money. I also want to point out that using some of those funds and other funds available to us, we bought 2 new chillers for the Snettisham hatchery that are critical for producing sockeye salmon in this area. And before I leave the topic of the Pacific Salmon Treaty, I want to take time to recognize one of your own down here in Southeast Alaska, Mr. Bill Auger. He's the alternate commissioner for Alaska in the Salmon Commission Treaty. He was recently awarded the Larry Rudder Award, which is the highest award that the Pacific Salmon gives out for the conservation of Pacific salmon coast-wide for lifetime achievement. Bill's an amazing individual. This award is well-deserved. If you see him on the streets or anywhere to talk to him, please congratulate him. We're also involved in issues related to the Endangered Species Act. We are able to successfully exclude all of Southeast Alaska's critical habitat for humpback whales. We're also engaged in a lawsuit that's challenging the prosecution of our Chinook salmon fisheries throughout Southeast Alaska that was initiated by a group in Washington called the Wild Fish Conservancy. A new threat has arisen challenging the impact of longline gear, pot gear, and other rope fisheries that are having an impact on marine mammals. While this is not currently directly impacting Alaska, we are closely monitoring the issue as we see it moving north. Finally, in a non-fisheries issue, we are working hard to stop the listing of wolves in Southeast Alaska. I know Chris will be speaking shortly, but I want to take the opportunity to thank the processing sector for their investment in our state. They are a critical link between our fishermen and the markets that they serve. I look forward to working with this sector to stabilize these industries and to look for ways to allow more creative product development that increases value. We also look forward to working with you on that product development. You'll hear from him shortly. We're also working to ensure that we can continue our sport fish stocking program that occurs throughout Southeast Alaska. We lost our means of supporting these activities when the hatchery bonds that built 2 hatcheries in Fairbanks and Anchorage were paid off. We are working with the legislature to establish a new surcharge that will allow us to continue and expand these important programs throughout Southeast Alaska. We are hopeful that this will pass this session. Lastly, I would like to speak about the state of salmon and climate change. As all of you are aware, we are seeing reduced productivity in many of our salmon runs across the state. Evidence is increasingly pointing to changing marine conditions as a probable cause. ADF&G is supporting efforts currently underway by the International Year of the Salmon to begin to put the puzzle pieces together of what is happening in the ocean. We have given financial support to the International Year of the Salmon cruises, and we have staff that are currently out on vessels in the North Gulf of Alaska evaluating oceanographic conditions and looking at the effects that they're having on salmon productivity. We also have 2 brave Alaskans, Tommy Sheridan and Matt Allworth, who are volunteering to participate on a Russian efforts that will be underway shortly in the Western Pacific Ocean and the Bering Sea. It is critical that we begin to understand how the marine environment is impacting our fisheries so that we can adjust our management to ensure sustainability into the future. In closing, I again want to thank you all for your involvement and support. We need to build upon this kinds of partnerships to ensure our coastal communities remain viable into the future and that you have sustainable economies. Again, thank you for the opportunity and to share some comments with you today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. We have 45 minutes for this session, so I think we have some time for Q&A. Would you guys prefer to do it per guest, or would you like to wait to the end? I'm good with either one. Wait to the end? Okay, very good. So that's what we'll do. Next up is Jeremy Woodrow, who is the Executive Director of the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute, which over the last 50 years has been 40 years. 40 years? It's been principally responsible for creating this incredible Alaska brand and seafood brand globally, and really remarkable work. And I think that the industry would not be where it is today without their efforts as part of that creating that value brand that's associated with the Alaska seafood product. So Jeremy Woodrow.
Thank you, Mark. He's trying to say how young I am. I've actually, so ASME just turned 40 in 2021. We aren't quite 41 because our statutes enacted us in, I think it was July of 1981. So I am actually just barely older than ASME. So just to tell you how young I am. But I have been in the fishing industry my entire life as well. But my name is Jeremy Woodrow. I'm the Executive Director for the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute. And I'm just, we all have about 10 minutes up here. So I'm gonna give you a real brief update on the economic value of the Alaska seafood industry. I'll drill a little bit into Southeast, and then I'll just talk a little bit about what ASME is doing to help maximize that value. For those of you who aren't familiar with ASME, I will start out every presentation with this slide. If you've seen me before, you've seen this before. But we are the state corporation for the Alaska Seafood. We are a public-private partnership with the Alaska seafood industry and the states. We're under the Department of Commerce, Community, and Economic Development. So it was nice to see Commissioner Sande up here today address the crowd. We're really excited to have her on. And we were sorry to see Commissioner Anderson go, but she was also great. So we're lucky to have two great commissioners working for the Department of Commerce. But as we under statute, our main purpose is to increase the economic value of Alaska's seafood resource. We do that through our marketing efforts and aligning our efforts with the seafood industry. As I mentioned, we have a report that just came out, hot off the presses in January 2022. We do an economic impact report every 2 years. The reason we do it every 2 years is mainly because of the pink salmon harvest in our state that fluctuates from odd years to even years, where odd years primarily have a larger harvest than even years. If you were to look at just on one snapshot, you'd have a significantly different value impact in an even year such as 2020 than you would in an odd year like 2019 or 2021. But what we do know, and so actually I'll stick on that on this report, due to COVID and 2020 being such a weird year, we broke this report out a little differently than we have in years past. And we really look at 2019 as a baseline and then how that varied in 2020. And so we'll see a few differences in that and some other slides I'll go on to here. But what we do know is that the Alaska seafood industry maintains its ranking as the #1 private employer here in the state of Alaska. It employs over 62,000 people in any given year in the state. And it's responsible for $15 billion of economic output across the country. So we are a big player here in the state, and we do make a significant impact here in the US. If we talk about just Southeast in general, Southeast boasts 4 of the state's largest ports of call in terms of value. It's also, the seafood industry is also the region's #1 private sector employer and makes up about 15% of the region's workforce. One thing that's unique about Southeast Alaska is it has the state's largest resident fleets. And that means that more residents here in the state of Alaska own fishing boats that fish in the waters of Alaska than any other region in the states. So this is definitely a fishing region. And it's the region I grew up in, so it's great to hear that too. Another thing that I like to point out on this slide too, if you look at pounds harvested, and I can't see the slide as well as you can, I think it's like 183 million pounds harvested and 158 million pounds of seafood produced. What that means is that this region is doing a great job maximizing the value of its resource. As a state, we harvest about 6 billion pounds of seafood, and only about half of that actually is exported out of the state. And so that leaves about 3 billion pounds or so that could be maximized in ancillary products. Here in the region of Southeast, you're doing a great job of using as much of that harvest value as you possibly can. So that's one thing that's Southeast unique from some of the other regions. Let's talk about value as a whole, and let's talk about COVID a little bit. Everybody's hammered COVID and the impacts in 2020 a lot, so I won't weigh into this too much. Everyone knows 2020 was rough. I know these slides are kind of hard to look at, but all you really need to know is 2019 was better than 2020, and that's obvious. But 2021, we had some, we had a little bit of recovery, not full recovery. And if you look at the bottom graph there, you'll notice that we are down about $500 million in total value across the state in 2020. And we gained that a little bit back in 2019. The industry is optimistic going into 2022. And I'll talk about a little bit about the value of seafood and the value of Alaska seafood and why we're optimistic going into 2022. But that doesn't mean that we don't have challenges. And, as much as we want to get over COVID, it still is here. We are dealing with supply chain logistics. Everybody is dealing with supply chain logistics, and seafood is not immune to that. Increased labor costs. We've all heard about inflation. Seafood is not immune to that either. And then COVID mitigation. Our seafood processors, as well as our fishermen, they still have to deal with ongoing costs to keep their operations safe and operational. And this started really in 2020. And as the commissioner pointed out, we're one of the few industries in the state that was able to operate in 2020. And part of that was a lot of these extra costs that the seafood industry incurred to be able to keep operational. And those costs still are being incurred to this day. And then, just because we're still dealing with a pandemic, there's a lot of uncertainty out there, and uncertainty causes, uncertainty among the marketplace about the price of fish, where you're going to move your fish, and just what's going to come down the pipe. And everybody's crystal ball is cloudy, and so that all impacts the value of our fish here at home. So let's talk a little bit why we're optimistic, though. There's a lot of slides that I could pick from, but this one really tells a great story about the value of seafood over the course of the pandemic. And something the pandemic did, despite depressed prices, but it did something at home that's, ASME's been trying to work on for over 40 years. And that was to get people to cook seafood at home more often than they ever have before. And this slide just shows e-commerce sales, and retail sales weren't quite up this high, but they definitely are up across the board amongst the different value forms. If you look at shelf stable, frozen, or fresh. But e-commerce really took off. And that's, shipping seafood directly to home. I know that's something that might be a little bit more difficult for us here in Alaska. It's, but I'm sure we all used to e-commerce, just maybe not e-commerce for our seafood. But the rest of the United States and the rest of the world really took off. And people started cooking seafood at home. And if you didn't cook seafood at home before, you tried it out for the first time and you started repeating that process. And people who maybe cooked it at home once a week are now doing it twice a week. And so we saw retail sales just soar throughout the pandemic. Now, that didn't make up for the lack of food service, but one reason we're optimistic is that food service is returning. People are going out to eat. And so we're hopeful that while they're going out to eat and they're eating seafood while they're out dining, they're also going home and they're making those favorite dishes that they learned over the course of the pandemic, and they're keeping that routine as a habit. Now, why does that put Alaska seafood in a great place? Well, our own studies show that consumers seek Alaska seafood. Our brand is still strong. We didn't lose that value over the course of the pandemic. Consumers are motivated to buy wild-caught fish. We command that presence in the marketplace. There you say 75% of consumers are more likely to purchase seafood when they see the Alaska seafood logo on the front of packaging. So that's something that ASME works really hard to do, to make sure Alaska seafood is called out on that front of the packaging. And even though we represent a niche marketplace in the salmon world, just to let you know, we used to be the big dog when it came to salmon, but we only represent about 15% of the global market share of salmon. Most of the salmon that you can find in the supermarket or anywhere in the world is going to be farm salmon. But 7 out of 10 consumers would still prefer that to be wild Alaska salmon over the farm competitor. So we hold a good place in the market, these stats show that there's a lot of opportunity to increase the value, or at least maintain our value of Alaska seafood. So what's ASME doing? Since I only have 10 minutes, I only want to share a few slides about some recent efforts that we're doing to help promote the brand of Alaska seafood across the world. And one thing we just wrapped up was a Wild Alaska Seafood Month across Europe. That was for January of this year. That started off with a restaurant week in Lisboa, Portugal. We took over 10 restaurants, had special menus and showcased varieties of Alaska seafood in those restaurants. And then we also did multi-channel retail promotions across the continent as well. We did in-store demos. I had digital and online promotions to support those in-store promotions as well. And then, let's see, oh, there you go. We also did a fitness center takeover. In the UK, the promotion was Strong Grizzly, and in Germany, it was Be More Bear, right? But a lot of this was to capitalize on the health-minded consumer, and a lot of people over the course of the pandemic have become more health conscious. And this was to be front and center when people are working out in the fitness centers, and to remind them that Alaska seafood is health food, and it's part of being a healthy body is by eating healthy food. Here in the US, we're actually in the middle of doing Show Us Your Hacks campaign, an Alaska Seafood Hacks campaign. Part of this is mostly all through social media. And I encourage everyone here to participate in this. No one knows how to cook seafood better than Alaskans. We know that for sure. And so you can show off your hacks. But the one thing we know that everybody, especially consumers, want to know how to cook fish. There's still some trepidation about how to cook fish at home. And so people want to know recipes and hacks, an easier way to prepare fish or easier way to, present fish at home is something that consumers tell us. And so let's see if we can get the video play here. Here's Gabi with what Gabi is cooking. I've been informed that it is Gabi. I don't know if anybody follows Gabi on Instagram, but here she is showing how to make some easy fish tacos. We've had a lot of great participation in this. And like I said, we're looking for others to join Senator Sullivan in this campaign and show us your Alaska seafood hacks. He's up there, just for you were wondering where Howie. But you want to get right? You want to get to Portugal? Yeah, no, me too. It's a great promotion, and another way that we're engaging consumers and keeping Alaska seafood top of mind. And that's really what Alaska Seafood's job is, to make sure that when consumers walk into the grocery store or walk into a restaurant, that when they think of seafood, they think of Alaska seafood. So with that, I appreciate the time. I know we'll have time for questions, and I'll turn this over to Chris.
Thanks very much, Jeremy. It's always tremendous to see that, to see the data on Alaska Seafood and that brand. And that is, when we talk about ASME creating value out of Alaska Seafood, that's what we're talking about. Consumer recognition and appreciation of that value, and willing to pay more for that value over the other options in the marketplace. And you guys do great work, and and keep it up. Mr. Barrows, you're up.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation from Robert to come and be with you today. It's nice to be back in Juneau. I identified a little bit as my hometown to a certain degree. I had kids that grew up here and graduated from Juneau Douglas High School. And my next to last tour, actually, I'm prior Coast Guard, so I apologize for not saying that. But my next to last tour was in Italy, and it was wonderful to go into the stores in Italy and the grocery store, and I looking for fish. And there's a lot of different opportunities to choose from, but it was remarkable to be able to see packages that had the ASME logo on it and Alaska salmon that I could get in the grocery store in Naples, Italy. And so that's the reach that I think Alaska Seafood has. And it's a large and a huge thanks to both ASME and to the department and the support from your government to be able to achieve that. So my name's Chris Barrows. I'm the president of Pacific Seafood Processors Association. For those that don't know PSPA, we represent seafood processors throughout the state. They exist all the way from Ketchikan and are really integrated into the communities that they operate in, all the way around Gulf of Alaska and out the Aleutian chain and up to St. Paul. The companies that are members of PSPA, they participate in helping process basically almost all of the seafood that comes and is harvested out of Alaskan waters and the federal waters off Alaska. So it's important, that diversity is important. And I think what I'd like to connect on both is to recognize some of the linkages to partnerships, important partnerships with government entities at the federal and the state level. with marketing entities like ASME, but also with, I think, some of the support structure and what I've heard over the last couple of days in terms of logistics and transportation and some of the themes associated with workforce development that exist also. The challenges of those exist in the seafood processing industry as well. So because our theme for today is, for this last couple of days is back to business, I think it is very important to recognize, and I appreciate the commissioner mentioning that from the seafood standpoint and seafood processing and harvesting, seafood has always been in business here throughout COVID. And it did not come without a significant and deliberate desire for that to happen, a goal for the administration to make sure that that was the case. And also the partnerships that they extended and the hands that they extended out to figure out how we were going to do this together. And I think as I've heard a lot in terms of some of the other partnerships we've had on the medical side of the house, which I never expected to be fully integrated with or as integrated as it happened during COVID. A lot of that was building the airplane as we were flying it from a COVID standpoint. So that resonated to me, and I think it's still a little bit true in terms of how we're figuring out how we're going to integrate and operate with COVID. It's here to stay. It is going to be a cost of doing business across all of our industries. That certainly is going to be the case in the seafood processing industry as well. You know, that the fisheries remained open, but they did remain open at cost. It was ASME and McKinley Research did some investigating, and the numbers that they came up with were mind staggering to me. It was $70 million processing wide seafood industry and for processors, the amount that they spent in 2020 to operate during COVID, and another 100 million in 2001. So that's not insignificant, and that comes, you know, within an industry that is operating at margins. Is operating with in terms of competing with global demand in the seafood marketplace, and we're trying to make sure that Alaska maintains its foothold in the markets that we have, both here in Alaska, domestically, and internationally as well. So a big part of that was the administration's recognition that the seafood industry was an essential infrastructure industry, that we produce food that was important for the supply chain and for food security in the United States during an issue like COVID. And then also recognizing that our workers were essential workers. And that's not unique to a lot of other industries that are out there, but the fact that that was applied specifically for the seafood industry was an important distinction. And I think it set the tone in terms of how we were able to coordinate commercially, medically, from a commerce perspective, and set the foundation for the different policy discussions, which are really, really important. A lot of coordination with DHSS. And the Alaska Emergency Management Team. I think we were on almost daily calls in 2020 to figure out how we were going to continue to enforce that and maintain continuity of operations as we managed risk, both not just to our workers, but also to the communities that we operated in. That was the theme that really was focused on for the seafood community in terms of how we were going to try to navigate that. And then today, I heard over lunch that Commissioner Sande identified that DCCED announced the USDA grant for the Seafood Processors Relief Grant for $30 million. Excuse me. Yeah, $30 million, right? And that's pretty significant because there were a lot of different grants that were coming out from the federal government. There were a lot of different opportunities to try to bridge some of those costs and operations. And for the most part, particularly seafood operators, we weren't able to take advantage of a lot of that. We were kind of too big to be included in the Small Business Administration acts and too small to really be included in some of these other things. And so we worked with the federal delegation. The Alaska delegation was critical in terms of both recognizing that and then trying to figure out a vehicle and a way with which to do that. And they partnered with USDA and focused to have a specific grant for seafood processors that was generated through USDA and then is going to be administered by the state here. So we appreciate the state's involvement in looking at that and also recognizing its focus and then developing a program that could help out and get that money out to seafood processors. So it's great to hear that development, which is just today that was announced. So seafood supply chains, no different than a lot of other industries here. We've had transportation logistics issues. We had some of these issues before COVID, and COVID just exacerbated them. So being back to business, it means trying to figure out how some of these longstanding challenges are going to be addressed with new challenges that are laying on top of them. So in regards to that, I think that this is probably not the first time that a lot of you have heard this, but industries and companies like AML and Samson, they transport a majority of the Southeast seafood that is produced here in Southeast Alaska, and they make sure that it's through them that we get that product to markets both in the United States and the lower 48, and then from there around the world in those other types of markets. So that's critical, and I think that this can't be said enough in terms of the value that provides back to Southeast Alaska and back to the state of Alaska. It's really statewide, but Southeast, I think it's even more so given the fact of the maritime focus and geography of Southeast. But the products that come up and the goods that come up in trade for the northbound trade in those logistics and supply chains, then are the value of that, or they're not going back empty, particularly during the summer seasons and the seasons of fisheries operations. Those are being repackaged up with seafood that is being exported outside of the state of Alaska and is going back down. So it might not be recognized routinely, but there's cost value associated with that is helping for that that supply chain in terms of making sure that the southbound trips are not just empty trips of cargo vessels going back south and containers going back south. Also, the Alaska Marine Highway System, that's a bit near and dear to my heart, because that was my introduction coming up as a Coast Guard officer. Coming up to here, working here in Juneau, we boarded my family on the Alaska Marine Highway, and that was the way the first 3 days of Alaska was the introduction to them on the Alaska Marine Highway System. And so I really appreciate it, but even more than my personal experiences, that's the way that a lot of the, particularly in southern Southeast, the Ketchikan to Prince Rupert route is important for that the salmon processing that happens in Ketchikan to get into the Canadian market, and so that's we're a big supporter of that line and that logistics pipeline as well. So that brings us to trade in general, right? The products getting to market and being exported from Alaska. Trade is a big issue. It's been a big issue for a long time for our industry. Ever since the Russian invasion of Crimea in 2014, there's been trade complications associated with that. Alaska seafood has been barred from entering the Russian market, and those challenges and challenges associated with the Chinese market have been recognized here by the Alaska legislature as well. So right now, and it's just been heard a couple of weeks ago, Senate Joint Resolution 16 and 17, which identifies some of those challenges and emphasizes to our Alaska delegation, but even more so to the Biden administration and U.S. trade representatives, that Alaska seafood is an important market element and needs to be an element of the trade policy that exists for the United States. And instead of being a casualty to some of the trade conversations, that Alaska seafood needs to be a component of consideration in terms of the U.S. trade policy. So hopefully those Senate Joint Resolutions here in the Alaska legislature will help impart that message and provide the importance of that, and allow for our congressional delegation to have even more productive conversations with the Biden administration, USTR, in that regard. So if you see those, and if you have conversations with your legislatures mentioning that and the importance of that, I think would be great for the seafood industry in general. So moving on to from transportation logistics to workforce availability and access, it's been a theme I think that's run through a number of the different presenters up here. I've heard it loud and clear, and we have the same challenges. These are challenges again that existed before COVID, but they've been exacerbated. How to keep those workers safe, how to access those workers. We have a very strong triad of first trying to make sure that we're hiring Alaska residents and local people, but that's not going to satisfy the workforce needs, especially during the high volume fisheries that happened seasonally. So that has to be augmented by workers that are imported from the lower 48. And then that also has to be augmented by foreign guest workers in the H-2B visa program that's run by the federal government. And those have been very difficult things to try to navigate. But it is a very much a tiered system like that. And it's, in fact, we can't compete for those foreign guest worker visas without showing and telling the story of how we're advocating for and trying to hire U.S. citizens, both from a local perspective and from a broader U.S. perspective. So it's a combined effort, I think, but it does result in needing to make sure that we have that workforce access. And then obviously when the fish come, we need the workforce to be able to help process that. And so that's a critical component that still is going to be an ongoing challenge as we move forward. And then just to turn a little bit to value-added processing, both the commissioner and Jeremy mentioned this. The seafood products that we harvest, the value that they receive in the marketplace is only as good as people are willing to pay for that. And so we need to help develop the products into product forms, which are going to bring the highest return on investment in terms of those areas. And sometimes there's a cultural basis behind that. Sometimes, like Jeremy was mentioning, there's shifts in customers' desires and perceptions. We saw that over COVID, that there was a little bit more willingness to eat and to buy food, figure out how to prepare it in the house. And so I think there's a big industry effort, and we're really appreciate ASME trying to answer that question for consumers, so that we then can develop another market here in the United States for those types of products that are willing to people are willing to pay a premium for, if it's made easy for them and if they know how to do that. So one of the things that is currently under debate, or it's not really under debate because I haven't seen a whole lot of negative aspects, that there's really been only positive aspects to it, but it's Senate Bill 33. There's a companion bill in the Alaska legislature of House Bill 188. But just today, Senate Bill 33 came out of Senate Finance and was put forward for the Senate floor. We expect that to come up next week. And what it is the Seafood Product Development Tax Credit. It's a tax credit that's been around since 2003. It's been very productive and very helpful in the salmon context. It has been salmon herring traditionally, but there looks to be a desire to increase the species that are a part of the seafood development tax credit to include Pacific cod, pollock, and sablefish. And what it does, it's an investment by the state in terms of tax credits, very structured, very limited, and focused on value-added processing equipment that, when combined with the investment by seafood processors, will allow for those products then to be put in product forms that have a greater chance and a greater potential of increasing the value in the marketplace, which then returns on a return on investment to processors for the investment that they've paid, a return on investment to the state, because increased value means an increased tax base for fisheries landing taxes and for fish business taxes, which also then means an increase in the tax base for the communities who receive a portion of that tax base. And then also an increase in potential for the harvesters as well, because the more that fish is valued, the greater seafood processors will pay harvesters to be able to have access to that product. So I identify it as a win-win-win. And that's the way I'm describing it to legislators. And so that's Senate Bill 33 is the Seafood Product Development Tax Credit. So that's something that it would be helpful for. And also I appreciate Robert. I'm not sure where he is right now, but they just wrote a letter of support for that from Southeast Conference that just went in. So we very much appreciate that. So looking forward, I think some areas of investment that need to take place, both by industry, federal government, and the state government, not only a continuation of the budget for ADF&G, it's very important that they have the ability to operate and to do the science that's necessary and to conduct the active and forward-thinking management that's necessary to keep our fisheries sustainable and responsibly managed. But also we need to continue to invest and work with partners in workforce development. We are working hard, with Department of Labor in that, also with industries or organizations like the name is escaping me, but resource development entity that helps look through all the industries, identify what are the skill sets that's necessary, and help to ensure that those skill sets are being linked to education programs here throughout the state, both at the technical level and also in the high school level before people even get to outside of high school education. And then I think it wouldn't be appropriate to leave this without just saying a plug for the salmon hatcheries. They're very important here in Southeast. I think the DIPAC link is one of the few locations or hatcheries here in Southeast that's really easily accessible. And I know that they're not open yet. They're still closed for COVID reasons. But when they do open, and the other hatcheries do open for public tours in Southeast, I think it's they're a great opportunity to go for tours, and really an educational and entertaining an opportunity to see what they do and the value that they provide to the economies and to the fisheries industry here in Southeast. And it's really, I have a personal connection because when we were here with DIPAC, both my daughters, we took them for tours there all the time. And now my oldest daughter is going to grad school for environmental management. And I think that has a lot to do, not just from the fisheries angle that she was exposed to throughout my career in the Coast Guard, but also to the exposure she had here in Southeast to the fishermen that she talked to, and also to go into places like DIPAC when she could see it, that type of engagement and management in action. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think I'll end there. And I think
thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Big hand for Mr. Burrows. So we've got a few minutes for a couple of questions, but I wanted to offer a couple of things. One is relates to the trip on the ferry that Chris talked about, and this I came up on the Alaska Ferry in 1982, and somehow my mother, I didn't even remember doing this. I had a journal, and I wrote in my mother kept it for all these years, and she sent it to me. And I have an entry that I think is pretty apropos. 4/5/1982. We boarded the ferry in Ketchikan and went to Hollis. The ferry was called the Chilkat, a small, cold, and shaky ferry. I saw that, made me laugh. Anyway, that was
okay. First question.
Hi, Gary White from the SIC Economic Development Association. So I've been hearing comments from our local processors in SICA that they're really worried about supply chain and shipping of seafood this summer due to the lack of assets and equipment, due to the overall supply chain issues. And I'm wondering how you guys envision that's going to affect our fishery this summer and going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. Yeah.
Maybe I'll take the first crack at that one. So my understanding in talking to the logistics supply chain and hearing their stories is that it's not so much an issue here in Alaska, because that once it gets to Puget Sound, once it gets to Seattle, then that supply and that logistics train seems to be moving well. They'll be the better ones to answer that question and validate whether my understanding of that's correct. But there's no doubt that there's logistics supply chains exist and the challenges of that exist. We hear the stories from the LA Marine Exchange. We hear the stories all throughout the different ports around the United States of just the challenges of global transportation and the challenges and the cost increases of containers that, now from where they were just a year ago or even in 2 years ago. And so that's important, and that can't be dismissed. I think that working with our logistics partners, we're gonna have to figure out a way to accommodate that, and cold storage should be a part of that as well. But we know that there's a demand for the seafood, so we know that there's a way. We need to find a way to make sure that we're able to get those to markets, and that's not different than a lot of other challenges or industries out there. But we're definitely part of that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Anyone else want to speak to the challenges of the supply chain and?
Well, when I became Commissioner of Fish and Game, I didn't think I'd be becoming experts on these terms: supply chain logistics, H-2B visas, labor workforces, export taxes, processing capacities, and pandemics. I've become somewhat of a journeyman in those areas. Right now we're looking at what we're going to do in Bristol Bay. We're projecting 70 million fish. We are facing workplace issues, workforce issues, just like everybody else is. Nobody wants to come work for a fishing game as a technician when they can, for fear of COVID and a variety of other things. So we're just trying to put a workplace in place to get fish. But once we get fish, we realize we're at about, on any single day, a capacity of 2.3 million fish hitting the processing sector before they basically put their fishermen on limits. And their ability to put fish out there is dependent upon a whole bunch of things, including a labor workforce, having foreign workers come in, having the capacity just to be able to process those fish. And then once they have the fish processed, head and gutted, to put them into freezer containers, which are being held by China and not sent back to the US. So it's a complex, I didn't realize how complex of a dance it was. I thought we could just provide fish and everybody'd be happy, but it's that whole supply chain, getting those fish caught, you know, and how you deal with, make sure they can get processed and then how they can get marketed and shipped out. The good thing is that there's a high demand for seafood right now. And that's really a good thing because inventories are low. If we were coming into this season with inventories high, man, I'd be worried, but with inventories low and market demand high, I think we're in a good situation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, so our final question for the panel.
Hello, my name is Lawrence Armour. I'm the Tribal Administrator for the Cooperative Association. And I'll try to talk fast. I know this is centered on fisheries, but the commissioner mentioned wolves, so I hope you'll accept a comment. I believe the easiest way to keep wolves off the endangered species list is to prove to them that they're far from endangered. We need to get several FLIR-capable drones, forward-looking infrared, and they can cover large swaths of land based on ecological knowledge of the local hunters living on POW. I believe the capabilities of these thermographic cameras are the answer to an accurate count. And one more, sorry. KCA has been forced out by the government regulations to abandon fisheries that KCA had otherwise participated traditionally in. And the issue has gone on long enough. As the commissioner, what can you do to ensure fair and equal access to the resources of the state on behalf of the Alaska Native Nations?
Okay, so let's tackle wolves first. You know, we are doing everything we can to make sure wolves don't get listed by under the Endangered Species Act. That will be not good for wolf management under state management authority. It will not be good for people that want to hunt deer because deer will become a primary constituent element of wolf conservation, wolf rebuilding. And then you'll have basically critical habitat designated, which won't be good for industry, the timber industry, or anything else. So we are doing our best to make sure that wolves don't get listed. I know there's a lot of controversy associated with how wolves are managed in Southeast Alaska, especially as it pertains to deer harvest. We're walking a fine line there to make sure that we're doing our best to not let the Fish and Wildlife Service determine that poor management is a reason to list those wolves. In terms of counting wolves, yeah, we're looking at every which way we can. Infrared is one way to do it, and we're looking at it, but in deeply canopied areas, infrared doesn't work nearly as well as other things. Right now, we're in a genetic process of using genetic marker capture, and that seems to be giving us reliable estimates. I think the last one is how we can make sure that people have subsistence fisheries opportunities. Subsistence is a priority of the state, plain and simple. It's a priority. So we provide that as the highest priority. We don't open up any other fisheries until we can provide that. And we work with people to make sure that the customer and traditional practices are there, and we'll work with anybody. But that's the priority for Alaska. So what was the question again?
Limited entry.
Well, so look, the limited entry program was done way back when, and I don't, for that to change, that would require legislative action. The Fish and Game can't just independently correct that action. So that would require legislation.
Yeah, thank you very much. One thing before we transition out of this and into the mariculture stuff, Commissioner Vincent-Lang, you mentioned in your discussion about modifying the harbor seal rule, and I think it's important for us to recognize and applaud you for doing that, giving an order of magnitude on this. So just to provide some perspective, the rule was a 1 nautical mile halo was a no-go zone for any kind of mariculture activity around an identified harbor seal haul out. And to provide some perspective about that, within 20 nautical miles of Craig, there are 120 identified harbor seal haul outs. So basically, it was almost the entire area was a non-development zone. So with the commissioner's hard work and others in the industry that supported this, they reduced that from a and there was no legal or scientific basis that could be identified for that. And they reduced that from 1 nautical mile to a 500-meter halo, and also included some provisions in there about best practices. So if those things, there were options instead of it just being a bright line rule. And I just want to say that was a really important action that you all took. And I just want to express our appreciation for the work that you did, because it's going to change the trajectory of what we can do and where we can do it. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, panel.
Yeah. Thank you all very much.
So we have a very special opportunity as our mariculture panel is coming up. Speaker Stutes has come in, and would you please come up front and greet our membership? Thank you so much for taking time to come down. We know that she had intended to join the panel earlier, but the floor session went late, and then she got pulled in 15 different directions, and she's still in one piece. So bonus, but very few legislators work as hard as she does, especially on behalf of the Marine Highway System. It looks like this is her last year as a Southeast legislator. So while we can still claim her as representing Yakutat. Okay, well, the bingo. But Speaker Stutes, thank you for joining us. Yes.
Thank you. Hey, first of all, I want to say I apologize for not getting here earlier. It just wasn't working out quite well. But it came out okay up there. But you guys, thank you for accommodating me, and thank you for allowing me this couple of minutes. My two big issues, of course, are fisheries and ferries. And it looks like I've been outgunned on the fisheries, so I'll stick to the ferries. All I'm going to say is I am really excited. I've had an opportunity to spend lots of time with the new commissioner of DOT, and by Jove, he likes ferries. It's a beautiful thing. So I'll just give you a real high oversight, because I know you have another mariculture with my friend. So Friday is our first Marine Highway board meeting, the advisory board. And the nice thing about this board is it has some teeth built into it. They have some key marks that they have to attain, and there are repercussions if they don't. So that's really going to be a good thing. The MTAB board was a nice board, but they could put forward their report and it could very easily be round filed and nobody questioned it. And that's not the case with this. We also have people on this board that have marine highway experience in one capacity or another. So that's pretty exciting. And I won't go on and on. We're about 80% on the new Tustamina drawings. And I have been assured that they are going to, on this vessel, involve the captains, the engineers, the people that are working on these vessels with hands-on experience. I have asked the board members that I've appointed, which I'm sure you people are familiar with, Shirley Markwort and Juanetta Ayers. Those are the two that I had to, or that I had the ability that accepted my offer to be on this board. So I feel really good about it. And I feel really good about the fact that everybody's cognizant of wanting to make sure we can utilize the existing docks. And here is the creme de la creme. When I was talking to the commissioner, he, without any pushing from me, started talking about rebuilding our fleet. So all we have to do as the legislature, my feelings are, is make sure that we're not replacing state marine highway dollars with one-time federal dollars. We need to augment that marine highway system. So that's what my main focus is now. Thank you all.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. And that. So we so much appreciate the work that the legislature and Speaker Stutes has been a rock solid champion for the marine highway system these last, well, forever, but has really helped carry the water for us these last few years. So Appreciate that. Do we have Mr. Wyatt on the Zoom so that he can, if it's going to take a minute, we can shift otherwise, but we wanted to take a moment to celebrate mariculture's moment. And we've got the president of AMA and ASGA, right? And both organizations beaming in virtually. And so we wanted him to kind of give us a few moments, and then we're going to hear from the state of Alaska, someone who is no stranger at all to Southeast Conference, especially the last time we gathered. And we're so pleased to have such key people at the right spots for us in the state of Alaska. So it couldn't get any better than that. Since we're waiting on Eric to show up, why don't we go ahead and start with if Lisa's ready, we can. Oh, in that case, we'll start in the backwards reverse order, and we'll start in the field. Do you have a PowerPoint presentation too?
PowerPoint presentation, and I have some history I would like
History.
I'd like to convey because I think it's really important for us.
Well, when we start, let's go back to let's start with the history, and then we'll go back to the future. Okay, well, Eric. All right, can you hear us all right? Can you see us? Ah, he's waving.
Roger that.
All right, well,
howdy.
Kick us off. Good, welcome.
I wasn't expecting that. Sorry, I'm really, I'm like the curmudgeon farmer and fisherman. So this is not my forte, but thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I know you guys are doing great work there. I know I just saw one of our champions there, Rep Stutes and etc. I'm beaming into you from Marble Island, which is in Sea Otter Sound. The marble that's over there at the entrance of the Capitol came from right here, Tokeen. And in Sea Otter Sound, just to be located, it's outside of Prince of Wales, and Knockville is really the gateway community for that. And today I'm wearing two different hats that they're not really don't get much attention, and that's for the Alaska Oyster Cooperative based in Knockville, and also for Oceans Alaska based in Saxman. So I want to give I can see all the different friends, acquaintances in the audience there, but I want to give a shout out to Anthony Lindoff, who's on the board of directors of Oceans Alaska with me. And I'm pretty sure Tommy Marsh, our president's online too. So we've been in the long slog with that. So I'd just like to make a point real quick that mariculture, right, is that shellfish and kelp are, complementary species. So we do hear a lot about different things, but having them together as strong players is important to realize. And just a side note, I just sent this out yesterday. I came across an article that said the production of oysters as a protein compared to beef only gives off about 0.5% of the greenhouse gases compared to beef. So it's this wonderful climate friendly source of protein. So my first hat is with the Alaska Oyster Cooperative, and they're based in Knockville, and they were formed in 2009, actually with help from Art King, who was around at that time, very active in Southeast Conference, and he was chairman, I think it was called Fisheries and Maritime Committee at that time, and really supported us and helped us getting going. Anyways, our farmer members include veterans, ex-loggers, and fishermen. And really what I want to talk to you today is about our current project, which is to build primarily an offloading pier at the waterfront in Knockville that will be able to hoist pallet-sized loads off boats and put them onto a truck. And then also a packing facility with refrigerated and frozen storage and a small retail space. And a shellfish nursery. So the project is actually located on Little Nockety Bay, which is around the corner from the marina. It's about a quarter mile away. And so, you know, I'm looking forward to working with Keith Perkins, who you had on yesterday, right? Because as part of that SAS initiative, we've been awarded money to make a plan that's to plan our project in preparation for these upcoming funding opportunities. So our uplands and tideland lease applications are already headed for review at DNR, and who are supportive and enthusiastic. Thank you. And so these leases will give the cooperative long-term, you know, control over that piece of waterfront for our project. So the other hat I would like to put on is for Oceans Alaska. See, instead of just rambling on like usual, I actually did make notes, Mark. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yeah, we get you fine.
All right. All right. Okay. Because Oceans Alaska, you know, is a mariculture hatchery. We were saying shellfish kelp, but I guess that's mariculture hatchery because we're hoping to do, maybe we can do cukes in there too and more, right? And we have a floating facility that's located in the you know, revamped Saxman Seaport. Hooray for that. And Oceans has, we've been providing, right, our facility and permitting for Seagrove for their kelp hatchery nursery for about 3 years. And we're currently in partnership with AFDF right there and Seagrove and my company, Blue Star Oyster Company, on a NOAA funded project to spawn oysters while conducting an intern training program that has a focus on Alaska Native participation. And just a side note there, I just got texts a minute ago that we got microalgae just came into the lab from NOAA. So we're kicking off that system. It's pretty exciting. So Oceans Alaska is also looking forward to working with Keith Perkins because we got SAS funding to continue this intern training program into the future. And this is just an opportunity to point out that our facility was built with, you know, funding from EDA. I saw Shirley Kelly on here, the state of Alaska, and with partnership with KGB. So I want to thank Southeast Conference, and we look forward to working with you in the future to try to continue to develop. These are, you know, on the ground, in the trenches, things that are really helping mariculture grow. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate that. And we're looking forward to working with you too. That's a lot of opportunity ahead. Markos.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Eric. And we really appreciate the opportunity to work with Oceans Alaska and AFDF, and we're trying to do that. We'll talk a little bit more about Seagrove, what happened in the last year for us. But first, I wanted to give a little history, an opportunity to get some education of. This was news to me when I found this, and I thought it was really interesting. I would convey to you. And this is an excerpt from a report that Fish and Game did regarding a study on Edelin Island, which is in Southeast Alaska near Wrangell. And in the introduction, it talks about developmental history, shellfish and sea vegetable mariculture in Alaska. So this is a 1988 document. And I think that it's really important for us to recognize that mariculture in Alaska has gone on since 1910. This is not a new thing. This is just the current version of it. And this is, so I'm going to read you a little excerpt here because I thought it was really interesting. So nearly 80 years ago, seed oysters from Japan were first planted in areas extending from Southeast Alaska to Kachemak Bay on Cook Inlet. From 1910 to 1961, Pacific oyster seed was planted with little success, except in areas in George and Carroll Inlets near Ketchikan. This area proved moderately productive for oyster culture and was used for 50 years. So that from 1910 to 1960, they were culturing oysters outside of Ketchikan. So I thought that was really interesting. Said title and lease were leased from the federal government under the Oyster Bottom Leasing Act of 1937 until 1960, when the state of Alaska assumed responsibility for title and leases. In 1938, the Alaska Oyster Company leased about 300 acres of Coon Cove and Shoal Cove, both located in Carroll Inlet, for culturing purposes. So, so what's everything that's happening today? Those a 300-acre lease in 1938. That's pretty remarkable. North Gem Oyster Company of Ketchikan leased 10 acres on the east shore of George Inlet in 1955 and added to their holdings each year until they held 247 acres by 1957. And it goes on to some other descriptions. In 1955, North Gem Oyster Company began an experiment with raft culture on the east shore of George Inlet, opposite Beaver Falls. This was the only known trial of raft culture in Alaska during that time period. So in 1955, they were growing raft culture oysters in Alaska, which is now the dominant form of suspended culture in Southeast Alaska in particular. So, I just thought that this was a really interesting perspective of when we talk about mariculture's moment. This is mariculture's current moment, and we're doing some really interesting things in a variety of species. But I think we need to recognize first off that shellfish, in particular oysters, was the starting point for mariculture in Alaska, and still is the predominant share of the revenue produced in it. But mariculture includes so many other things. It includes things like seaweed culture. It includes mussels, and there's the crab project that has been going on with the Bering Sea crab, where they're culturing king crab for repopulation. There have been work done by the Dive Association that's based out of Ketchikan, doing sea cucumber rearing. All of those fit within the parameter of what is mariculture in Alaska. So, we need to, I think it's really important for all of us in the industry to recognize, even though we're involved in our individual sector, whatever it is, seaweed or oysters or whatever it is, that it is such a broad encompassing thing, and also includes rehabilitation. When we can get those statutes passed, which allow for rehabilitation, things like gooey duck rehabilitation, seaweed population rehabilitation, things, for example, if you've got sea otter predation and that type of thing that has taken out some resource, we'll have an opportunity to try to rehabilitate those stocks for subsistence use. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox here, but I think that is something that I think is really important to recognize as we look at mariculture's moment.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for hanging in there late in the day. Presentation for everyone to see. There we go. Great. So I am Lisa Von Bargen. I'm a senior project manager in the Office of the Commissioner for the Department of Commerce. Like the Commissioner, I have not been in my role very long, although I've been in mine 11 weeks now, even though she's only been in hers for 3. But I'm going to talk about mariculture that has been mentioned on multiple occasions, not only by Commissioner Sande and by Commissioner Vincent-Lang and others today and yesterday. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about what Commerce is doing related to mariculture. So if you want to go to the next slide there. Oh, I get the control. Thanks. So under ARPA, the state of Alaska was issued a $1 million statewide planning grant, and the administration has chosen to put almost $435,000 of that toward mariculture. There are two other aspects of the grant, but the primary focus is going to be on mariculture. And the vast majority of that money is going to be spent on removing barriers and hurdles in operation and regulatory areas to the industry, which is extremely important. There are 10 of those that are going to be focused on, and I'll go over that in one of the next slides. We've also put some funding to the Department of Environmental Conservation and the Environmental Health Lab to be able to reduce the wet storage testing procedure. And I will talk a little bit more about that here on the next slide also. We'll be spending some time doing outreach in concert with Southeast Conference and the BBB grant that is going to be discussed as well. We're going to be doing some biological and economic research related to that, and then all of the accoutrements that go with writing new legislation to change the regulatory environment. So apologize, I'm having to use multiple hands here to do different things. So with regard to the regulatory and operational hurdles that need to be addressed, there are 10 under the category of simplifying requirements for the leases of state tidelands. Anybody that's tried to get a tideland lease with the state of Alaska understands the time and effort associated with going through that. There are five things under the category of improving access to data and testing. And then also one under improving federal permitting, and that's the Corps of Engineers permitting process. And these were identified in the report to the governor that was issued by the Alaska Mariculture Task Force in May of last year. The role that the Department of Environmental Conservation and the Environmental Health Lab is going to play is moving from what's called multiple tube fermentation to an enzyme substrate test. And I'm sure at this point in the day, everybody is super excited about that, but I will explain what the wet storage testing method is, because although I am new to mariculture and am still learning a lot of things, thankfully to Julie Decker for several years, I've had a strong baseline knowledge of mariculture, but I'm just getting into the weeds, into the kelp. Yes, exactly. Thank you. So I will explain quickly what wet storage method is. So a shellfish harvester may opt to have an intermediary storage area between collection and shipment called wet storage. A wet storage facility will have a sampling and testing plan to monitor for bacteria. The one currently approved in Alaska tests for total coliform bacteria, and the test currently that is approved, which is the MTF that I mentioned earlier, uses multiple medias over 4 days of testing. It's 2 48-hour sets. So that's a huge period of time for that test period to take. The proposed test that what the Department of Environmental Conservation is going to do to try to validate is moving to the new EST test, which would drop that from 4 days to 24 hours. So shortening that time frame hugely, which is a big deal. There are still other testing, PSP testing that needs to be done, and changes happening to that will need to be considered in the future as well. So moving on from the statewide planning grant, as you've already heard multiple times today, so I won't dwell on it, there is $25 million in the capital budget for a grant and incentive program for mariculture. The details of that have not been worked out yet, so I apologize. I'm not able to go into specifics right now, but just know that that's a priority for the administration. And then under the general obligation bond bill is the money, $5 million for the Craig mariculture infrastructure. And I'm going to let Robert talk a little bit about that, because this is actually matching money to USDA funds for that project.
Thank you. It's very, very, very exciting to see the synergies come together for this project on Prince of Wales Island. Something that's been worked on for many, many months, and something you heard the Deputy Undersecretary speak to in his remarks yesterday during the lunch keynote. It's a $500,000 investment to get this project construction ready. And the reason for this infusion to really fast forward quickly is because we know on the horizon that there are opportunities to get the construction funds during the 5 years of the Infrastructure and Jobs Act bill that has putting enormous funds on the, out on the street that could be used for construction, but those funds will require a match of non-federal. And so the state of Alaska's support for that project would fully supply the match for the building and equipment that would go into that facility. So it's actually a multi-agency. So USDA is doing this piece, looking at EDA for the other piece, and the state of Alaska is providing the match that would satisfy fully equipping that. So we're really taking we've got an 18-month horizon on this first initiative to get it construction ready. We're having our first public meeting next week in Craig, and it's going to begin a very deep dive and due diligence that will have full consultation with every community, every tribe, and every stakeholder that is interested there on Prince of Wales Island. So we're really excited and really appreciative of the administration's support to see this become a reality, not just another set of designs that sit on the shelf.
The other thing I want to remind folks of is that the Department of Commerce puts its money where its mouth is when it comes to mariculture as well. And that is that the revolving loan fund run by the Division of Economic Development includes mariculture. Now, obviously, there are some caveats to that. The maximum loan amount is $100,000 per year with a maximum aggregate of $300,000. And you have to have either a denial letter from a lending institution, or you have to not be able to make the full scope of funding that you need from lending institutions to be able to qualify for funding. So there are some specific pieces to being able to qualify for that, but there is certainly money available. And it's extremely important because, as any of you know who have gotten into mariculture, you understand that it's not something that traditional lending institutions are able to provide normal funding for. And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about a new program coming out that is actually similar in some respects to some of the programs that the AIDEA folks talked about earlier this afternoon. So the state also, as part of the ARPA funding, received a $59 million allocation under the State Small Business Credit Initiative. And that application, the final application actually is being, Sande is being hit on that actually, I think, as I sit up here today, thankfully. So we are applying for 4 different programs for that $59 million, a loan guarantee program, loan participation, collateral support, and then equity venture. And the reason why the lending support programs are so important for mariculture, again, is because you don't oftentimes qualify for traditional lending. And what these programs, especially the loan participation and the loan guarantee, will be able to do is help provide that assurance to finance institutions that the loan is backed, and so they will be able to lend money on a more frequent and available basis to mariculture operations. So I really feel like as the industry is taking off and this additional funding opportunity is available in Alaska, it's going to help kickstart these businesses. So I just wanted to mention that as we go through stuff. That is actually the end of my presentation, but I do want to mention one thing that just came out, just hot off the presses, a press release today that Governor Dunleavy establishes the Alaska Food Security and Independence Task Force, and mariculture is specifically called out as a member of that task force. So stay tuned for more information there. And with that, I'm going to pass the torch.
Well, while that PowerPoint is still up, maybe just see if there's any quick questions regarding it. In that case, we want to go back to Cal. Well, they may let you off. Okay.
So Lisa, I have one quick question. So one of the things that we've talked about in putting together a Build Back Better application for this mariculture, whether or not there's an opportunity to, so you mentioned about the PSP testing being something you're looking at in the future. So I know that at one point, the Environmental Health Lab had been testing equipment that will allow them to move away from the mouse bioassay test. And would it be, do you think it's feasible that, you know, if we were to request maybe more of the machines that are required to perform the alternate test, that, that there might be something we could work out with the Environmental Health Lab to enable that testing method, which might help reduce costs overall for the program or ensure that the program could be offered for free to the farmers for an extended period of time?
So I need to start by saying I certainly don't want to speak on behalf of environmental conservation, but as we were talking about an alternative that could be included in the statewide planning grant effort, one of the things that was talked about was purchasing equipment. And I asked that question and it was too much to be able to include in the scope of the statewide planning grant with the other things included in it. But I certainly think there is opportunity to have conversations with DEC about that exact thing. And we, in fact, Julie was part of a group just a couple of days ago where we discussed that. So I encourage, as part of the BBB effort, to reach out to DEC immediately and see if something can be worked out.
Yeah, maybe if you could help us connect to the right person.
I absolutely can,
Yeah,
in the
because,
environmental health lab. Yep.
We almost, I mean, it's insane how much money they're letting us apply for. So while we're in the insane mode, we might as well get crazy.
Could you speak into the microphone? It's where you're being recorded. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Okay, so we're getting in the final moments. Julie, you want to kind of give us an overview of how this all ties together and what else is going on quickly? So, because, wow.
Yeah, I don't know if I can take the task on, but I wanted to start by saying I too first came to Alaska on the ferry in 1994, and then I went back down south on the ferry that year, and then 1995 I came back up on the ferry, went back home on the ferry. In 1996, I put all my stuff, my little Honda Civic, drove onto the ferry, and I stayed in Alaska via the ferry. So the ferry system is near and dear, and I camped on back deck the whole time too. So if you've never done that experience, it's fun. And since I've been here, I still travel on the ferry, but it's usually been for school sports trips and such. So another important thing. So I wanted to say it is so fun to be in a room where everybody is using the word mariculture and so many different ways. It means so many things to so many people. But I want to say we got here with the help of many, many people. There's, 2 different state administrations so far that have been helpful. There's the legislature, and many in the federal government have been helpful. The state agency staff, the mariculture task force volunteers that spent over 5 years in meetings that were really not sexy, doing planning, and industry and just many, many, many people to get us to this point. And now I feel like we're kind of at a launch point. Now we have even more people engaging, which is exactly what we want to see, is sort of the evolution of where this should go. So thank you all for the people, who you are, you've been involved. Thank you all for your help so far. I do want to mention a couple of things that haven't been talked about so far. Honestly, I could go on for a really long time, but one important thing that will be rolling out this year, the Exxon Valdez oil spill is, there's a fund that was created many years ago, and there's a trustee council, and Commissioner Doug Vincent-Lang is one of the trustees, one of 6. And that group, that trustee council, last fall decided to invest $33 million into mariculture research in the EVOS region, which the EVOS region stretches basically from Cordova all the way west to Sandpoint. That's a huge section of our coastline. And the mariculture research that will be funded will go over a 10-year period. This is a historically, nationwide, a historic amount of money to put into mariculture research. We are going to look into things like marine mammal interactions, ecosystem services. We're going to look at some things on the product development and side of the equation. We are going to work and engage with farmers. They are going to be a part of the research. And everything that is learned will also be provided back out to the public, and it should be applicable to Southeast as well. And so we're really going to learn a lot from that project, and 10-year research projects are very unusual. So that's super exciting. And the administration was a part of making that kind of decision on that trustee council to spend that money that way. So that's really important to note. Also, I wanted to say the organization I work for, I'm the executive director of the Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation. We host an annual event called Alaska Symphony of Seafood, and it's a contest for new products made out of Alaska seafood. And this year we had 4 out of 18 products that were using seaweed. And so I think it's a really important sign of the type of innovation and work in product development that's going on right now. And we have, let's see, 9 winners, different categories of winners, and 2 of the winners are seaweed products. So again, really important signs of a growing industry. Another thing I wanted to mention is Eric Wyatt that talked earlier. He is the president of the new organization. It's a nonprofit that's being stood up to sort of take the place of the Mariculture Task Force. This new group's called the Alaska Mariculture Alliance, AMA, or the Alliance, whatever you want to refer to it. Eric Wyatt is the president. The vice president is Alec Mesdag over here. Let me see if I get this right. Secretary, Tommy Sheridan, put your hand up, please. And then the treasurer is Mark Scheer here. Anthony Lindoff is also in the room. He's on the executive committee. It's a pretty dynamic group. It's a very large group. They have over 60 full board members, 7 ex officio members, and over 30 associate members. This is over 100 people that just all of a sudden are just like, we want to be involved with this new group. And we didn't even know if we'd get 20 people interested. And so this is another sign of how much interest and excitement there is. Now that it's such a large group, we're kind of struggling with how we work together and be productive and do all the things that new organizations have to do to stand themselves up. But it is a very positive sign. One other thing that's happening that's been going mostly through the governor's office and the Alaska Department of Natural Resources Division of Agriculture has been some discussions about a pilot project to take seaweed from Alaska seaweed farmers, process it in Alaska, and create both fertilizer and agricultural feed for Alaska land-based farmers. And so sort of keeping that whole connection within the state of production, manufacturing, and use within the state. We're looking at how to launch a pilot project around that. There'll be some research related to it. But we're pretty excited about that because that would open up two giant markets. Fertilizer and feed are giant markets for seaweed. Food is another market, but those 2 represent just huge volumes. And so they will be sort of a part of the puzzle of how to develop this industry. So that's really creative. And Matt Fagnani in the governor's office has been helping spearhead and sort of bringing people together. And I really appreciate those efforts. So like I said, I could go on and on, but.
You could. And so could Markos, but we have an extraordinary opportunity to squeeze in one more live appearance from one of our state leaders. Senator Stedman, we have a mic right there at the podium. If you have him, I know we just snagged him in between appearances and obligations, but if you'd like to come up front, we sure appreciate to hear from you. And
Thanks for passing that mariculture bill out of your committee last week too, Senator Stedman. Finally.
We won't talk about how long it took to get out of the lockbox in Senate Finance, but it did get out. Yay. And it's on its way. So it's nice to be here. Normally I have a little more time. It's just we're short 2 staff members in the office, and we're just trying to keep up with the finance table and keep that running so we can get out of here on time in May. But I can make a couple of quick comments, and I wouldn't mind throwing it open for just a couple of questions or something, because I don't know what the other participants told you.
Everything we wanted to hear.
Chances are there might be a different message coming to you now. Let me just kind of put it in a nutshell. This current fiscal year, we're 13 months into it or so. 7 months into it. We've moved our savings position down 660 million to get out an $1,100 dividend. So if you thought the dividend should be higher, then we would have had to take out more monies, but we took everything we can get our hands on. And if you thought we should take out less for a dividend, then we would have had less than 660 million. But roughly it's 660 million, and that includes the federal monies that we converted to general funds, the COVID money. And then since then, I should say, since about June or so, we've walked into this larger oil price. So we have a surplus now instead of being, flat on our back. But there's discussions to put back the 660 million, not to pay an extra dividend this year, but put our savings position back in place because we've drained everything pretty much. So we've got to be able to meet our obligations if we're at $65 or $60 a barrel oil, not 90. So you'll see those conversations at the finance table. And maybe it's the whole 660 million, maybe it's part of the 660 million. So we've got that discussion that's going to take place. And, the governor's spent all this extra revenue plus all the revenue for 23, except for the increase in oil prices that they're going to be factoring in. So we're also going to be looking at PCE, changing that, having a conversation to move that up from 500 kilowatts to maybe 750. What impact does that have? Because that's been flat for a long time. We're working on school funding issues. Do we deal with an increase in the BSA that's been flat for a while, and or fund the reading program because our kids are in the basement. We're first at something, but we're number 50. Well, actually, we're lower than 50 because some of the territories beat us on 3rd grade reading. We can't get any lower, right? So whatever happened the last 4 years, we fall off the cliff. And it's not, some of our communities aren't that way, but on average, across the state, when you take in Western Alaska and other areas, the scores are horrible. So we've got to deal with that in the education. So we've got that swirling around. We're also going to be talking about changing the dividend formula to something more stable and predictable. And that'll be probably in the middle of the finance table starting next week. We're not quite sure, but it's likely it'll be next week or the week after. We got to rewrite the formula. The current formula would have put a dividend at $4,200 per person, and it would be 2.7 billion. And we only have 4.5 billion in expenditures of unrestricted. And it would be 2.5 on top of that to give you a size. It's a scale issue we're dealing with. Nobody wants to. That's why the dividend is so hard to deal with. It's sensitive to everybody, but it's a scale. When you can't make your payroll, you can't make the payroll. And like it or not, we've sucked out billions in savings. We take our savings from 16 billion down to about 1.5. And that includes the education endowment of 500. So we're down around 800, 900 million, and they need 500 million just to cash flow. For those of you that ever have to sit and figure out, you got to make your payroll every 2 weeks, you got to have cash. So we're dealing with all that. So that's kind of the lay of the land. The bond package is not going to go anywhere. It would be probably 3 times that size if we did it. And we have so much money coming in from the feds on federal money. We're worried about having the workforce to build them. And we're having discussions on trying to train up our workforce, getting our young men and women prepared to deal with it. And do we have the throughput capacity at DOT to deliver the projects? So it's not like we don't have a full pipeline coming at us for construction projects. We're worried that we're going to have too many. And we're also worried that our labor force, because all of the states are in similar boats, our labor force will Washington or go to Oregon or go to Idaho, because they're going to be starving for workers too. So you'll see conversations on that. So I wouldn't put a high likelihood that the bond package is going to go anywhere. We'll go into the bond package and look at individual projects and pull some of them out into the capital budget. Also, if we did a bond package. Some of those won't even hit the street for 7, 8, 9, 10 years. We're still working on a couple of projects that were in the bond package in 2012. So that's kind of the rough lay of the land. It's a little different message than I think some of the other members of the legislatures delivered from what I hear. So we'll see how it goes. We have to deal with the House. The Senate does, of course, and they have their own opinion. But it's starting to resonate amongst the legislators that if we don't take this opportunity at $90 barrel oil to prepare ourselves for $65 barrel, $60 barrel, you guys are going to be really, really pissed. Because you're going to have a lot of taxes coming at you because we just don't have the money. So if we can take some of it and save it, get a reasonable dividend, get the dividend formula rewritten so people are comfortable and happy with it across the state, and then fix our deferred maintenance issues and a few other capital issues. But there'll be a lot of conversation on school major maintenance. We're also going to talk about picking up some of the arrears on school bond debt reimbursement. The governor has it at 100% this year. He's vetoed it before and had less before. This is an election year. Now it's 100%. Next year in his 10-year plan, it goes down to 50%. So just remember, everybody's up for election. So if they tell you you can have everything you want and don't worry about the future, you better think twice. So we're going to have those conversations too. And those, by doing the school bond debt reimbursement, that directly offsets property tax, mainly in most communities. Some communities will have a seasonal sales tax or something, but it's those combinations. The money, the debt service has to get paid. So we're going to have those conversations, see if we couldn't carve out some of those arrears to the communities. And also, that would also trigger funding for the REAA, the rural attendance areas of schools. So when we don't pay school bond debt reimbursement to the cities, the rural schools don't get their contribution for school replacement in new schools. And we need schools in Western Alaska. Hate to say not in but we don't need them in Southeast per se. It's Western Alaska and Matsu. That's where we need schools. Schools aren't going to get built unless the state helps. I firmly believe that. Once Matsu realizes they need a school and they got to pay the whole bill, they'll come crying. And rural attendance areas out in rural Alaska, they don't have the cash. The state builds those schools. So by picking up some of these funds in arrears of school bond debt reimbursement, we also pick up funds for our rural school attendance areas. And we have something called a Kreiss-Tomkins case, where the judge came in and said, you boys have been bad. You got to put more money in rural schools. And we don't want that case reopened. And us guys from rural Alaska have a tendency of reminding the guys in the rail belt, we have the judge's opinion sitting here in the middle of the room. So don't get too carried away about not building schools when we need schools. But it's not, it's more of a Western Alaska issue than it is a Southeast issue. We need kids down here, not more new schools. So you'll see those discussions coming, and where it's gonna gel, we'll know in the end. And then what the governor signs, we'll know when he signs it. I would imagine he's not gonna, it'll be different than what he proposed. He proposes, the legislature deposes. Okay, we're a separate branch of government. We don't work for them. We're the appropriators. And we'll work together collectively to solve some of these problems. But there is a lot of work, and you'll see it tomorrow at Senate Finance. For those that want to punish themselves and watch that show, we're going to have some of the scenarios of what's the future look like in 23, 24, 25, 26. And, and to the permanent fund under different oil prices. So we can have a earnest conversation. Should we replenish the savings, or should we just, live at $90 a barrel of oil, and then when the oil goes to 60, not run for election? Let somebody else deal with the mess. But there's no cash left. That's the problem, other than a permanent fund. And for some of us, like myself, that have been, our family's been here for generations, hell will freeze over before we rob the permanent fund. That's my opinion of it. You know, our forefathers set it up. We got 80 billion sitting there. If we get that thing up to 120 billion, we're pretty much home free. All we got to do is keep our fingers out of it. And we can do that. We've got enough resources. We can take care of a reasonable dividend, take care of our maintenance, and facilitate some of our construction projects. We can do it all. Just not in a magnitude a lot of people want. It's just going to be a little more toned down. So we'll have those conversations. You'll also see this year, we're going to put in the budget, and I don't know the number, another contribution to the constitutionally protected portion of the permanent fund. There's two big portions. One, we can spend it, simple majority vote, and the other one, everybody has to vote across the state to allow us access. There's 50 billion in that, as I recall, roughly 52 or whatever. So we're going to have some conversations with the permanent fund on their earnings reserve, which is all their trading profits and stuff we can spend, where the dividend comes from, and all that other stuff. And they got 16 billion or some number in there. How much we can take out of that, and we just transfer it into another bucket in the permanent fund and lock it up. Last year we did $4 billion. The governor vetoed it and he made a mistake, so his veto didn't work, and the appropriation stuck. A couple years before that, we did 4.9 billion. That's 8.9 billion at the last two legislatures, and it's the same finance members in the Senate. That's where this was driven out of. That's 10% of the permanent fund now is locked up for the future of all our grandkids and kids that aren't even born yet or even thought about. But we're going to have another conversation. Do we do another 4 billion? Do we do 5 billion, 6 billion? And we'll work with the permanent fund on that, because we got to have enough money to pay the dividends, and run the state. That's first, and then lock up extra liquidity. And if we don't do that, I'll guarantee you I'll have some of my colleagues that'll have all kinds of good spending ideas for the permanent fund. And that's just, that's the worst thing we can do. If it wasn't for our forefathers, we wouldn't even have a permanent fund. So anyway, so that's kind of a nutshell of what we're doing. And we'll see what comes out of it in the end. And we'll see if they hang Senator Stedman along the way. But we're going to do that. And we also have some interest in continuing with the Harbor Matching Grant Fund. Bill Thomas sitting back there and myself wrote that bill years ago. And in fact, one of my communities just mentioned it a little bit ago about that fund. So we still have those things in place that we want to move forward and keep alive. So, some of those standard stuff. So anyway, we'll see what the end of the session, if we end up tweaking PC a little bit and education funding, and how much we can tuck in stuff away in savings and have a significantly bigger dividend than last year. So everybody will get a little bit, but just be careful if they pile it all up in one direction. It'll come back to bite us. But anyway, that's kind of in a nutshell what we have.
All right.
And it's probably different than some of the other people's mentioned, but
It's a little different. Yeah.
A little different?
It is a little different.
so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in the end, right? 21 and 11 votes, they can clean out the permanent fund. It's that simple. So we got to have logical arguments and get support. So that's a simple majority vote. And that's the way it is. So we're well aware of that, and we're going to make some good arguments on looking out for FY 26, 27, and 28. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. That was well worth pausing. So, Mr. Scheer, you had the final word on mariculture. What is it?
Hey, so I just, I want to do a couple of things.
Fun.
Want to do a couple of things. I've got a short PowerPoint, just kind of updating our last year, because I think it's important to kind of see in real time what's going on and what it means. And then finally, I've got a concept that I'd like y'all to think about as we go back into our community. So this, I'll go just a few slides here to talk about. Yeah, go ahead and put that up. Where is it? Oh. Yeah, great. So thank you very much for the opportunity. So Seagrove Kelp Co. is the brand of that we started marketing our seaweed under. We just finished our second year of production. We'll have our third year of production coming up here. So this year we planted over 200,000 feet of seed line in Doyle Bay. That's almost 38 miles of line. And I believe that's the largest single outplanting that's ever occurred in the country. So we're really trying to do, this is some of our alaria that you can see hanging here. We focused on ribbon kelp and saccharina, which is ribbon kelp and sugar kelp. We did mostly sugar kelp. And we also have we've started a retail product. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But first, so one of the things that we do, we work with Oceans Alaska. This is inside of our nursery. This is some of the seaweed that we have. So we're really focused on the science side of this to produce better quality seed and really protect the environment. We use only a portion of the reproductive material that we harvest from the wild stocks, and we leave the rest of the organism to continue the life of a kelp. So we're really focused on just taking only that portion which is necessary. And you'd be amazed how potent that is. So it just takes a little bit of the sorus, the reproductive material, to seed a significant amount of the nursery. We're involved in multiple grants. Eric talked about that, focused on innovation and new technologies, including gametophyte-based seeding and storage and things like that. Really interesting stuff. In 2021, it's always about the people, and we have a great team of people that we're really happy about. To provide some perspective, in 2021, we hired for part-time and full-time positions that were on the payroll at one point or another during the year. 30 local Alaskans worked on the farm at some point, either in seeding or harvesting or gear storing or something like that. And I think that's really important and indicative of what the mariculture potential is if you expand this and other operators are involved in this. So I just think, it's really important. There's our Christmas party at the New York Cafe, and they whipped up an entire menu of seaweed related meals, and it was amazing. So we have some new dishes that we've come out with that things like there's a seaweed quiche, and these are the fritters that the New York Cafe down in Ketchikan put together. We have a pesto sauce and a spicy seaweed salad, and our retail product, which we produced in Craig, is this ribbon kelp is won first place in the Symphony of Seafood, and we're going to Boston in March. And we just found out today, about 2 hours ago, that we have we entered into a national seafood new product competition, and we got notified that we're among the finalists in a national seafood product competition. So that was really exciting. We're super excited about that. So we're going to go out there bring the whole team, and we've got a woman from Metlakatla and a woman from and Dr. Kelp from Ketchikan, and we're going to go out and we're going to put on a show in Boston, and we hope everybody shows up. So that is, so we've been able to do a couple of things. One is, we're in a couple of retail establishments now. You could see Wadmaya down in the Seattle International District. We're at, we have our retail kelp at Rainbow Foods here in Juneau. So this is really cool how many people have been welcoming and accepting of this as an opportunity. And so we're super excited. We think the potential is great. You're seeing a lot of the same photos in all of the materials. And this is our farm out in Doyle Bay, and some of the sugar kelp that we grew this year. You can follow our journey on seagrovekelp.com and Twitter and a lot of things that I don't understand how to use, but we have somebody that knows how to do it. So they just tell me about it, and it looks really cool. I never realized I became a dinosaur until I became a dinosaur. So that's kind of our summary of 2021. And then something that happened yesterday that I think is really exciting. And do you have that link for that site? And I think, I think this is a really exciting opportunity to take back into your communities, is what potential it is. Do we have, The sea soaked? Oh, there we are. So sea soaked, this website and this product line launched yesterday. And this is a woman who grew up in a fishing family in Cordova, and she bought some of our seaweed, and she developed a whole line of skincare products. And I don't know if you can scroll down in there and see any of those products, but there's absolutely no reason that this kind of entrepreneurship. She's a mother. She's got young kids. She's working from home, and she came up and developed all of these ideas using our seaweed to come up with this whole skincare product line. That's beautiful, and I think that there's absolutely no reason that this kind of product development couldn't occur in any community, any town in Alaska. And I think that's really the point that I wanted to make for that is that this is what's possible. And this is, if you're doing value-added processing in your community, the economic value of that to the community is exponentially higher than just being a producer. So that's, I know we're running long and we're late, but I just wanted to kind of close this on a note that I thought was was exciting for us, and I hope exciting for you, is the potential of what mariculture can represent to Alaska and how we can do really cool, interesting things with the stuff that we grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Markos. Mr. President, any closing thoughts, words, or discharge? These guys have been great, amazing.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to everybody for sticking out on the second long day that we have here. There's a lot of material, a lot of presenters and stuff like that. So yeah, really appreciate everyone staying. I want to say, give a big round of applause to the staff who put this on. So thank you to Robert, to Sarah, Stephanie, Karen, Angie, and we had help from Nathan over here. James and Robin from JADC were helping out too. So got a lot of folks putting together. Thanks so much for all your hard work getting this done. And thanks everybody for being here.
All right.